Oh gosh, this timer beeps. How is everybody doing? I I'm salty at at my OBS being like, hey, you wanted a timer? Not today. But how is anybody doing today? Are we all ready to go back to Hinamizawa? We are in the last 2 chapters, and we finally get to see one of my favorite characters. Hey, let me go ahead and start moving stuff around. Also, I I played around with the setting, as you could maybe tell from me winking a whole bunch. So this way, instead of saying wink, I can actually just wink. But it's a little finicky sometimes. So I might just like randomly wink unprompted instead of blinking. I don't know. It seems to be doing okay, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Let's see. I was almost just about to like start without setting up anything. It is definitely a Monday. Hello, Crimson. How you doing? I like how it decided to show up while the source was still Isomnium files. It is sure one of those days. Oh well. Okay. Make sure that this is going to be centered. Actually, that's good enough, I'd say. I'd say so. You can't even see it. Doing great. How about yourself? I'm doing good too. Other than I'll say it right now. There is a wasp in my bathroom. So that's kind of a bummer. So if anybody hears a fan going off in the background, that is the fan in the bathroom. I'm trying to lure the wasp out of it. I am scared. But yeah, let's go ahead and switch over here. So yeah, that definitely put a damper on, this morning. But yeah, no. This kind of stuff happens. So if anybody wants to come over and kill a wasp, I don't know, I might get one of my roommates to do. Gotta get a fly swatter. I think that would just make it angry. Okay, let's go ahead and start. Yeah, I want to try to get through these last 2 chapters so that way we can go on for other series, but we will see how my voice feels after this chapter. Massacre chapter. This story introduces the unit inside and out, using all the actors. This is no longer a story. It's a public autopsy for all to join. What? As they say, after loving someone, cut open their belly and eat their organs. It's the same with stories. The difficulty is quite mild. Malad? Mild. Well suited for those with pride. Okay. Let's go. Ooh. Oh. What are you doing? Oops. I don't see you playing by yourself that often. All you could do before was to nod to my questions. Since when do you have your own will? I'm glad. I finally have a sister or a brother. Whichever you are. I used to be an existence of nothingness, just like you. But one day, I began to have my own identity, my own thoughts, and eventually, my own body. So it's not a surprise to see you in possession of your own will. Welcome to this vast yet tiny world, my sister. You might be my brother, but let me call you my sister until I know for sure. This is an endless, eternal, and infinite world. But that doesn't mean it's boundlessly vast. I suppose you could describe it like a ring with a small diameter. While the ring is an eternal, endlessly looping world, that doesn't mean it contains infinite space. Yes, in short, this world is eternally sealed. The future is supposed to be an infinite weave of countless choices, yet, for whatever reason, our world always ends in death. If I were to compare it to something, perhaps a maze of fate would be appropriate. Looping through the same moments forever, steadily grows harder and more dejecting, eventually producing something like me. Then, as that draws further on, even one like you is born, and eventually this world may be filled with your sisters, too. After that, we'll build a colony inside of it, and once we lose our interest in this maze, Rika Frude will disappear from this world. It looks like you still cling to this narrow world, Rika. Though I lost interest long ago. Which is why I'm truly glad you were born for me to talk to. So, what are you doing? Yo! Are you collecting fragments of memory? There are only 5 or 6 of them right now. This must be fun for you, though. There used to be more fragments long ago, but one by one they disappeared into the darkness. Now, these are the only ones that remain clear. Oh, that's not how you're supposed to use it. See? Try and hold it up to the light. All of that is the life of Rika Furude and its end. This one is... Oh, I remember that one. That's the world where Keiichi was cursed. Those fragments are like books to me, so I titled that one the Onikakushi chapter. Do you remember what happened in that one? Good. That makes things easier. In Onikakushi, Keiichi Maibara was consumed by the darkness. He couldn't accept the kind words his friends offered him and eventually beat them to death, not knowing of their kindness. We were all killed after that anyway. That had nothing to do with his story, though. That fragment is the Wata Nagashi chapter. Shion Sonozaki was cursed in that one. She killed many people out of revenge for her boyfriend's disappearance, as he went missing in 1982. Rika worked so hard, but she was captured at the end, and she was tortured to death. That's why she chose to commit suicide in the Meakashi chapter, because things were going to turn out the same way. That fragment over there is called the Tatori Goroshi chapter. Satoko's uncle came back and locked her up inside her house. That was the worst world of all. There was nothing Rika was able to do in that world. Whenever Satoko's uncle comes back, Rika usually just gives up on that world. Fortunately, Satoko's uncle doesn't come back that frequently. That one is called the Tsumi Horoboshi chapter. Rika was there until just a moment ago. Rena Ryugu was possessed in that world. It was pretty exciting to see her take over the whole school. It surprised me to learn that Keiichi Maibara had a memory of the other worlds, just like we do. It was pretty amazing, but then again, most of us have some kind of memory like that. We all have an imaginary world within us, some idea of what would have happened if you did things differently. It's like the strange feeling you get when you do something for the first time, but it feels like you've done it before. Everyone has a memory of an imaginary world in their mind, but the memory is not always that clear. It's not surprising, really. You're special enough to be able to see those fragments of memory. It's probably very difficult for you to understand how special you really are. You were born into a world where it's a natural thing for you to see those fragments. I was originally born in the normal world. I didn't know until recently that I could collect these fragments of memory. You grabbed those fragments just because you could, but I didn't know how to do that for a long time. I'm sorry. I'm sure you're not interested in hearing my story. Huh? What's wrong? What are you curious about? Oh? You're curious as to why so many different incidents occur in the same world? It's very interesting, isn't it? Why do you think that's the case? Let's think about it together. Thinking is the first step towards playing a game. The main character among Rika's group of friends is Keiichi Maibara. In Onikakushi, he was possessed by suspicion and killed Rena Ryugu and Mion Sonozaki. If that was an inevitable event, he would be killing them in every world. In other words, what Keiichi Maibara did in Onikakushi was not inevitable. Indeed. The only thing that's inevitable is Keiichi Maibara's role. If Keiichi Maibara was someone with a naturally suspicious heart, he would take the same actions in every world. But that didn't happen. It's true that Keiichi Maibara is both passionate and easily convinced of anything, but it's rare for him to exhibit the kind of rage he displayed in Onikakushi. In other words, even though something might seem inevitable in one world, that may not be the case if you compare it to the different one. If something really is inevitable, it will happen for sure in every life. That's what true inevitability is like. It's very important that you know that. When you compare the different worlds, what's common among all of them is the truth. Understand? Like I said, what seems inevitable in one life could be a random event in another. The club activities that Mion Sonozaki suggests are a good example. If Mion Sonozaki had a strong inclination towards playing certain games, you would be playing them in every world. But in reality, you participate in different activities in most of them. That means that the games they play in the club are randomly decided by Mion Sonozaki. We know that now because we've been through many different lives. Those who live in one world can't see if the event in question is inevitable or random. Those who only live once can't predict what's going on in Mion Sonozaki's mind. But we can. Although the activities are random, Mion Sonozaki calls us together for the club meeting almost every day in every life. I can see that Mion Sonozaki holds a strong will towards having the club meeting. Mion Sonozaki always wants to play with the other club members, but she doesn't know what to play. See? We can read Mion Sonozaki's mind just by simply examining these fragments. With this alone, we can see part of who Mion Sonozaki really is. Let me talk a bit more about Keiichi Maebara. For those who only live once, the World of Onikakushi chapter is nothing but a story where Keiichi suffered mysterious hallucinations and beat his friends to death. For them, there's nothing beyond that fact. We, however, can compare different fragments and find out something they could never see. As a result, we know that the murder of his friends was not inevitable. I told you that just earlier. In fact, while there are about 5 or 6 pieces in front of you, he only kills his friends in one of them. That means we can roughly conclude that the possibility Keiichi Maebara triggers the tragedy is less than 20% and is almost a fluke. This means that amongst these countless worlds, Keiichi Maebara causing the tragedy is an unimportant factor. Now, can you find the common thread to be drawn from here? My, you found it already? No wonder you were born in this world. You're quick to learn the knack for playing with building blocks. I didn't figure that out for a while. I was born in the normal world, so I could only see things from a single world's perspective. I was too obsessed with the fact that Keiichi Maebara caused the tragedy, so I had trouble finding it. Right! That's exactly right! You see it? The Onikakushi, Watanagashi, Meakashi, and Sumi Horoboshi chapter all have something in common. Someone in the group becomes violent because of dark or paranoid thoughts. In each world, either Keiichi Maebara, Shion Sonozaki, or Ranaryugu become violent as their delusions grew stronger. Keiichi Maebara, Shion Sonozaki, and Ranaryugu are all my close friends, but they are all born and raised differently. The only common factor is that they all live in Hinamizawa. I just said it not too long ago, though. When we peer through these fragments of multiple worlds, the constant phenomena become our facts, and the chance phenomena hold little meaning. In other words, the unrelated individual culprits are not all that important. To go further, the violence of their crimes also bears no meaning. Keiichi Maebara beat his friends to death, Shion Sonozaki killed the central people of the 3 families, and Ranaryugu took over the school. They were all different. There's nothing in common there. In fact, the very, very important truth is that while the culprit and the crimes are decided at random, their process of growing paranoid until they resort to violence is always constant. The suspect changes every time, but the process does not. After comparing the different worlds, this is the truth I found. This is one truth that is common to all the worlds of Hinamizawa. The rule is that a random person becomes violent under the influence of paranoid thoughts. This is Rule X. Keiichi Maebara, Shion Sonozaki, and Ranaryugu, pieces with no particular connection, have the potential to succumb to that rule with random probability. I don't know what the probability is that those pieces will be ensnared by that rule. Perhaps there is some rule to that. Is it because these 3 are all close in age? Or is it because they all live in Hinamizawa? Well, we're not detectives or police officers. This is not something that a small girl like us, Rika Furude, can easily figure out. At least we now know that there's a mysterious rule in the world of Hinamizawa. People who only live in one world have no way of knowing that. I'm proud of myself for figuring that out. I guess for you it's not particularly surprising, though. Huh? What did you say? That's right. If something is common among all worlds, that means it's fated to happen. Some events quickly come to mind, don't they? Right. Jiro Tometake and Mio Takano are always killed in those worlds. On top of that, they are murdered in exactly the same way in every world. In other words, unlike our previous rule with its variability, their murders are thoroughly planned out by someone with a strong will. So that does not fit with the mysterious, vague Rule X that leads a random individual to violence. After all, they are always murdered regardless of who falls to Rule X. Therefore, there's another rule to these worlds, a rule that says Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano will get killed on the night of Watanagashi. Let's call it Rule Y. Don't you see how funny it is? Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano are killed in every world, right? Every time, the character who gets cursed always thinks that their death has something to do with the danger that's awaiting them. The fact that someone turns violent, Rule X, and Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano's death, Rule Y, are supposed to be two independent rules, but they all tend to link them together. Of course, one could say that that's how they became ensnared in the spell of paranoia leading them to violence to begin with. But do you think, in their paranoia, that they notice someone is trying to lead them to link those rules together? Yes. Whoever the piece leading them is, they are the one making the stage called Hinamizawa very complicated. You should have noticed at least two suspicious people. Do you know who I'm talking about? That's right. I'm referring to Kurado Oishi and Mio Takano. When you compare our previous fragments, the rule of the piece, known as Kurado Oishi, becomes clear. He is a detective who is retiring this year, and he's in a hurry to solve the mystery of the series of deaths in Hinamizawa. After he retires, he'll have to move away from the village. That's why he's desperate to solve this case before he has to leave Hinamizawa. Why is he so obsessed with the serial murders in Hinamizawa? That's right. It's because of the first murder involving the manager of the construction site. The victim was Oishi's close friend. You will see that if you look at the Himitsu Bushi chapter. Oishi was there when the dam conflict was at its peak. He saw how the Sonozaki family took control of the Onigafuchi Guardians, and he believed that the Sonozaki family was pulling the strings behind the whole incident. That's why he was always suspected that the Sonozaki family was behind the series of mysterious deaths, regardless of the evidence or lack thereof. His personal, biased belief, combined with his credibility as a police detective, affected the pitiable victims of persecution complexes in each world. As a result, the pitiful victims of Rule X come to accept the Sonozaki family as the identity of the unknown force their paranoia seeks. Shion Sonozaki's case was the most conspicuous one in that matter. So yes, if this piece, Oishi, didn't intervene, then perhaps the victims of Rule X wouldn't have resorted to such violence. So the role of his piece plays is to indirectly cause the tragedy. I don't know who named him this, but the Oyashiro-sama's servant is the perfect nickname for Oishi. The other suspicious person is Mio Takano. One would assume the only role of her piece is to amuse herself with research in Onigafuchi's dreadful history and to take pleasure in scaring others with those tales. However, just like Oishi, she also gives them the idea that the Sonozaki family is behind all the mysterious incidents that happened in the village. She interfered the most with Rennaryugu. For Mio Takano, Rennaryugu was the perfect prey, grasping at straws to try and identify the force she suspected. Ironically, however, Mio Takano always ends up getting killed at the end. If she had survived and seen Renna take over the school, she would have laughed long and loud. Now, have you realized that these two pieces and the roles they fulfill have their own rule too? They talk about the Sonozaki family and the listeners always believe them. This is Rule Z, and what a humorous rule it is. You should already have an answer to this mystery in your fragments on hand. The fact is that the Sonozaki family always acts as if they are responsible, no matter if they are or not. They always pretend to be the villains in order to make sure the people continue to fear them. As a result, the villagers have believed that the Sonozaki family has been pulling the strings ever since the dam conflict ended. Kurado Oishi and Mio Takano were simply fooled by that rule. Actually, the whole village was fooled by it. Still, the more I think about it, the stranger the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa seems to me. Do you know why? Nearly all of the fragments of memories we have here are from 1983, so I have no idea about the incidents from 1980 to 1982. But it's likely that interpreting these murders as serial is simply a result of falling victim to Rule Z, believing that the Sonozaki family is pulling the strings behind everything. In short, they may be trying to conflate those multiple crimes, which each happened for different reasons, into one big case. Well, I have no way of discerning the truth from the fragments here. Still, perhaps something lies in one of them. Each case was supposed to have been solved individually after all. We don't know if that theory is sound or irrational, but it might surprisingly be an element we can't ignore. That reminds me, Shion said something intriguing in the Meakashi chapter. That curse system she came up with. Do you remember that? Her theory was that the villagers believed that they were allowed to kill an enemy of the village on the night of Watanagashi in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and that this foundation of murder is allowed on that night alone is the true identity of the curse. Since most of the fragments here are from 1983, there's nothing to back the validity of Shion's theory, but there are still interesting things about it. In other words, her theory is that the suspect is not the one who's committing the crime, it's the environment that's causing the murder. People in the single world tend to analyze the criminal's life to determine the process that led them to crime, but her idea is different. The real crime is committed not by the criminals, but by the environment. In other words, it may only be happenstance that Robert A. Hello, Raiders! How you doing? Hello, Flamin' Rhythm. What were you playing? Let's see. I'm gonna do a little shout out real quick for you. Hello, Raiders. How you doing? We are playing Higurashi. For a second I was like, is my bot broken? But yes, hello. Oh, you were playing Splatoon 2. Hopefully your matches were going good. But yes, hello, Commander. How you doing? Yes, we are in Chapter 7 of Higurashi, so we're doing some, background stuff. But yeah, how was Splatoon 2? Oh, that's a fun emote. Hello! I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you, Flamin'. I'm not sure if it's just my memory or not, but it's nice to have you here again. In other words, it may only be happenstance that Robber A committed the crime. The environment of poverty may have created Robber B instead, or perhaps even Robber C. Man, every time I see a wiggle emote, it's just like, man, I need to make one of those. One day. Oh, thank you for following. I will just wiggle myself. Hello, Lisa. It was fun when we were doing the salmon run. It was pretty fun. Oh, nice. Right, it's so cute. One day I'll make one. Because I'm always happy when I have a gifted sub of someone who has a wiggle emote. So it's just I need to make one. Named Milo. Oh, that's cute. Let's see. But yeah, everybody that joined in with the raid, feel free to lurk or go up and get some snacks. This is a very good game to just lurk with. And just vibe. Ever a redemption to feed him? That's cute. I definitely want to make one. Okay. A might not even be a criminal in another world. Therefore, the real criminal is not A, but the environment that creates A, B, or C. Milo shall be the king of the world, yes, with his supreme wiggles. And well, while people in a single world may be able to reach such an idea, the widespread desire to place blame commonly causes A to be lynched by society while the environment that gave rise to A goes ignored. Did I confuse you? I'm sorry. Perhaps that example was actually harder to understand for you. It's easy for me to see it like that because I'm from the normal world. Let me make it simple for you. The culprit behind the tragedy in many worlds isn't individuals like Keiichi Maebara. Oh, thank you for the resub! Subscription moment. Subscription moment, yes. Thank you for the resub, Flamin' Rhythm. I lost my place. The culprit behind the tragedy in many worlds isn't individuals like Keiichi Maebara or Shinon Sodazaki, but the environment. Whoops. Y'all didn't see that. So Rule X is the true culprit at fault. You're earning good marks if you can't grasp that, even if we don't know the identity of Rule X. And if you can grasp the 3 rules governing the stage called Hinamizawa, rules X, Y, and Z, then you're earning very good marks. So long as you understand those rules, then even if this is your first experienced world, you should easily find the truth without distraction. See? Isn't it fun? Merely 3 simple rules are interacting with the stage, creating a kaleidoscope of different worlds. This is probably a very unusual case. In other locations, you shouldn't be able to see such extreme variations even after looping through several worlds. It keeps me entertained just staying here and watching these worlds revolve. Anyway, there's one more fact that we can understand from these fragments of worlds. This is the biggest problem we Rikafurudes are facing. The fact that Rikafurude always dies each time. It's as if June 1983 is a dead end for her. Worse, there's no randomness to it. It's guaranteed to happen. In other words, it's the same pattern as the deaths of Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano. It's following the exact same rule, Rule Y. Tomitake, Jiro, and Takano Mio are always murdered on the night of Watanagashi. Furude Rika's date of death is not always the same, but she's always dead by the middle of June. Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano are probably attacked on their way home, so that's why it always happens on the same night. But for Rika Furude, it's different. She takes different actions in every world, and her lifestyle is very unpredictable. For that reason, the day of her death is not always the same. However, she always dies in June, because a similar powerful conviction vows to kill her too. So we can assume that the same Rule Y killing them is also the rule behind her death? Is the same person killing all three of them? I don't know if it's the same person, but it's highly likely the same rule is at work. Is it the same person or the same organization? Is it the same views? The same goals? Rika's most important goal is to escape her deadly fate, but it doesn't mean that she just wants to leave the village and survive. She wants to live happily in the village. All her friends must also be happy too. That's Rika's happy future, the ideal future she hopes for. It's tragic that we can't realize such a simple desire no matter how many times we repeat this, though it's a tragedy we're only able to perceive because we're beings capable of comparing the fragments between different worlds. By the way, I have some interesting information. While Rika is almost always killed by Rule Y, have you noticed that she's killed by Rule X in some worlds? Right, it happened in the Watanagashi and the Miyakashi chapters. Rika Furude committed suicide, but you can say she was more or less killed by Rule X via Shion Sonozaki in those worlds. In other words, this is a blunder for Rule Y. Rule Y is trying to kill Rika with a strong desire to achieve some aim, but she was killed before that as a result of the unrelated Rule X. That might have caused them to show some disturbance. If Rule Y's objective is simply to bury Rika, then that's not a problem. But if they have some objective beyond that, then that might show up as some other phenomenon. Perhaps the Watanagashi and Miyakashi chapters have something in common, something that doesn't happen in the other worlds. Unfortunately, we're Rika Furude, so we don't know what happens after Rika is dead. Or, by any chance, do you know what happened? Since I'm Rika Furude, I only know of events during Rika's life. You, on the other hand, are a special existence who was born in a superior world. Is there anything that didn't happen in the Watanagashi and Miyakashi chapters that happened in all the other worlds after Rika's death? If you know anything, then that must be another truth behind Rule Y. The memories I have here are all mainly about the chaos brought about by Rika's friends, that is, Rule X, but its foundation, Rule Z, and the obvious hostility common among all worlds, Rule Y, are what I believe to be the true rules governing the stage. If so, then Rika's path is a thorny one. She needs to fight Rule Y in order to survive. Unless she defeats it, she has no future past June 1983. And to win her own happiness, she must also beat Rule X to win her friend's safety. So long as that's undefeated, one of Rika's precious friends may be led to tragedy. If that happens, then even should Rika survive, she wouldn't have the happy future she hopes for. She also may have to defeat Rule Z, just as Sonozaki Shion faced it in Miyakashi. As long as Rule Z remains, then even if she escapes 1983, it's possible for another tragedy may lie waiting in 1984. It's extremely likely that Rule Z is the breeding ground for Rule X. Hinamizawa's fundamental belief is that the Sonozaki family is behind everything, and the custom that anything can be misconstrued as the curse may indirectly be the root of all evil here. People are not surprised to see somebody die on the night of Watanagashi. That type of thinking is keeping the curse alive in Hinamizawa, where it causes even more tragedy. It's Rule Z reinforcing itself. Rules X, Y, and Z. There are 3 rules that hunt Rika down in the eternal June of 1983. They are all tough obstacles. We didn't even figure out these 3 common rules until recently. Were you aware of them? If you were, I'll give you straight A's. I've tried so hard in the past to break these rules, but I was never successful. However, a miracle happened in the Sumi Horoboshi chapter. Keiichi Mabara was able to recognize a small fragment from another world by chance, and he beat Rule X. In the end, Rika was still killed that night by Rule Y, though. But still, one rule was defeated. That was a huge leap forward. Rika knew that these were common rules among the worlds, but she could never break any of them. Eventually, she gave up and lost interest in the worlds. That's how I was born. However, she's different now. She learned something valuable from Keiichi Maibara, that the rules can be broken with a strong enough will to fight. If she can break all 3 rules, Rika Furude will be freed from her eternal prison. She doesn't have much time left, though. Rika has traveled through many worlds. Her physical lifespan is not a problem, but her mental lifespan is getting shorter. Mentally, she is extremely old, and her soul is starting to turn into something different. In the end, she'll probably lose the ability to experience singular worlds. She's already showing these signs, and eventually her memories from the parallel worlds will mix together, ultimately causing her derangement and the loss of Rika Furude's soul. Then she will disappear. That means you and I are going to be left in this dark world. The fragments of our memories will gradually disappear, and we will be left alone in the eternal darkness. Eventually, we will die. Rika Furude is aware of that. She knows that her mental lifespan is getting shorter and shorter. Hanyu is also losing her powers. She can't rewind through years of time like she used to. Her power has decreased so much that she can barely rewind 1 month of time. Actually, she can only rewind a few weeks. In the next world, she should only have about 2 weeks of time. Rika Furude is going to try and break all 3 worlds in just those 2 weeks. I wanted to know what's outside the well, so I tried to claw my way up from there. I wanted to know what's inside the well, so I continued to climb even when I fell and injured myself. I finally realized the higher I climb, the more pain I feel when I fall. When the curiosity towards the world and my physical pain became equal, I finally understood the meaning of the frog in the well. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance of actual persons or organizations is entirely coincidental. Okay, we're going into Minagoroshi. Doing a little stretch real quick. While it's showing us the title card. I felt no gravity in the darkness, and lost all my senses as a result. I banged my head on the floor with a dull thud. Seeing stars behind my eyelids, I curled into a ball while holding my head in pain. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Rika! Please say something. I had no idea why I was in this situation, but as soon as I heard their voices from the top of the cliff, I realized that I must have fallen. Ah, I remember. I was playing behind the shrine with the rest of the club members. I got too excited and started doing something very dangerous. Then the tree branch broke. That's how I fell off the cliff. My body started to ache all over. I remembered how I fell, but I still felt strange for some reason. I couldn't remember what I was doing. No, it was more that I couldn't remember who Rika Furude was before I fell off the cliff. Oh. I heard Hanyu's panicked voice. Look at her! Look at her! We finally see her! She's finally actually here! I looked behind me and saw Hanyu standing there with a scared look on her face. Hanyu? What just happened? Hello, you were playing with everyone who fell off the cliff. Are you okay? I don't care about that, Hanyu. What day is it today? What year and what month is it? I always ask this question first when something like this happens. She finally realized that I was asking the same old question. It's June of 1983. The Watanagashi Festival is next week, so... Oh dear. We only have that much time left? This is the best we can do, Hanyu muttered regretfully. It was the middle of June, 1983. If this really was the best she could do, I had no choice. I couldn't complain. I gradually started to remember more things. If this is June of 1983... I see. Okay, I'm lurking. Go get some food. Yes, you feed yourself. I know I'm always hungry after stream, so you'll get some nutrition. But have fun lurking. I was killed again. After Rena surrendered to the police, all of the classmates were given checkups at the clinic. I didn't get hurt, so I was sent back home after they determined I had no injuries. My memory started getting vague from that point on. A common characteristic of my violent deaths. When my life is taken away violently, the memory before a death becomes vague with static. It's like a violently ripped roll of toilet paper. That example should make it easy to understand, even if it's uncouth. That's why I have no clear memory of what happened and how I died that night. I only have vague memories. I think someone covered my mouth with a handkerchief or something, and I passed out. That's about the only thing that I remember, and only vaguely. I'm not even sure if it really happened. The only thing I know for sure is that I was attacked on my way home, or possibly after I got there, and that I was murdered suddenly. I don't know who killed me or how I was killed. I'm glad that at least I don't remember the horrific ending to my life every time it happens. Because of my experiences, I think I now understand why ghosts wander around this world, not knowing that they died so suddenly. If it's a death from a long-lasting illness, people tend to remember that they were sick. They can kind of assume that they died after being sick for a long time. But when your memory is violently disrupted like mine, it can be quite confusing. When I first experienced this, I wasn't sure if I was dreaming or not. I even thought that I hit my head hard and lost my memory. I needed to organize things before I get too confused. My name is Rika Frude. People look at me in a special way, but that's not a big deal for me. All I want is a happy life where I can play around with my best friends. I can't remember how long I've been living just for the sake of obtaining that special happiness. This panicked girl here is named Hanyu. I'm the only one who can see her. Perhaps she only exists inside my head? At any rate, Hanyu is invisible and can generally only interact with me. It'll be a long story if I try to explain Hanyu's existence, so I won't be doing that right now. Besides, I don't even know how I should talk about her. She's been there since I was born, and her existence is a natural thing for me. I saw everyone running up the gravel road towards me. They're my important and lovable best friends. Our group's active, boisterous, and we get serious about doing stupid things. I'm never bored when I'm around them, and I love them very much.
Rika-chan, are you okay? Did you sprain your ankle?
Where did you get hurt? Let this old man have a look at it.
Thank you so much. I just got a bump on my head.
I think all I got was a bump at least. My injury wasn't as serious as everyone thought.
When you hit your head, you still need to be cautious, even if you're fine for the moment.
That's true. You should get the coach to check you out just in case.
That's a good idea. Do you want me to go and get him?
Yeah. We'll go ask somebody to use a phone and call him here.
No need to do that. I'm totally fine. Absolutely not, Rika. You must be cautious.
Setsuko warned me with a stern voice. It really wasn't a big deal, but I decided to nod since Setsuko was trying to be generous. She wasn't trying to boss me around or anything. She was only saying that because of how much she cares. I've seen it before in many different lives that I've been through. I have no doubt she's really concerned about me. It's not just Setsuko. Mion, Rena, and Keiichi are the same. They're all so nice to me, and they truly do care. Mion left to look for a phone. Rena was also left with a towel, looking for the water tap. Setsuko remained nearby, taking care of me with a worried face, and Hanyu was just standing there, still wearing a panicked look. Keiichi seemed to be panicked too, but he was trying not to show it. He was standing by me, wearing a calm expression. Are you alright?
I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anywhere.
I'm glad you're not seriously injured. I was super worried. I wouldn't feel anything special about his words if this was a while ago. But at that moment, when Rena took over the classroom, when she hurt Mion, Keiichi tried his best to save Rena, even so. He was more reliable than I ever imagined from his normal behavior. He's usually an insensitive guy who hurts other people's feelings without noticing, but that's not his true self. He has a secret side. He's willing to sacrifice himself for other people. I was just observing that not too long ago. That's why I can honestly feel his generosity now. Now that I think about it, Keiichi regained a memory from another world a previous time around. Is it possible that he carries that memory in this world too? If that's the case, I have some hope. Hanyu and I are totally powerless. Hanyu is only like heir to everyone but me, and I'm just a little girl. There's only so much that we can do ourselves. But Keiichi is different. He changed the fate that I had once resigned myself to. He's somebody who may have the power to take me to my unforeseen future. If I can get Keiichi to understand me, he could be my hero. Perhaps I'm actually not expecting that much out of him. I just want someone to understand my struggle of being stuck in this maze.
Keiichi?
I spoke to him slowly. It had been a while since I felt so nervous. I hadn't felt this way since I started my endless life in 1983. As a witch, I normally would know what his response would be before even talking to him. I often remain silent because I already know how pitiful the reply would be. But in that case, why was I so nervous now? Huh? Did you call me, Rika-chan? Hanyu gave me a disappointed look before I responded to Keiichi.
Rika.
Oops. I could tell what Hanyu was thinking too. The miracle wasn't going to happen. If miracles do happen, one could have happened many times in my other lives. But I've only seen one miracle before. The miracle that Keiichi gave me was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of miracle. Only if it happened again would it be a true miracle. I would get out of this world just because I had rolled 6, or I won't get out of this world just because I rolled 6 on the dice once. I can't get out unless I get a miracle that's equivalent to getting 6 on the dice 10 times in a row. And so, I rolled 10 dice wishing that they'd all turn out to be 6.
Keiichi?
What is it? Are you hurt anywhere? He looked at me worriedly after I called his name twice.
Keiichi? Do you remember?
I knew how sudden my question was. As I thought he would, he looked at me with a confused face. Huh? What are you talking about? I looked inside his eyes to see his true feelings. He should remember. He should know. Even though he doesn't have the memory, Keiichi experienced it.
What is he referring to, Keiichi-san? Did you do something bad to her? You had better speak up. Keiichi, do you remember climbing up on the school roof? The school roof? Keiichi-san, you climbed up there? I'm not asking you, Satoko. Do you remember, Keiichi?
I did? I climbed on the roof? When? You must be mistaken somehow, Rika-chan. I never climbed up on the roof, and I don't even know how to get up there. Of course you haven't experienced it in this world yet, but please tell me that you remember. I know you've never been up on the roof, but you should still remember doing it. You shouldn't be able to remember it, true, but you actually did once. You should be able to remember it once again.
Perhaps you went up there to get a ball or something?
Never. Have you been up there, Satoko?
Unthinkable! I would get in such terrible trouble if I did something like that.
But I'd bet it'd be really good to take a nap up there.
There's no way he would remember. If miracles could happen that easily, neither of us would be suffering like this.
Shut up. I knew that. I knew that he wouldn't remember.
Our fate is already set in stone. We're like a pitiful cicada that dies after the summer festival.
Shut up.
Oh.
As I stared at her fiercely, Hanyu noticed that she had crossed a line. This might be a waste of time. The maze we're in might not have an exit. It might be an endless loop without a goal in place. We are trapped in this fate. I thought that Keiichi might be able to get me out of here, but that Keiichi I saw was truly a miracle, a momentary glimmer. The Keiichi of this world doesn't bear that same miracle. All the same, I'm not going to give up. Last time too, I gave up on fighting destiny. I realized Nano was beyond salvation, so I bid her farewell and forsook that world. But Keiichi fought and broke the cycle of fate. I should have worked harder with that Keiichi in that world. I could have broken this endless cycle together with him. Am I going to repeat this life waiting for that miracle to happen again? I can't do that. I don't want to repeat the same life anymore. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this world, my fate, and everything. I'm tired of getting murdered by destiny. Katie showed me a miracle. I should be able to do the same too. I must fight. I must fight with all my remaining power. I was always fighting. I was fighting when I had more power, but I never made it. How can I expect to win this time? Still, I must fight. Keiichi taught me that fate can be shattered. I'm going to fight one more time.
I believe in you, Rika.
That will be in the next chapter, more than likely. But we'll see what this chapter holds. Oh, we're already at the part with the tip. I mean, I guess that makes sense. We are almost an hour in. Okay, let's see our first tip for this chapter. To my granddaughter. I'm sorry for leaving you like this. I just need you to understand I'd rather take my own life than be fearful of how many days I have left to live. That's why I'm writing this letter to you. I can't stand the fear of being unable to leave behind a will while my life is prolonged, even as I lose my consciousness. In the end, there's nothing I can leave behind for you. I was unable to leave any of my achievements to this world. I was forgotten before I was dead. I leave this world a humiliated man, knowing that I had no appreciation from anyone. You must do better than me. You must achieve something that your grandfather was never able to achieve. I don't mind what field you choose. You must leave your mark on this world. You must leave behind your achievements. You will eventually die someday. You will eventually turn to ashes. As a human being, that's your inevitable fate. But if you achieve a great success, you will live forever, even after you depart. Those who live beyond their deaths are called gods. I wish to become one, but I was unable to do so. So in my place, you must become a god someday. Well, she didn't become a god. She became a witch. Two very completely different things. Let's see. Oh, I like this view. That was a new one. Huh. I really like seeing all the different, Oh, here we are. Right, better than nothing, but still, at what cost? There, you're all done. Iri withdrew the needle from Setsuko's arm. It must not have hurt much for the needles to be pulled out. Setsuko kept her eyes closed in fear, thinking that the needle was still inside her arm.
Satoko, you're all done, you know? What? It's finally over?
As Setsuko opened her eyes, she found that Iri was no longer sitting in front of her. Takano was wiping her arm with rubbing alcohol instead. That's right, you're all done now. Dr. Iri is good with needles, unlike me. You didn't even notice he was finished. Don't touch that part of your arm for a while, okay? Also, try not to carry anything heavy.
Of course! I know that by now. Good for you, Satoko. I'll pat your head for you. Pa pa pa. It was nothing. There's nothing I did that would require you to pat my head.
Not long ago, she would go into a panic when it was time for her to get her shot. That way, the way she behaved today in itself is worthy of praise. Everyone in this room smiled, aware of that growth. Please give her the usual test, will you, Takano-san? Sure. All right, Satoko-chan. It's time for the quiz we always do.
Your quiz is always quite difficult for me.
Take it easy. If it's too difficult, you can just tell me that you don't know the answer. You don't have to think too hard. Just tell me whatever comes to mind at that moment. Takano smiled at Satoko to ease her tension. Then she led Satoko to a desk in the back of the examination room.
I hope Satoko gets better soon.
I don't know if it's because of the heat, but Satoko has been showing negative symptoms since last month. The change of seasons can affect her physically and emotionally. It's not a surprise that this is happening to her. I'm going to see Iri and ask him how Satoko is doing. What are you going to do, Hanyu?
I'm going to stay with Satoko.
Thank you. I'll leave it to you. Hanyu went over to where Satoko was. Fortunately, I'm the only one who can see Hanyu. She won't be a distraction if she goes and observes Satoko's test. I, of course, would be a distraction like that. This is supposed to be a routine exam, but it seems like Takano is teasing her by giving her difficult questions. It would be pretty funny to observe how Satoko reacts to them. I'm a little jealous that Hanyu gets to watch everything without being a bother to Satoko. Edie was talking with 2 other staff members about Satoko's exam results. I walked up and joined them. Thank goodness. She seems to be improving. From what Edie was saying, her results must have turned out well.
Edie, how is she?
Don't worry. The results were good. I'll discuss this more with you later. After ordering his staff to continue their work, Edie showed me some difficult paperwork and started explaining it to me. I guess we overreacted to the test results from last week. Her condition shifted dramatically because of the change in climate. Did she have a cold by any chance? There was one night recently that was fairly hot. Satoko was sleeping without her blanket and her stomach was exposed. She might have caught a cold that night.
She was sleeping with her belly exposed. I poked her belly button, but she didn't wake up at all.
That sounds like fun. Please call me if that happens again. I would love to poke Satoko-chan's belly button too. Annie, stop it. Stop being like this. Stop. Stop it.
It's so soft. Her belly is chunky too. It was so cute that I didn't want to cover it with a blanket.
That's why she caught a cold, huh?
Rika, I can hear you. You had better put a blanket on me next time.
Right, Edie being Edie.
You're in the middle of a quiz, Satoko-chan. You need to concentrate.
Edie, Hanyu, and I all laughed. Satoko went back to her test with a bitter look on her face. Edie began speaking to me in a softer voice. She's in remission, but her level is still L3 negative. She was and will continue to be in a critical condition.
She's never ever going to get better?
Just like with anaphylaxis. Her body will be conditioned to react severely even after the foreign chemical is out of her system. In other words,
she'll never move below the level 3 stage.
Yes, that's right. But it's not at the end of the world. She can control it by maintaining a proper lifestyle, as well as taking some medication.
But it'll never be cured in her whole lifetime.
I looked at Satoko as she enjoyed taking her test. She seemed to be having fun, even while being teased by Takano. I can't believe that she's suffering from an incurable disease.
If you think of it in a negative way, you're right.
This is probably Edie saying this, but many people in the world are coping with incurable illnesses. Diabetes is a good example. The condition itself can never be cured, but the symptoms can be controlled. I know that very well. There are many worse diseases in the world. Satoko might be in an inevitably good situation compared to many other sick people. Of course, I'm not giving up on her. I'll make sure that I'll cure her disease someday. I promise.
I trust you.
Yes, trust me. Edie spoke to me with a serious look on his face. As Satoko's best friend, I felt relieved to hear his words. I'm sure he'll do his best to save Satoko's life. I have no doubt that he'll do so. I've seen him act like this in every life I've lived. I also know why he's so passionate to save her, but I'm not supposed to know about it in this life. That's why I always pretend not to see his sad smile. By the way, Rika-san, Rika-san, you'll be conducting another big test at the end of the month.
Am I going to be the guinea pig this time?
It's not like that. You're only helping our studies, which will save many people's lives. Edie's guinea pig is not just Satoko. I'm also one of them. Although guinea pig is probably not the right term. Without Edie's efforts, Satoko would not be here today. For that reason, I should be showing respect to this man. I smiled at him, since my choice of words had hurt his feelings.
Meep. If testing me can save Satoko's life, I don't mind being a guinea pig.
Thank you for your support. I won't be causing you so much trouble if I had more money and equipment. The next moment, the phone rang.
Hosted, hello, Peach! Hi, how you doing?
Edie answered it with his usual business-like tone. Also, I still don't know why I'm not getting alerts for you hosting, because I know it's worked before. Oh no. Hello, this is Edie. You have a call from the line from Tokyo. I'll transfer it to the other phone.
I could hear the voice from the phone. Ah, it must be Risa-san then. Is it that time of the year already? I'm going to pick it up at the office. Will you transfer it here? Absolutely. Please hang up on this line, in that case. Okay. I'm sorry, Rika-san. I got a call from Tokyo.
Don't mind me.
As soon as Edie hung up the phone in the other room started ringing. He left the examination room and headed towards the office. I also don't get alerts when I host either. That's really weird. Because I know, like, both of you guys have, like, shown up in the alerts when you've hosted. I might have to look into that. Because I looked into it, and it's not, like, a minimum person thing. So, I don't know. I'll have to check it. Because I know the bot that's associated with the alerts keeps, like, turning off. But we'll figure it out one day. Hanyu returned to my side as soon as Edie left. Hanyu doesn't like to be around me when I'm talking with Edie. I don't think she dislikes him. It's just that she doesn't really want to hear what he has to say. Edie doesn't mean any harm, but Hanyu is often hurt by the things that come out of his mouth. How's Satoko doing?
She's not good at spot the difference like usual. I was able to find more differences than her.
I don't care how well you did. What about Satoko?
Oh.
I thought she was there to check on Satoko, but she was taking the quiz alongside her instead. That's so typical of Hanyu.
Hello, Rocket. How you doing?
I am a goober once again. She was treating it almost like a game, but Satoko was tired after taking the same quiz every week. She seemed sleepy, especially after waking up so early this morning. The quiz in this case wasn't about a right or wrong answer. It was about timing, in minutes, how long it took her to answer the question, and observing how she acted during the quiz.
You're doing good, that's good.
Not all the questions will be simple ones, so Satoko often got headaches, more so than even the spelling tests we take at school. Is it almost over?
Yes, it is. The book Takano has right now is the last one.
Takano was showing the book to Satoko with abstract pictures inside. I couldn't even tell it was supposed to be a picture. It was just a symmetrical ink stain. This is the last one. What do you think this is? Both Hanyu and I looked at the picture over Satoko's shoulders. Even I didn't know what to answer when looking at that strange ink stain. Satoko continued to think. Takano observed her, taking notes while Satoko struggled. She was also timing how long it took her to answer, holding a stopwatch under the table. I spoke to Hanyu, so only she could hear me. Good. It's a car. Maybe. That or it's a... Satoshi. What do you think it looks like, Hanyu?
Well... Oh! It's soft serve ice cream. It fell onto the ground and ended up like this. Hello. It's been wasted.
I see. This is a good test for understanding a person's mind. To me, it looked like a horse mackerel that had been cut open and its guts pulled out. I was thinking of food, too. It was rather shocking to learn that my thought processes are the same as Hanyu's. What does it look like to you? You don't have to think too hard. Satoko must have been not be very good at this test. She always takes a long time to answer questions like this. She finally opened her mouth to speak.
It's like... 2 butterflies are on top of each other.
2 butterflies on top of each other. Tell me more about it. Why are they on top of each other? Takano continued to take notes as Satoko spoke. Curious about what she was writing, I looked, but... Is that German? I can't read it at all. Takano is so mean.
They were apart for quite some time, but having finally reunited, they're excited to see each other again. I apologize. I don't even know what I'm trying to say.
You're saying that you miss Satoshi. What would something like this say about me? I'm not sure. I think... I know, like, a lot of inkblot tests are, like, around, but, like, I don't really know if, like, there's not, like, a right answer or a wrong answer, so maybe you just want to go noom. You have the zoomies. or you want to do That one thing that you brought up in Psych's stream, I think like driving from California to New York, I don't remember what it was called.
No, you're doing just fine. You can just tell me whatever's on your mind. That's the whole point of this test.
Are you certain even such a strange answer is serving a purpose?
Of course. For example, take this picture. You gave me a totally different answer last year. I can tell how you've changed by comparing just how you respond.
Yeah, the cannonball run. So maybe you still have that in mind.
Really, I don't like this test. What did I even say last year?
Takano smiled and took a note without answering her question. I tried to remember what her answer was, but I have more than 100 years worth of memories in my head. Hanyu might remember better than I do. As I looked at Hanyu, I realized that she was standing there with a sad expression. I decided not to ask her. I could tell what kind of answer Satoko gave back then just by looking at Hanyu's face. Last year, June 1982, that was when Satoko was being abused by her cruel aunt. Recalling that, I didn't even want to know what Satoko answered. But just a year later, the Satoko who was so worn down could no longer be seen. She became so strong. I know how difficult it was for her to say strong, though, and strong like this. Her growth over the past year is overwhelming to me.
Yeah, her aunt. Her aunt was the person that Satoshi killed. So, you know, she doesn't really exist for the most part. But yeah. Because it was her aunt and uncle that were abusing her last year, and then Satoko was like, let's just get rid of the aunt. And then, you know, the uncle can leave, and then we'll be fine. And then, you know, stuff happened. He disappeared mysteriously.
Are you done with the test? Iri returned from his office.
Yes, we are finished.
Satoko-chan is holding it a lot better now. We were done pretty quick today.
Yeah, the uncle died by Keiichi's hands in the one route that he was here. And then he was just like, where'd the bodies go? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Ha 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 ha! I did my best to ensure it was done with quickly. I have plans after this, so I can't stay here too long.
You have something after this? Today is Sunday, right?
We're doing a club activity at Mi's uncle's toy store today.
No worries. You were so obedient with the test, or no wonder you were so obedient with the test today. It was because you have plans. Sorry we held you so long. Well, here's your stuff, Satoko-chan. Iri put a big paper bag on the table. He opened it up and gave her instructions about the medications. Satoko had heard the same instructions over and over before, but Iri still continued to talk just the same. Since you're doing better, you can go back to 2 shots per day. Please, give yourself a shot before lunch and before you go to bed. Make sure you change the needle every time. Don't ever use the same one twice. I'm prescribing this one just in case you really need it when you're feeling sick.
Yeah, same as usual, I know.
Satoko couldn't wait to meet our friends at the club activity. It made me feel happy to see her excited as this.
She only has to take 2 shots per day now. I'm glad.
The number of shots she has to take each day represents how well she's doing, so it's a good thing that she has to take fewer shots.
It's tough for her to give herself a shot 2 times a day. Hello.
Hanyu grew quiet after hearing my comment.
That's Hanyu. She's my favorite. She ends her sentences with Nano Desu. And she goes, hello.
Iri handed her a paper bag after he finished his instructions.
Rika, at last it's over.
Good job. You seemed anxious during the test today. Have fun with your friends.
Is she human? Nope.
I'm sorry I was so tense. You have my thanks for all that you've done for me.
Are you going to make it on time? I can give you a ride there. Oh, I also bought a new stuffed animal. It's in my car. You can give it a name if you like.
Oh my! What sort of creature could it be? I wonder what I should name it. Well, what is it exactly?
It's a cat again. One with tiger stripes this time. I think you'll like it a lot. Satoko and Takano are good friends. They're both fond of stuffed animals. Every time Takano gets a new one, she brags about it to Satoko. That's all they have in common, but
Having a friend like Takano is a special thing for Satoko. She's part of the Hojo family who tried to betray the village. People at the clinic are the only adults who will even talk to Satoko. Why does this all seem bittersweet right now? I don't know. It is like the very beginning of the chapter, so it's not when anything bad happens, but it's probably the background music. Oh no, don't go to the car, that's how you go missing. Right? It's just like, I know she's not a stranger, but danger! Don't trust the fluff and happy stuff. Yeah, because we know what's gonna be coming. Have fun at the club. You should suggest wearing maid uniforms for the punishment game. I have every kind and every size. Either way, I'll see you next week.
No, thank you. See you next week.
Oh, that was Rika. Whoops.
Well, let's be going. Our battle today is not only against the club members. I'm itching to put my skills to the test.
I bowed slightly and made to leave the examination room, but I soon realized something. Iri was looking at me with a sad expression on his face. Just with that look, I could tell what he wanted to say. Please take care of Satoko-chan if something happens to her. I nodded at him and stepped out into the hallway with Satoko.
My goodness, I'm used to these tests and quizzes, but they always leave me exhausted. You don't like taking the tests? Well, I don't, but they are my job. There's nothing I can do about that.
Satoko was supporting Edie's research. She gets financial support by helping him out, or at least that's what Satoko thinks she's doing. I feel most of the bad stuff that happened from other chapters is kind of out of the way for now. Yeah, until the, Hinamizawa, Watanagashi festival. Still feel for the meeting between a girl's head and the tractor. I don't think that happens. I might have forgotten it, but I don't think that happens. Not in this series. Yeah, don't trust anything. Satoko was bursting with enthusiasm, so we headed to Okinomiya at full speed. We wound up waiting for Keiichi and the other club members for a long time. We got here early, but they were late. I think they were late last time we did this too. Did it mean that this was something that was meant to happen? It's unpleasant that I can't even change the most minor of fates. I finally saw them coming towards us on their bikes.
Hello, everyone. How utterly slow all of you are.
Satoko acted like she was upset, but I could tell that she was pleased to see them just the same. And that scene sound more like that vampire anime. Which one? Probably not Vampire Knight, but the... Oh gosh. I actually don't... There's like one specific vampire anime that I watched like a few episodes of, but I can't remember. Shiki, yeah! Happened in the anime. I don't... For a tractor? I can't... Maybe it happens later. Yeah. Okay. I think I finished reading that.
Oh wow, Satoko's so cute.
That's why I'll never tire of her. She's adorable. Satoko's behavior soothes my feelings of frustration. This is why I love Satoko. If she was a small fluffy animal, I would definitely keep her in a cage.
Good morning, Satoko-chan and Rika-chan. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Rika-chan. Satoko, think fast. We've got to do this quick before the cops get here. Our goal is 1 billion yen.
Huh? Keiichi-san, what in the world are you talking about? Are we late? When did you guys get here? It doesn't take too long, so we've been waiting here for a while.
Mion and Nana know that Satoko gets a checkup every Sunday at the clinic. Sorry about that. Kei-chan didn't show up on time, so that's why we're late. That Keiichi, he's the reason they're always late.
That's not really surprising. Pipa!
Wait a minute. Am I the bad guy here?
Of course! Out of all the club members, you're the only one who can play the villain. Oh, ho, ho.
What's that supposed to mean? You better watch your mouth. Keiichi and Satoko messed around with each other. Satoko acted like she was crying, and Nana punched Keiichi, knocking him out cold. It was the same old situation they always got into. I can watch this sort of thing forever. It's like having a glass of cold milk after taking a hot bath.
Huh. I can never win against her.
You should get up and move before she cracks your front teeth. We all laughed at him and finished greeting each other.
They're as lively as always.
Nothing more precious than one's health.
You're sounding like an old lady, Rika.
Shut up, who cares what you think? I'm not going to eat any sweets if you keep on saying things like that.
Ow.
Hanyu seemed to be getting more depressed than usual. I should stop teasing her so much. It was a joke. Will you get off of me?
Ow. I'm sorry. Ow.
Hanyu loves sweet treats. She especially loves cake and ice cream. Since she can't eat anything, she has to depend on me when it comes to that. In other words, whatever I eat, Hanyu can taste too. Even if Hanyu craves something, it doesn't mean anything if I don't eat it. In other words, I have total control of what she eats. That's why it's fun to tease her with saying that what I'll eat and what I want. It's almost as fun as teasing Satoko.
You seem to be in a good mood today, Rika-chan. I want to take you home. Omochigaeri.
You'll be arrested if you do that, you know? Hey, Mion, the store owner is calling you.
Rika, did you hear? There's to be a prize for the club activity today.
I remember. Mion was going to be paying 50,000 yen out of her pocket as a prize. Why can't she eat?
Because she doesn't have a physical form.
I can't believe she can just afford that. Therefore, I have to assume that she has some kind of guarantee that she won't lose.
And do you know what it is? It's 50,000 yen! 50,000 yen!
Satoko stared at me. Oh no. She was expecting me to be surprised to hear that the prize was 50,000 yen. It's natural to be surprised after hearing that sum, but I didn't react because I already knew it. Perhaps I gave the impression that I would have known it for a long time.
Keiichi-san, isn't it amazing that the prize is 50,000 yen?
50,000 yen? What the heck is that? That's like 5 years worth of KGGMP. Satoko said the same thing to Keiichi. She probably assumed that I wasn't listening to her, so she decided to talk to Keiichi instead.
Hello.
That was just a small mistake. I'm fine. If I get 50,000 yen, I can get a lifetime supply of soy sauce.
Wait, why ever would you buy soy sauce with a prize like that?
Because a certain someone always gives me a dirty look when I ask her to go and get soy sauce from the store. Whoops.
Because a certain someone always gives me a dirty look when I ask for her to go and get the soy sauce from the store. You're so mean, Rika.
How much soy sauce do you think you could even get for 50,000 yen? Man, I want to see. Keiichi joined the conversation, which finally brought us back to our normal pace. Not having a physical form has stopped me before. Well, I think it's slightly different for Hanyu. I don't know. In order to pursue a greater happiness, I need to sacrifice a smaller one. In the perfect world, Rika Furude was supposed to be surprised to hear from her best friend that the prize was 50,000 yen, but I already knew that. I knew it from my previous life, so all I could do was give her a boring reaction. I can't be surprised at the big prize of 50,000 yen. I can't give her the reaction that she expects from me. I am losing the ability to be surprised by life. And after the continual repetition of small incidents like this, there will be nothing left that I can find interesting. I'll have nothing to be surprised about. I'll never be impressed by anything. Eventually, I'll lose my emotions entirely. That's why I'm always trying to be careful. I make sure I act like Rika Furude, who doesn't know anything. Even though I may not be impressed as a young girl, Rika Furude should be impressed with many things. Rika Furude is supposed to act excited when she encounters something for the first time. I try to, at least. But the more and more I try, the more I feel like Rika Furude is someone very distant.
Rika?
I'm sorry. I know I'm only wasting my lifespan by feeling depressed like this. I should enjoy this life. I don't mean my lifespan literally. I'm not referring to my physical lifespan, but my mental one. The more and more I repeat the same days, the more I lose. from wonder to passion, and eventually my life will become like an overplayed videotape. If I'm tired of that tape, I have a choice to close my eyes and sleep. By the time I wake up, the video should be over. But in reality, my life is not a beat-up old videotape. If I close my eyes and sleep, that would be my death. When my mental lifespan is over, Rika Frude will turn into a doll who can't even move a finger by her own will. When that happens, my pursuit of happiness will be over. I don't want that to happen. It's been at least 100 years, if not more. I've been stuck in this living hell for so long. I don't want my life to end here. Sorry, I'm fine now. You must find it funny that I'm complaining about only a century.
Well, I've grown used to this fate by now.
Alright. I'm fine. I'm Rika Frude. I'm Rika Frude. If I don't stay focused on being Rika Frude, I'm afraid I might end up showing my true self inside of the shell. Rika Frude is supposed to be a cute and innocent little girl, after all.
Beep. What would you buy if you got 50,000 yen, Nana? I wonder if I can buy the Kenta-kun doll. Do you think they'll sell it to me if I give 50,000 yen to the fried chicken store? I think it'd be easier for you to buy the tools and wheelbarrow to steal the doll. I bet Nana-san could break the chain with her bare hands if she wanted to.
I agree on that one.
You're all so mean.
Thus we rejoined the typical flow of conversation naturally. Once I enter that flow, it's not hard for me to continue as Rika Furude. Being Rika Furude is like flying a kite for me. Once it's up in the air, it can stay in the sky for a while. But if something happens and it loses control, it's one heck of a challenge to get back on track. Every time it tries to get back up in the air, the kite gets dragged to the ground and wears out. I'm exactly like that. Finally, Mion started clapping her hands to get everyone's attention. I already know the rules. The members will be broken into 5 different groups, and each group plays a game that they chose together. I was secretly hoping that Mion would change the rules for some reason. There's nothing more boring to already know what was going to happen. Mion can be very capricious. She really might change the rules.
Yeah, but it seems like she's been planning this game for several days already.
Strong will can be fated too, huh? Normally when we're doing club activities, Mion decides what to play at the last minute. She opens her locker and randomly decides what game to play. For that reason, our club activities are rarely repeated throughout my lives. That's why I'm never bored with them. But just as Hanyu said, today's event was something that Mion has been planning for a while. I was certain she wouldn't suggest something spontaneously today. In that case, this won't be up to random chance. Mion had only one idea in her mind. Therefore, it was equivalent to destiny. Although her idea of having this event in the toy store is actually a spontaneous one. In all the lives I repeated, there's a very low chance for this event to occur.
You shouldn't expect anything to be different.
I'm not expecting it. Of course, I was lying just now. I was hoping that Mion would suggest a new rule for this game. If it was the same rules again, I'd be suffering for a few minutes while I listened to her instructions. Nothing is more frustrating than walking the same path over and over again. Please, Mion, please change my fate. Please. First, we're going to be divided into 5 different groups, the winner from each table. It was the same rules after all.
Sorry, I was holding on to a small hope.
That was Rika.
Small hopes will hurt you, Rika.
You're right. You've told me so many times, but I never learn. Seth, I was thinking, in your perspective, I only exist in Twitch and Twitter, but in some of my VODs, you can hear me, and in some of my VODs, you can hear me eat or drink something, but that's the most you can hear. That's not my voice. Interesting. I think I need to go and do that. Have you started doing Isomnium files? Or are you waiting for that? Because I remember you were talking about it while we were playing. Hanyu has taught me so many times. She taught me the trick of swimming in the flow of destiny. The flow of destiny is just like a river's. By going with the flow, I can swim the direction I want to some extent. But of course, trying to swim against the flow requires great effort. Allowing myself to drift causes the least amount of strain. Of course, some strong currents are impossible to resist, even with great effort. If I recklessly try to resist without realizing it's impossible, then I'll only wear myself out needlessly, just as if fighting a reverse current. So Hanyu taught me to read those currents, which is why I should have easily imagined that the rules would be the same the moment I heard Mion had planned today's event in advance. Yet I still wished the rules would be different, a completely wasteful action. In the end, my hopes were betrayed, only leaving my heart worn out. And things like that caused me to separate further from Xephoria. Eventually, I'll grow tired of everything, lose all interest, and die. A fate which can't be fought must be accepted.
I know you can read the flow of destiny, Rika.
You're right. My lifespan's already growing short, and I should treasure what I have left. I sighed and pretended as though I was listening to what Mion was explaining. What's wrong, Rika-chan? Are you bored? Keiichi surprised me all of a sudden.
Are you talking to me?
This has never happened before, so I thought he was talking to someone else. Not yet. I'm going to wait until I get back from vacation. It wouldn't be fair to start it and leave for 3 weeks. That's fair, yeah. Because, yeah, that took us... I think it took us, like, 3 weeks? Is that how long we were playing I don't know. But it seemed like Keiichi really was talking to me. Yeah. You've looked bored ever since this morning. Are you sleepy from waking up too early?
I was just thinking that I've already done this before.
No one would understand what I mean anyway, but Keiichi might. And so I told him how I honestly felt. Huh? Are you serious? No wonder Mion seems to be used to this. I'm looking forward to it since it's my first time, though. I envied him for feeling that way. I sighed, knowing that I never will. I understand how frustrating it is to hear the same instructions over and over again. I went to cram school once and studied ahead a lot there. I remember how much I hated hearing the same lectures in school. Keiichi didn't understand me, but I'm glad that at least he understood how frustrating it was to repeat the same situation.
I'm the same. I'm frustrated at school, too.
What? Are you really? You always seem so happy. Xephoria is supposed to be happy at school. That's why I acted that way.
Hearing the same things over and over again is like torture.
It's easy for me to change what Satoko cooks for dinner. I can simply volunteer to cook instead of her, but I can't change what the teacher teaches at school every day. I have no choice but to be quiet and listen to her lecture. It took you 3 weeks, but I was going to explore the game in more detail than you did. Oh, okay. I think I explored in a lot of detail, but I probably missed a few things here and there. Yeah, there's nothing you can really do. You can't just tell the teacher to move on because you already know what she's teaching you. But this is a different story. It's a game.
It is a game, but it's already predetermined.
You don't know that. After all, we're being split into 5 tables by drawing lots, right? Plus, each group gets to choose what game their table plays. There's no way to predict what games we'll do battle over, or what exciting turnabouts await us today.
But I can make a good guess.
No, you can't. Keiichi smiled as he contradicted me. That smile seemed so ignorant to me. While the groups will be decided by drawing lots, each club member will be in a different group.
Keiichi, you'll be sitting over there. My table will be right there. I'll be playing a fishing game. You'll be playing a game called Billionaire.
I don't know how, but last time we were broken into 5 separate groups. It wouldn't have been a coincidence, or it couldn't have been a coincidence. I'm sure Mion did something to ensure it would end up like that. I'm 100% sure. As for the games we play, I'm not totally sure, but if each member in the group follows the same thinking patterns, they'll probably end up making the same choices. If you roll a dice many times, you begin to approach the average. One person's spontaneous act can be random, but multiple people's thoughts can be averaged out, for the most part. The more people that are involved, the more difficult it is to alter the path of fate. That's why I'm pretty sure that we'll end up playing the same games. Keiichi seemed surprised to hear my prediction. What the hell? Is that like a premonition? How can you be so sure?
That's what fate is all about.
Fate, huh? That makes me want to smash that fate into pieces. He smiled at me again. I knew that he was just smiling without reason, but I felt a small hope from him. After all, Keiichi really did shatter fate before. But that was just a miracle that happened in my previous life. I couldn't expect him to do the same thing in this one. Otherwise, I would be worn down by my high expectations again. The first point in this game where you talk to the boss before you find Mizuki, you can ask what the cop's name is repeatedly.
Yeah, yeah.
I asked Kagami his name like every time I saw him, and I was sad that in the other routes you don't ask him that. It's just in the Mizuki route. It's like, man. All right, we're going to decide our groups by drawing lots from this box. The club members will go first. Mion drew first, and then Satoko followed. The results were the same as last time. I really don't want to fight against a club member at the very start. I'm sorry if we get the same group, Rika-chan.
Don't worry. Your table is over there. Mine is right there.
Whatever you say. You watch. Keiichi looked upset. See?
My predictions are always right.
I'm gonna be gone for an hour.
Okay, Crimson, have fun with that, whatever you need to do. See you in an hour.
It was a 20% chance. Anyone can make a random guess. Keiichi told me that it was just a coincidence.
Then what if I predicted my seat right too? What's the percentage for that?
It's 20 of 20, so 4%. I'll believe you if you get it right with a percent that low. Keiichi grinned at me, believing such a chance was impossible. It's your turn now, Rika-chan. Mion handed me the box of slips. No matter what I did, I'd be getting that table. There was a reason behind it. Mion was doing something to make sure that we all get a different table. I thought about why Mion would do that. With the information I've gathered about Mion over the many years, I could see her reasoning. No, I think Peach is still here, so she's still a mod.
She probably thinks that she'll feel bad if a member loses in the first stage.
You're right. If the club members are in the same group, someone will have to lose. If everyone was in a different group, we'd all have a chance to move on to the second stage. That's why she was controlling this draw. I put my hand inside of the box. I could feel several folded pieces of paper inside it. But if you thought for a moment, it was odd. No matter which one I chose, I'd never get any other table.
I wonder how she's making it so you can sit at that last table.
Me too. Only Mion knows. All I know is that no matter which paper I choose, I'll be sitting at that last table. Ah, I got it.
All the papers on in this box are the same?
They must be. I bet Mion set some kind of trap in this box. It was possibly a box for a magic show or something. There could be some kind of gimmick inside the box, and she can switch what's inside of it. Depending on who's drawing the paper, she'd change out the lots and control the results. I didn't know exactly how, but I was sure she was doing something. I didn't even need to know how she was doing it. The most important thing was why.
Me, I don't know which one to pick.
No matter which one you pick, your fate is already decided. She was admitting it herself. I was certain then. Based on what I felt inside, there were less than 10 pieces of paper inside this box. In other words, there were hidden pieces of paper that I couldn't touch somewhere inside the box. I smiled at Mion as I figured out her trick, but she had no clue why I was smiling.
I'm taking this one.
Sure, let me see. Wow, the club members are all divided into separate groups. Mion behaved as though this was news to her. She's such an actress. The other contestants made a dissatisfied noise. They'd have to face a club member no matter which table they got. Keiichi was surprised too, and not only because we were divided.
See? Our fate is already decided.
I smiled at him in return. Keiichi was in denial for a moment, but then he smiled back at me. The possibility was 1 in 25. I'm impressed. It was not. I predicted that Mion and Satoko would be at different tables, so the possibility was even lower than that. Keiichi understood that, but normal people like him couldn't understand that meaning of fate. That's why he put it off as coincidence. But Keiichi, what if my prediction was right about what game you'll be playing? The possibility will be 1 in billions. There are a lot of games in this story. What if that prediction is right too? Will we still believe it's just a coincidence? I stayed quiet in my seat and waited to see what game my group was going to decide on. They were going to choose the fishing game. I can't expect them to choose anything other than that.
I can't have high expectations.
Or otherwise I'll be hurt again.
Hmm.
One of the boys stood up. He walked towards the shelf full of games and picked up one box. He lifted the box above his head and turned around so he could show it to us. I closed my eyes as he did so, but I could still hear what he was saying. Check this out! Do you guys remember this? We could play this one! Yeah! It's the one with the spinning fish, right? I could taste the bitter chemicals from my brain in my mouth. I clenched my lips and tried to endure the numbing feeling.
Hello.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm not doing well today. For some reason, I can't accept this flow. It wasn't because I wasn't feeling well, of course. It was because of my emotions. Our powers were getting weaker, and we can only rewind about 2 weeks of our lives. I was feeling that the end was near for us. In order for me to change my tragic fate, I need more time to prepare. But I can only go back 2 weeks. That means my power to resist my fate has significantly weakened. Even if I became as weak as a small leaf in the river, I should be able to do something in order to change my path. But if I can only go back to the point where I'm getting ready to be swallowed into the whirlpool, there's no chance for me to escape it. I lived for so long, believing that I could eventually escape my fate and survive. I believed that I had a chance in every moment of every life I lived. But there are limits to those chances. There are so many limits in my repeated lives, and perhaps this might be my last chance. This may be why I'm feeling so restless.
Stop it, Rika. The harder you think about it, the worse it'll be on your mind.
I know. Just be quiet already.
Well. Yeah, I could tell it was a joke back. It's okay.
My brain was numb, as if surrounded by a gray mist. I was inside the crowded toy store, but felt very far away from everyone else. The tighter I closed my eyes and the harder I clenched my teeth, the emptier my head became. No.
Rika, are you okay?
Huh? As I tried to focus, I became conscious again. Honey looked at me with concern. I tend to lose my mind easily right after coming back from death. I usually have more time to relax and get used to my new life. But I have no time for that now. The Wata Nagashi Festival is only 2 weeks away. I can't just relax and wait for myself to get used to things. Don't be a wimp, Rika. Don't be a wimp. Fight against fate. But even if I do, that fate will always betray me. I grieve. What if I did the opposite? What if I didn't fight against fate? A few weeks after the Wata Nagashi Festival of 1983, I will die, because I'm fated to do so. Fight, don't fight, 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 fight, don't fight. As I repeat the same words, they started to lose all meaning. I felt like I was chanting something. I bit my tongue in my mind and forced myself to stop thinking about it. I was calming down a little bit. When I opened my eyes, I saw the fishing game right in front of me, as well as my pole. Someone placed it there while I had my eyes closed. It was as if I was seeing the immovable reality of fate right in front of me. It felt like the final verdict to me. What do you think, Keiichi? This is what fate is all about. Do I want to earn his agreement or his sympathy? I stood up and walked towards Keiichi's table. His group couldn't decide on a game, so the store owner was deciding for them, just like the last time. The store owner will pick the game of life. It's kind of unfair to play a game that your opponent chooses. We couldn't decide on anything because we kept refusing each other's suggestions. Has your table decided on what to play?
You can see it for yourself.
He looked at my table and saw the fishing game there. Keiichi was surprised to see that my prediction was right again. He also remembered that I predicted his game too. So you're saying that the owner was going to bring out the game of life, just as you predicted?
I'm pretty good at predicting things. Nipa!
Are you serious? Alright, I'll believe you if he brings us the game of life.
You bet. Your group is going to play the game of life.
Fine, I'm willing to bet you. Don't you cheat and talk him into it.
He wants you to play a game he has a lot of, so he'll be bringing that one out.
I remember it was covered by dust when he gave it to them last time. Since we had to buy the game if we lost, he was trying to sell products he had a surplus of. Therefore, he won't be choosing any game at random. He'll be looking for one with bad sales, with a strong will to do so. That will of his is going to make the pull of fate all the stronger. In that sense, there's no guarantee that he'd be choosing the game of life specifically. He might choose something else that was also overstocked. The owner finally reappeared with a box covered in dust. Whoa.
See? I told you so.
He has a Game of Life box in his hands. The part of me that hoped it wouldn't be the Game of Life tasted bitterness at the betrayal, but the cynical part of me that expected it to happen found it amusing in a way. I felt like my personality was twisting more and more. Why did you pick that game? Huh? Well, I just picked it at random. I found it in a pile of inventory I have in the back. It's not like I bought the most beat-up one. When he heard that the owner chose the game randomly, Keiichi shrugged his shoulders in confusion. That must be his way of surrendering. Surrendering? Hey, Rika-chan, is this really a prediction?
Nipa!
Well, some old people from the village once told me that you're the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. They told me that you have special powers. They said your predictions are always accurate. Is that really true? I was surprised that Keiichi actually believed the superstitious stories he heard from the elderly villagers.
I just know that which is determined to happen, or destined, rather. To make it clearer, it's because I've already witnessed this world once before.
Damn, I can't even make fun of you. Keiichi seemed like he was just fooling around. He probably only thinks I'm goofing around and acting haughty because my random predictions all came true. It's like the game of infinite life to reference the game of life. Yeah! I had a hope for him. I thought the owner might bring a different game because Keiichi once had the power to change fate. But that didn't happen. I'm not surprised, but I felt betrayed again.
Huh. Hurts. I won the bet.
I speak to Keiichi sarcastically. I wanted him to understand that no one can change the path of fate. However, Keiichi did nothing but smile. Don't get carried away, Rika-chan. Don't just say that you can read the future. For a guy, words like destiny and fate mean a lot more than you think. They're not things you can figure out that easily.
Me?
I had no idea what he was trying to say, but he made me nervous. It wasn't a scary feeling. No, it was closer to hope. You said it was fate that the owner would choose the game of life. I have to admit that your prediction was correct, but you also said something else.
What did I say?
You said I was fated to play it.
Yes, it was indeed his fate. Fate can change sometimes with uncertainty and time, but the possibility that it would change in the situation was very slight. I doubted that anything would turn out differently.
In that case, I'll change that fate.
Eh?
Keiichi stood up in a hurry. Then he started talking to Tomita and Okamura with his group members. Sorry, but I own that game at home. I know every little rule about it.
What? Is that true?
Yep. So that won't be a fair game for us to play. Sir, I'm sorry, but can you give us a different game? Sure. I'll bring you guys a different one. The owner picked up the Game of Life again and took it back into storage. As I remained there in shock, he returned with a game called Pop-Up Pirate. How about this one? Oh! That's the one where we stab a knife inside the barrel. What do you think, guys? This is a fair game, isn't it? Yeah, the rules are simple enough. Let's play that one.
We got a deal now.
We're going to play Pop-Up Pirate. Keiichi winked at me as I stood there with my mouth open. It looked like he had just forcibly changed my prediction. But for me, it's not that simple. It was supposed to be fate. That's why the owner brought the Game of Life to their table. They were supposed to play that game. That's what happened in the last time. That's what was supposed to happen. But he just changed that fate in front of my eyes like it was nothing. It's as if someone asked me to stand an egg on its end, and that I struggled to do so. Keiichi forcibly cracked the egg and made it stand up in front of me. I should have had a far greater power than Keiichi, but why was I feeling so weak? Was it because I wasn't trying to fight against fate so I wouldn't get hurt? Because I was going with the flow without trying too hard? What was I thinking? You looked so bored just a few minutes ago. I know why. You didn't want to play the fishing game, did you?
Yeah. I'm not going to hide it anymore.
Then that's easy. So I'm a witch who's been living for more than 100 years? So I thought I was better than everyone just because I could see the paths of fate? That's stupid. I really am so stupid. Keiichi tapped me on the back. He was urging me to return to my table. The sensation of his touch filled up my heart with emotion. I wasn't going to stand idly by anymore. I thought I couldn't cheat fate. I thought 2 weeks wasn't enough. But Keiichi just defied his fate in a matter of 5 minutes.
I feel bad for the fishies when I play the fishy game. I'm gonna play something else.
See? Yeah, changes the spice of life. Just saying, if you tell me my fate, I'll change it out of spite, right? Like, that's how you go about it. Like, just be like, hey, something happens here that dooms me. Let's just do something else.
Yeah, a little spice.
The other people at the table looked at me with confused expressions. Their reactions were scaring me. Right at that moment, I could really feel that I was facing the impenetrable wall of fate. Even so, I have nothing to be scared of. Sure, what game do you want to play? We'll play whatever you want. They accepted my suggestion and gave up on the fishing game so easily. That's right, I used to be much more aggressive before.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate with actual water this time. And thankfully my water bottle isn't screaming at me today. Okay.
But I became so tired and bitter and mean. I gave in to fate. But I'm not going to yield anymore. Keiichi taught me that. He didn't have any memories from his previous life, but Keiichi was still Keiichi. He'd never give in to fate. For the first time in a long while, I feel motivated to fight. If I want to, I can change destiny in 5 minutes. And I have 2 whole weeks to work with. I'm different now. I'm going to fight against fate.
Let's do our best.
In contrast to my motivation, Hanyu was wearing a sad expression.
Everybody's winning and losing. Oh,
Yeah! Oh no, look at Keiichi. He's suffering, and Mion's like, hey, you're losing, Kei-chan. And he's like, I can't get defeated, and then maybe he wins. It's a total game of chance. I see. We can't hold you here if you have to go to help your uncle. No! Yeah, it's a pretty small store after all. But, oh wait, no, other uncle. But, you know, couldn't have guessed that if he did a big bargain sale, this place would be packed. I can't believe he's selling a carton of eggs for only 10 yen. That is really affordable. As we were getting ready to move on to the next stage, Mion got a call from work. This was fated to happen too. If I was still feeling depressed, I would have been disgusted with the situation. But after learning what it felt like to change fate, I was in a good mood. Keiichi and Mion seemed like they kept regretting what they were unable to settle the match. We were really such good friends.
They're so close. I kind of feel jealous. We really do not have any other boys his age in our class, do we? I suppose Mion-san is something like a male friend to Kate-san. But Mi-chan is a girl. She can't be another guy for him. Of course I know that. But when they are together, they look like 2 boys hanging out.
Rena and Satsuko enjoyed the lingering excitement of the day as they watched Mion and Keiichi happily goof off. The next moment, the owner came out of the store. Thank you for today, everyone. You brought me a lot of customers. He was holding 4 paper bags in his hands. Just Rika turns to Keiichi, he's like, Keiichi, don't have Rena have 2 gifts, you nerd. I remember, he gave us gifts as a reward for today. I think there were dolls inside. Here are your rewards for today. Hey, Uncle Yoshiro, don't I get one? He was giving them only to us. Mion didn't get anything because she's a family member. That's what happened last time, too.
oh, another hydrate? Okay, I'm gonna take a little sippy.
I don't know why water makes me burp. It's very inconvenient.
Oh, look! Something cute is inside.
Setsuko let out a cheer of joy as she saw a cute doll inside her bag. Nano reacted the same way.
Wow! This is so cute! I can take it home with you. I can take it home with me? Really?
Did I get one too? Wow, look at this cute doll. Keiichi got a gorgeous, expensive-looking doll. It was by far the best one. It was adorable even to my eyes. Setsuko, Rena, and Mion were feeling the same way. Kei-chan got the one that suits him the least. Mion started making fun of him right away. She was only saying that because she was jealous Keiichi got a doll that she really wanted. This is pretty and cute. I could admit that, but it's not really my type of toy. Is your water bottle screaming?
No, it's not today.
Amazingly. Yeah, people will think that you're a pervert if you carry that thing around. Mion just can't be honest with herself. It was obvious that she was trying to make him give up the doll so she could have it herself. She should just admit that and ask Keiichi for it. But that's the cute side of Mion. I bet Keiichi can never understand that. Keiichi can't keep the doll after receiving that much bullying from Mion. He was thinking about who he should give it to. He probably didn't want to give it to Mion. Time froze for a moment. Hanyu whispers something in my ear.
Rita, do you remember?
Yes. I advised him on who he should give the doll to. I did nothing and watched the... We get a choice? We get a choice? We get a choice? Oh my gosh. This is a momentous occasion. Let me save. I'll save over here. This is our first non-tip related choice. I remembered that Keiichi's insensitive decision eventually caused a fatal ending. That was fate. Keiichi was internally thinking that he should give the doll to Mion. She was the only one who didn't get anything, so it would be natural for him to give it to her. But the hesitation he was feeling was because Mion was such a close friend to him. He'd been treating Mion as if she was a male friend, but it would be weird to give a doll to another boy. He was afraid that if he gave the doll to Mion, he would start looking at her as a girl from that point onward. He wanted to continue his friendship with Mion without thinking about their difference in gender. He didn't want to ruin the relationship they had at that moment. That's why he couldn't give the doll to Mion. Even though she was the only one without a doll, he felt so hesitant. Of course, that was only how he felt. Mion didn't agree. In actuality, she wished he would treat her more like a girl. I walked closer to Keiichi so I could talk to him. If Mion heard me telling Keiichi to give her the doll, she would resist taking it. I had to make sure no one but Keiichi could hear me. I also had to make this very quick. I poked Keiichi in the back. Huh? Keiichi, the person who really wants that doll is the one who's bullying you the most about it. I was going to say that, but Keiichi opened his mouth first, even before I could say anything to him. I know. I hadn't said anything to him yet, but Keiichi told me that he knew. I felt confused, not knowing what he just meant. I turned around to face Mion, smiling smiling mischievously. Mion, if you think I would look like a pervert with this doll, who do you think deserves to have it? Huh? I don't know. All I'm saying is that dolls aren't for boys. I see. Then I guess you can have it. Here. Keiichi tossed the doll to Mion as if passing her a basketball, as if forcing her to carry this bag or something. Mion's face quickly turned red. Feeling shy, Keiichi turned away from her. That was surprising. He got my message just by getting a tap on his back. Was Keiichi always that smart? Just one tap was all it took. I don't think he would have done the same in a previous life. That was just a small incident, but this world was definitely different from the previous one. Or could it be... Perhaps he would have given that doll to Mion even if I didn't poke him in the back? Does he have memories from the previous worlds after all?
No way. He can't. That can't be happening.
I know for a fact that he doesn't have those memories, but there might be something imperceptible somewhere inside his heart. He might remember some of the regrets he felt in the previous worlds. That's why he strongly felt he should be giving the doll to Mion this time. After repeating so many lives, I'm the only one who can even notice this slight growth of his. But I see it. It's clearly visible to me. Mion, having turned red, insisted that the cute doll would be much better fit for Rena. Her attitude made it clear that she really wanted the doll, but couldn't be honest about it. This old man just thinks that cute dolls like this are more for girly girls, you know? This doll doesn't deserve to be owned by a tomboy like me. The doll is got me thinking crane gaming here in the States and Japan are different. Here in the States, people enjoy chance-based games, so the crane games are rigged so they don't grab the thing in time, but the crane games in Japan are rigged to be more skill-based. Yeah, because like pretty much every crane game here, you have to like have the crane pick it up, but it's weak, and so it can't. But in the ones in Japan, you have to kind of like poke or like kind of nudge it into something, or like you just have to like do thing. Like I actually played one of those like crane game app things where they send you the prize that you win. Almost every prize I've got was from poking it. None of them have been picked up. My best win though was like the prize I was winning was wrapped up in plastic, and the claw of the machine like went under like a corner of the plastic, picked it up, and then it dropped it like that. It was amazing. She has a gun. I think it's a BB gun, but I'm not sure if they like confirmed that or not. But you know, she's part of a Yakuza family, so it's gonna she needs to be protected just in case. I know that you want it. It's written all over your face. No, it's not written on my face. You're lying. Stop being mean. Mion shook her head with an embarrassed look, pretending that she wasn't interested in the doll. Everyone here knew that she wanted it. We all looked at Mion with big smiles on our faces. Hey, it's not like I can only give this doll to a girl. Just think of it as my gift to you, as a friend. Is that so? So you would give this doll to a boy too? Well, I would choose something else if I had a choice. But anyway, guys would never reject a gift unless there's something shady going on. It's just me being generous. Why would you refuse it? Oh, so I can accept this doll even though I'm not a girly girl? Everyone thought Mion's action was hilarious, but Anna couldn't stop chuckling. Setsuko and I burst out in laughing too. Mion, having realized she was being laughed at, got even more embarrassed. That app was real. I thought it was a scam. I have to give it a try. Yeah, it's a Toreba, because I think there's a few different apps, but Toreba is good. There have been a few times where I've put money into it, thinking that it's like, oh yeah, I'll get it, and then I don't get it. So I've gotten into the point of like using the free points, which they start giving you the free play tickets after you spend, I think, $5. So it's not too bad. And then I think when you have a new account, they give you a few free play things as well. But yeah, they send it to you for free. I'm offering this to you as a friend. I don't want to hear that you're not cherishing it. Also, Toreba, if you're listening, please sponsor me and I'll play it on stream. I'll play Toreba on stream if you sponsor me, please. Okay. This old man just wants to make it clear that he's not accepting this because he wants this doll. He's taking it because you said it's a gift from you as a friend. He's taking it as a courtesy so he doesn't disrespect your generosity. Hanyu was cracking up too. She was laughing in a loud voice, knowing that no one could hear her anyways. But was this really a good way to resolve this problem? I thought that Mion's issue in the previous life was that she wanted Keiichi to treat her like a girl. She got the doll, but Keiichi still wasn't treating her that way. Still, Mion looked very happy. Maybe it wasn't a big deal after all. I'm sure that Mion will take this doll with her to bed tonight. She'll kiss it goodnight too. I could bet on that. It was written all over her face. She's finally accepted it. It was a challenge just for me to give her a doll. Keiichi turns around to face us, smiling bitterly.
You did it though! Yep, it was perfect. I'm impressed that you managed it. Mion-san was hilarious. It was obvious the moment you looked that she really wanted the doll.
Isn't that the truth? Hey, you guys, are you saying rude things about this old man? Knock it off already.
Don't you have to go to work? You're going to be late.
You guys better watch yourselves. Mion seemed like she wanted to stay longer, but after looking at her watch, she started heading to work. Everyone was wearing smiles on their faces. Today was such a fun day. Everyone had lots of fun, and no one was hurt. I've repeated the same day so many times before, but this time, something was different. It's like I rolled a die and got a 6. And then I rolled it again and got a 6 again. I don't know if this was just a lucky coincidence or if it was meant to be. It's as if the god of fate was celebrating my motivation to fight against him. Oh, I did it too early. People think it's so bad to get sponsored, but here's the thing, you're getting paid for some product placement for 5 minutes of your time, and the rest you can do whatever you want, right? like I think like it makes more sense to be sponsored by things that you actually enjoy, as opposed to just like, I'm just getting money for this. Which is like probably why if popular app that sponsors a lot of people wants to sponsor me, which I think through Stream Elements I have like the opportunity to be like, hey, I don't mind being sponsoring this. I probably won't, because like, I don't know, I don't play app games like that. I'm trying to be vague and like not say their name, but it's like, it's the one app that everybody pushes. But like if it's something that I actually play, like that crane game that I mentioned, like I would totally be like, hey, yeah, let's do a deal. I was watching TV with Satoko and Hanyu after eating dinner. It was a variety show and the performers were making the audience laugh. We were laughing too. Cause like, I wouldn't want to be like, yeah, this is a great product that I'm never gonna like actually do after this partnership. Like, I would want it to be a thing of like, yeah, I really like this. I'm gonna be playing this like on my own time. Like this is something that I like or believe in, and it's just like I would do something like that as opposed to something that's like I don't care about this product, because I feel like people would be able to tell if it's genuine or not.
Look at you now. Hello. But it looks so painful. Meep. Meepa.
While the three of us were enjoying ourselves, in reality, there was only Satoko and me in the room. I'm the only one who can see Hanyu. Satoko can't see her at all. Hanyu responds every time Satoko says anything. Satoko can't hear her, but Hanyu still responds to her when she's in a good mood. Narrators just, no, they push way too much, yeah. I think I've also heard things about them, but I won't go into that. Because I honestly don't remember, so I won't go into it. It's like she's answering a question asked on TV. You could even compare it to playing House. She started playing this game with other people because she can't communicate with anyone else but me. Hanyu always attends our club meetings and has a good time there too. If she could communicate with my other friends, she would have been a good match for us. But I don't want to hurt her feelings by thinking that. If the story of the miracle written in the old scriptures is true, if it really is Hanyu who performed it, she's someone who had tremendous power long ago. But now she doesn't have any spiritual power, and I'm the only one who can see her. Hanyu has never told me how she lost her power. I just have to assume that her spiritual power diminished over time. There's a legend in the Furude family that says that Oyashiro-sama will be reborn if a girl is born to the family 7 generations in a row. 16.9k points, oh my gosh. I still need to think of things for redeems. With my birth, Hanyu was finally able to communicate with a human for the first time in centuries. Does that mean that Oyashiro-sama has returned? The villager's image of Oyashiro-sama doesn't quite match up with that of Hanyu. Especially when I see her lying on her belly and watching TV with Satoko. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute.
But yeah, like I've said before, if you guys have any ideas for some point redeems, I'll consider them. It just depends.
What?
I know I've heard some people mention it before, but they were serious about that? This world always has a lot of nice suggestions, but they're mostly out of politeness, right? They're just something you laugh off and reply with, that would be fun, that would be nice. But those ideas generally end as jokes, so it's crazy when they turn real. Yeah, I'm serious. Uncle Yoshiro was giving you a ton of praise, too. He said it was amazing how well that Pop-Up Pirate game went at the toy store yesterday.
I had no idea. No idea you could play that game like that. I should mention that some of the kids around the table wanted to play with you too. Keiichi is a genius when it comes to playing games.
Oh, so I guess we're in Keiichi's perspective now. Simple 120k redeem that bans you from using the sensor. This isn't something I'm saying because I made it a personal goal now. That would be funny though, but like, I would do it out of like. The funny thing is, it's like when I go to be like, I just go, so that would reveal my secret. You know, I wasn't just playing around. I was giving it my all because I had no choice but to win. I guess we made it look a lot like fun for the audience, though. Oh, hi, Shio. You definitely had a blast no matter what club activity you're doing, kids, huh? The coach was saying that the Hinamizawa Fighters would be so happy if you joined the team. That's very true. Dr. Iri had nothing but great things to say about you at the meeting last night, Maebara-kun. Okay, so it's been a few days, it seems.
You have the ability to bring people joy, and far more than you think you do.
You think so? This old man didn't mention your name just because you're his friend. He did it because he's confident you could do the job.
I was there at the meeting too, and no one was against the idea.
Maebara-kun, you honestly do have a good reputation around the village. I've heard good things about you in Okinomiya too. What you did in the match between the Hinamizawa Fighters and the Okinomiya Titans was legendary.
It really was incredible. The reporters were there to see Kameda-san, but they were more impressed by you.
They're talking about the rigged baseball match I set up with Kameda-kun. The public did end up believing that the talented pitcher walked me out of fear for my insight. Kameda-kun and I have entered a strange relationship since then, but I'd rather not talk about it right now, you know, wanting to some pastries. I was like, what word am I trying to go for?
What do you think, Keiichi-kun? I think you can do it. I'm backing you up too. I definitely think you should be in charge of the Watanagashi Planning Committee.
Watanagashi is an annual festival held in June, Village Festival. It's supposed to be the biggest event in the village, and most of the people living here gather together for it. Since this is a major event, they always organize a committee to plan out the festival in a few months in advance. The festival is only 2 weeks away, and I just moved to this village, but now they want me to join the committee? Can't say anything, or you can't say anything higher. You can't say anything. Thing higher spending 16 out of my almost 21 years of my life has molded me into a very lewd and passionate man. Oh. Looks at Keiichi. He is also a lewd and passionate man. Look, first of all, I don't even know what you do in a committee. You don't need to be too concerned about it. The job we unanimously want you to fill is hosting the auction! What the hell is that? Do you want me to sell bananas or something? Well, let me explain. We're holding an auction event for the first time this year. We're going to auction off donated items just to see how it turns out. There's kind of a long story behind it. We wanted to do something in which everyone can participate using donated items as prizes, but the elder members decided to distribute the prizes using something other than a lottery for their own reasons. To put it simply, our hag of a grandmother let her temper get to her and wouldn't back down after that. But she didn't really consider any specifics. Yep. Anyway, we had to come up with how to utilize those donated items. At that point, we thought of doing an auction.
That That sounds like fun. You might be able to get something good for a really cheap price.
I feel like didn't they do an auction for the first year? I remember something about a TV, but I don't think it was.
Huh. It's fun just to watch the show, too. The items were all donated, so they were free, huh? That committee sure is good at making money. The profit will be going into the beer fund for the village committee's winter getaway trip. It's not fair.
You're not ready for beer yet, Furude-san. I think I understand what's going on now, but still, I've never done anything like it before.
I'm sure you can do it, Kate-kun. I bet you'd do really well if they told you that you'd get to keep 10% of the profits.
Well, yeah. If I can gain something from producing results, then I'll do my best at it. And to say passionate, I was trying to say I'm more than willing to wait a long time.
On the other hand, you might be facing a dreadful penalty thing if you don't produce anything.
Wait a minute, Satoko. Why would I agree to a risky deal like that? Don't forget, you're the ones asking for my help. I'm a very busy guy, you know. Try asking for my agent first. Alright, Keita. If you want some kind of compensation, we can talk about it. I really want you to be a part of this. We can make a deal. That sounds interesting. I wonder what I should ask for.
We're always talking about punishments, but if it's our first time talking about a reward... That's true. We're always fighting for something, huh?
Dana is right. The whole purpose of our club activities is to escape the punishments we come up with. Even if we win, we never get a prize or result for it.
Katie has no idea how to respond to something that sounds too good to be true. Maybe Ri-chan will come up with a good idea. It's hard to decide on what we want, isn't it?
Let me see. How about this? An admission ticket to Angel Mart's dessert fiesta. Don't be too cheap, sis. Why don't you give him 3 years worth of admission?
Hey! That sounds more like a deluxe reward to me.
I heard that some people pay lots of money for that ticket. Are you sure you can hook me up with 3 years worth of admission? Of course I can, but you have to do a good job.
I'm sure you will. With Katie-kun there, it's going to be heaps of fun.
I feel the same way. I'm really looking forward to the auction now.
Yeah, you could probably get people to line up for takoyaki that doesn't even contain octopus.
Hey, takoyaki without octopus? That's impossible. That's just bread. No, I'm pretty sure you could do it.
Yeah, he'd probably say it was the healthier kind of takoyaki.
Are you making fun of me or what? So, what do you think, Maibara-kun? I think you'll do a wonderful job. Chie-sensei was also on the committee. She must have backed up Mion's suggestion when she brought up my name at their last meeting.
I'd also love to see what kind of magic you can do. Ipa!
A good action always depends on how good of a speaker the host is.
Sounds like it's going to be Katie Maibara's big show. It'll be so much fun to watch.
Hey, I haven't accepted the offer yet.
Don't worry, Katie-kun. You can do it.
You're saying that because you don't have to.
That's not true.
Is how you get people to start acting. You start using dirty marketing tactics. Yeah. Because I think they did this in a previous chapter. They actually did convince people to go for takoyaki that didn't have octopus in it. The principal suddenly opened his mouth. He was also there, apparently. Maibara-kun, in my opinion, you will do a fine job. As a man, isn't it your responsibility to meet people's expectations? If I had to, I'm sure I could do it. Mion has made me do so many different things for the club, and I've learned a lot from that. Besides, this would be the first time I could get a reward without having to worry about punishment. It could be fun, too. This was the first time so many people were counting on me like this. To be honest, it made me pretty happy. Still, I was worried about getting dragged into something that required a lot of work. I couldn't erase that thought from my mind. But I was in Hinamizawa. The people in this village would never do anything to betray me. They genuinely believed that it would do a lot to liven up the festival if I became the host of their auction. I've only been here for a short period of time, but I know that the people here are honest and kind. Fine. As a man, I'm going to do it. I'll take care of it. Wait and see. I'll make it the greatest auction in the world. Don't forget to get me that Angel Mort pass. I'll make sure to do a good enough job that I'll deserve 10 years worth of tickets. Karyuke-chan? Everyone gave me a round of applause. How many times had this happened in my life? Not once. This was the first time I'd ever been applauded. By the way, I'm surprised that no one disagreed with the suggestion at the meeting. There were lots of old people in the village committee. I'm a young guy who only just moved here. I've known for a while that Mion has a lot of influence locally, but I couldn't believe that everyone in the committee would accept it just like that. Well, your punishment is getting taped to the gym ceiling. You did a bad job to the ceiling with you. To the roof. Most of them are that kind of hard-headed old people, but the new generation is generally taking over, you know? Or gradually. We won the dam conflict and now we're aiming to build a new era and grow more and more prosperous. That's why we value the involvement of young people and people from the outside of the village too.
You're young, and you're from the city. You also have a good reputation, so you're the perfect guy for this.
I have a good reputation, huh? I have no idea why so many people have heard of me.
It's something to do with Mi-chan's punishments, I think.
I knew it! Alright then. I'll call your parents about it tonight, so let them know that when you'll be back home today, okay? I'm sure my parents will have no problem with it. They won't have any objections to raise, at least. They might ask me why my name was brought up, though. Chie-sensei and the principal went back to the teacher's office after the discussion ended. We were in the middle of lunch break at the moment. Chie-sensei and the principal had come along together, and Mion scared me by saying that they all had something to talk to me about. My stomach wasn't digesting my lunch particularly well. Maibata-san, I heard something. Good for you! Or I heard everything. It's a big honor. Having chosen by the village committee? Hey there, Tomata-kun and Okamura-kun. I'd love to give that honor to you. No thank you. I wouldn't have been able to handle it. I realized that the whole class was talking about me. They were saying how fun Watanagashi was going to be and how high their expectations were for it. I might have taken on a huge responsibility. I needed to do my best to succeed at it. By the way, I forgot something. My granny made tons of ohagi. She told me to give them to my classmates. Mion clapped her hands as she remembered and took a box out of her bag. She opened the lid, letting us see a bunch of ohagi neatly packed inside, blah 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 blah.
Wow, there really are a lot. I think there might be enough for everyone in the class to have one. They look so yummy and cute!
For some reason, my granny is really very good at making ohagi.
That's because Sohei used to love them.
Yeah. I heard Gramps used to like ohagi. He ate tons of them.
For your grandma, ohagi is something that makes her remember her late grandpa, huh? Or you're like that. I keep misreading words. Let me take a little sip of tea.
You think so? I thought Gramps liked canned food. You don't like canned food, do you, Xiang?
What? Is that true? Why so?
Well, it's because of the smell. I just don't like the smell of the metal.
Oh, is that so? After always forcing me to eat my squash, it turns out that you too have something you can't eat.
To tell you the truth, she hates canned food because... Come on, sis. Don't you dare tell anyone. I don't know what's going on, but it seems Mion knows the secret about Shion. Tell it to us. Okay, I will hydrate. I'm not allowed to have anything other than water. Go on. The reason why Shion doesn't like canned food must have been something pretty funny. The two sisters battled for a while. The machine gun knee kicks Mion launched from the close quarters weren't bad, but I don't think she expected Shion to learn to capture suplex off it. Guess Shion is the stronger of the two siblings. I'd rather tell you the truth and have you hear it from my sis. See, there's this bad guy named Kasai. He once told me, when I was still young and innocent, that there's sometimes human meat mixed in with canned food.
I've heard of that urban legend like that before.
Me too. I once heard that there's dog meat mixed into beef bowls and worms inside burgers.
Are you quite serious? I can never eat beef bowls or burgers again after hearing something like that.
You see, Setsuko? It was a very traumatic thing for me. Metal doesn't smell. I don't have to be able to smell to tell you that if you're smelling metal, you got a larger problem. Well, maybe she's just like very, very sensitive to the smell.
You have my sympathy, but I still have yet to forget about how you made me eat a full course of squash meal. You need to let go of that one. That meal was delicious.
Because we're talking about this, I'm starting to get worried there might be something mixed into ohagi too. Oh? Well, at least with the ohagi I bought, you can't really be sure that there's nothing inside. Ohagi that Mion brought. When you consider that, it's only natural to suspect that she probably did something to them. What's going on? I felt like I was forgetting something, but I didn't remember anything that I was forgetting. It was like one of those deja vu moments. I had never been in this situation, but my mind was telling me that I'd been there before.
What's wrong, Katie?
Nothing. I just feel like Mion has given me ohagi before, but this is the first time, right?
Is it, Mita?
I think this is the first time. You must be mistaking it for something else.
According to my memory, this is the first time Mion-san has brought ohagi to school.
I know. You're being cautious because these are from this old man, aren't you? That's nothing to brag about. I think you should be reflecting on your regular behavior. You're right. I wouldn't feel this way if Rena bought me ohagi. Rena's really good at cooking. They're small but very carefully made.
Huh? I've never made ohagi before.
What? What was I saying? Why did I say that Rena had made ohagi before? Why would I know that Rena made her ohagi small but neatly? Huh? I had no idea where that memory was coming from. I could only assume that it was an error in my brain. Mion was saying that this was her first time bringing ohagi to class. As I tilted my head in confusion, everyone started reaching inside that box. Rena took out one for me and put it on the lid. I stared at it closely. What was I so concerned about? Mion said I was probably concerned that she did something to the ohagi, but it wasn't quite that. I really didn't know how to explain it. I felt like I was forgetting something important. I'd forgotten something important, and all I had was the obligation to remember it. In front of me was nothing but a simple ohagi that came from Mion's house. I was frustrated, but I really couldn't think of anything. There's no way I could remember it, because I didn't know anything.
Katie, you've been staring at your ohagi for a long time. What's the matter?
Oh, it's just... I'm experiencing deja vu. Don't you get it sometimes? It's your first time seeing something, but you feel like you've seen it before.
So, you feel like Mion has given you ohagi in the past?
I'm sure it's just my imagination. Mion just told me that she had never brought ohagi to school before.
Katie, you can't have memories from what didn't happen. If you remember something, I'm sure it really happened before.
Rika-chan told me something strange. I didn't usually take her random comments seriously, but ever since I saw her making those predictions in the toy store, I've been curious about her special powers. I felt like she was telling me something deep. It's weird to hear that from you, since you're so great at making predictions. Are you talking about the cycle of reincarnation or something?
I don't know much about religion. I just want to tell you that if you know about something that's something that happened to you, I want you to try and remember what happened. I don't want you to treat it like you're just mistaken. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I guess. How smell works is you're inhaling small particles and the smell organ in your nose pick up some of the particles and relaying the information to your brain. So you're getting to some particles in your lungs. I think your voice to text thing messed it up a little bit, but I think I get what you're saying. But yeah, I think it's like the smell of wet metal or something. Maybe they don't have that like protective layering. Cuz I feel like there's like the slight metallic smell in some cans, but like that's usually a sign that they go bad, I think. I was a little surprised by how serious she sounded. I always thought that Rika was just an innocent girl who fooled around all the time, saying things like meep and meepa. But all of a sudden, she seemed like a totally different girl. Was I supposed to take it as a joke? The serious look on her face told me it wasn't the time for jokes, though. If that's what you're telling me, then I guess I got Ohagi from Mion in a previous life.
I won't make fun of you, so please tell me everything. Why did me give you that Ohagi?
The more I think about it, the more I think it's just my imagination. Maybe it was just a dream.
I don't care if it was a dream. You must remember something. Please tell me.
Oh, you were typing while you were walking. Okay.
That makes sense.
What was up with her? She seemed so curious about it. I didn't think the story was that interesting. Her asking so much started to make me feel uncomfortable. Still, something told me that I needed to talk to Rika-chan about everything I could. Maybe she could predict my future by reading my dreams. I should tell her everything. After all, she's the shrine maiden for Oyashiro-sama. Well, I think I skipped school that day. I had a cold or something. My memory was scattered all over my brain like powder. I could see myself standing in front of the door. Mion was there, and someone else was standing there too. I think it was Rena. Mion brought me Ohagi so I would get better. I think she told me that her grandma made it, just like today.
And then?
Well, then I ate that Ohagi. After they went back home, then I found something inside the Ohagi. I'm sure I saw it in a comic book or something. It's mixed in my memory, but I'm sure I read it somewhere in some comic book, because it can't be true.
Keiichi, tell me what happened. What did you find inside the Ohagi?
Well, I read this scary comic book when I was little, and there was a sewing needle inside of someone's burger. You remember what Shion was saying just now? It can be traumatic to hear a story like that when you're young. I didn't remember much about that comic. I think it was about this girl who had an accident and held a grudge against the person who caused the injury on her face. It was a really cheap plot now that I think about it. But since I was still a little kid, that comic really scared me. In one chapter, the girl casts a curse on the guy's food. He eats a burger with sewing needles inside it, and he goes all, yeah! Something like that. It still freaked me out. The image was so grotesque and shocking to me. That grew into some kind of trauma, and for a while, I searched for sewing needles in my food every time I ate something. I couldn't eat burgers for a while for that reason. But my parents got concerned, and my hunger became the trauma. Or overcame the trauma. Eventually, that experience disappeared into the flow of time. I'm just a little worried about sewing needles every once in a while. I don't think about it all the time, of course. It'd be pretty rude if I poked at my food while eating lunch with you guys, wouldn't it? Of course I know that no one would actually put a sewing needle inside my food.
But you're still a little scared.
Well, maybe I am somewhere in my heart.
So, you saw a sewing needle inside the Ohagi that me gave you? You saw a sewing needle inside of one?
Yeah, I did. Inside that Ohagi, there was a needle, just as I feared. Why was I telling her about something that was just my imagination? Mion and Nana came to see me when I took a day off from school while I was sick. That never happened, so obviously my brain was just making it up. But I spoke to Rika-chan, because she said she wouldn't make fun of me.
Are you afraid of this ohagi now? Do you feel like there might be a needle inside? Is that why you're not eating it?
I realized that Mion and Nano were also looking at me. They were wondering why I was staring at the ohagi without eating it. Oh, you don't like ohagi, Kei-chan? If you don't have to eat it. Mion was assuming that I didn't like ohagi. She felt bad for forcing me to eat something I didn't like. In turn, I felt guilty seeing the sad expression on her face. Sis, you must be convinced that you put something in it. I immediately denied Shion's remark. No one else would understand what I'm saying. Even I didn't know. No, I know for sure that there's no sewing needle inside this ohagi. A sewing needle? Why would this old man put something in like that in there? Of course you wouldn't. You're not the type to visit and bring something with you out of pure generosity. You might play a trick with Tabasco sauce or something, but you'd never put needles inside. You'd never do something as dangerous as that. I know you would never do such a thing. I grabbed the ohagi with my hand. As I brought it to the front of my mouth, I felt the need to check it, just in case. But I told myself clearly, "Hey, you wimp! When are you going to stop being scared of that stupid comic book? Mion brought these ohagi to treat everyone in class. There's no way she'd put needles inside of these." I forced that stupid memory out of my brain and munched on the ohagi. It's delicious. Of course it is. There wasn't a needle inside, was there? No way. I'm really sorry. I was just caught up in a traumatic experience I once had. My heart had stopped pounding, and I felt relieved. The next moment, I got the urge to say something to Mion. It wasn't the right thing to say, but I just felt like I had to say it. Hey, Mion? Huh? What is it? The ohagi was delicious. Huh? I'm glad I brought them then, even though they were really heavy. I didn't know why I wanted to tell her again that the ohagi was delicious, but I was glad that I said that to her. I was finally released to that odd feeling. Well then, since Kei-chan overcame his fears and ate the ohagi, you should eat the squash, Satoko-chan. It's so soft and sweet.
How could that lunchbox always be so full of squash? You're going to give me a traumatic experience. Shie-chan is trying so hard to stop Satoko-chan from hating squash.
She's so passionate about it. Maybe she sees her as her future little sister. By the time I finished eating my ohagi, we had returned to our usual fun lunchtime.
Keiichi, what if...
What if what?
What if you really do see a needle inside your food? What would you do?
That's not going to happen. Don't you threaten me, Rika-chan.
Keiichi, what if it really happens?
Rika-chan looked at me with a serious face as I joked around. What's gotten into her lately? Stop it. It's not going to happen, and I don't believe it will. I had just overcome my stupid trauma after all that. That's why I made that firm statement.
I understand. Keiichi, I'm sorry for asking you so much. If you see a needle inside your food, it's definitely some kind of mistake. Please don't ever believe that it's me's fault.
You're just trying to tell me not to be suspicious of Mion, right? Of course I won't. I would never be suspicious of my friends. I raised my fist in the air. Rika-chan finally looked happy. She smiled as if she was relieved by my words. Oh, this reminds me of a webcomic I read where when you first read through the panel that the dude was putting toothpaste on a toothbrush, and the next panel his mouth is bleeding and he pulls it out to show he has a razor in his mouth, and when you scroll back up to see it was a toothbrush that's changed. Yo, that sounds spoopy. But that sounds wild. I don't think I've ever seen that one. The items donated to the auction were gathered at the Furude Shrine. There's so much stuff here. I expected to see towels and old furniture, but there are way more things than that.
I even see TVs and refrigerators. They were pretty new too.
Impressed, huh? We got donations from the stores my family has owned. Some of them were display products or leftovers that they can't sell, but they're still practically brand new. I'm just tripping over every single word now. Let's see. If you don't mind something a model behind, they're incredible, right? Okay, yeah. A model behind meaning that they're old. But like slightly.
Seeing how sun bleached the brand new sticker is on these appliances makes me feel kind of sorry for them.
No, Satsuko, it's actually a big selling point. Even if it's a little faded, people feel better using a brand new tool than they do items someone else used. That's true.
Yep. Youngsters these days sure are picky. I don't really care whether it's new or not. All I care about is the price.
Rena-san, you seem interested in furniture. Are you thinking about living on your own or something?
Oh no. My dad and I were just talking about redecorating the house. Brand new furniture is expensive, so I've been checking out these recycled ones. You're changing the furniture? That's quite a big deal. Yep. My dad finally found a job recently. So we kind of want to make a fresh start out of it. Your father found a new job?
Rika-chan asked her, and I was asking her the same thing. Did that mean Vena's father was unemployed until recently?
Yeah. He didn't work for a whole year after he broke up with my mom. I was so upset. I was always telling him to go get a job already.
Vena explained that with her usual smile, so it took me a moment to realize how serious it was. If what she said was true, her parents were divorced, and she wasn't living in a very good family environment. Vena talked about it like it was nothing.
Your mother and father broke up? Yep. They got divorced in Ibaraki. That's why my dad and I came back to Hinamizawa. My dad couldn't get over the divorce for a long time, though. He was always just sleeping or daydreaming.
Divorces and breakups always wound deeper the more they loved their partner. It's not really a bad thing that your father was hurt so much.
That's a romantic way to put it. Anyway, I eventually found out that he was spending a lot of money at the bar. I was shocked when I looked at our bank account.
Nena's mom is a famous designer. Their family used to make lots of money. No, I want my AF69 2022 pizza, not my normal pizza that's a model behind. That's the most pretentious way to say people don't want old things. Yeah, it kind of is, but I mean, it makes sense. I don't know. Well, wait. I don't know. Yeah, it's just a model behind, so. Nena's mom is a famous designer. Their family used to make lots of money, so her father got lots of settlement money upon the divorce. That's why he was able to pay for their living expenses for a while. Perhaps that was why it took him so long to get back on track? That's true. If he had no money, he would have had no choice but to work. He would have had no time to be depressed if he kept himself busy. That is not how work works. He would have no time to be depressed if he kept himself busy. No, he would be at work depressed. It's tough leaving an ordinary pattern of life. It can really mess up people's cycles. I understand because I was that way for a while after I left the academy.
Staying at home like a hermit is the worst thing you can do.
Whoops.
You're exactly right, Rikita.
I need to move some of those hotkeys. I keep accidentally hitting them.
That's why I had a talk with him. We talked about his responsibility as the head of the household and as a parent.
You always look like you're fooling around, but you're actually the most reliable person in this group. I'm impressed that you even spoke to your father like that.
It wasn't a big deal. I was just shocked at first. I found that my dad was spending his money on some lady. As his daughter, it really hurt to find out. And then? What did you do? Well, it was no good to think about it on my own. I just kept thinking in a negative way. So I spoke to Mi-chan about it.
All I did was listen to her. Nana was the one who faced her problems and came to the conclusions of talking with her dad about them. I didn't give her any advice. But that was the important thing. Talking to people about your problems can calm you down a lot.
That's true.
Is that so? If she overcame it by just talking to Sis, maybe her problem wasn't that serious.
That's That's not true, Shi-chan. Before I spoke to Mi-chan, all I thought about was how to hurt that lady. But I realized that it wasn't a good situation at all. Or solution, rather. Talking it out with him was the most important thing. So what happened after you spoke with him? Well, we concluded that he wasn't moving on because of the money. So we transferred the funds to a different account, and I took charge of them. Now my dad has to get an allowance from me every month.
Oh my gosh.
It's as though you're the parent now.
Everyone laughed along with Satoko. I wasn't sure if I should laugh, but I saw Nano laughing too. Anyway, the money was keeping her father from moving on. As soon as he remembered the value of money, he stopped going to that shady bar and got a job.
It really was perfect timing. He was getting ready to pay the down payment for this lady's apartment. That would have been a mess.
You talk about it like it's nothing, but it's a pretty serious story. Your family could have been ruined.
That's true. If I didn't talk to Mi-chan and kept on thinking about it on my own, I don't know where I would have been now. I think I probably would have tried to kill that lady.
Everyone laughed at hearing such a dangerous thing come out of Rena's mouth. Then I laughed too, but I saw something serious in her eyes. It was probably true that she once thought about murdering that lady. She seduced Rena's father so that she could get money out of him. Knowing how short-tempered I am, I might do the same thing if that happened to me. I think she made the right decision in talking to Mion instead of being irrational. I'm impressed. It's not that easy to talk about your family issues.
I know! It took me a while to make the decision to talk to Mi-chan, but that one dream changed everything. A dream? Yep! Every night in bed I'd think about my problems, so I was troubled even in my dreams.
In my dream, I thought about what would happen to me if I didn't do anything. I don't know if what I saw was my imagination or a prediction of the future. In my dream, I saw that lady living with us in our home. My dad and I don't smoke, but there was an ashtray in the living room. The futon in our guest room was now hers. In the bathroom, there was a toothbrush and shampoo I'd never choose to buy. It was an unusual sight.
That must have been very difficult and disgusting situation.
Satoko never told me, but I heard that she also lost her parents.
You'll be beyond me if anything happens to... Okay! You have fun with your BRBing. With your lurking.
I heard that she went through tough times when she was taken in by her aunt and uncle. Someone told me about that once. Satoko seemed to understand Rena's pain very well. There's no Rina. Not in this route anyway.
Yes, it was a very disheartening situation. Eventually, I felt like I didn't belong there anymore. Then something urged me to kill her.
That sounds so realistic for a dream. What happened after that?
I realized I was a murderer. I didn't want anybody to find out about it, and I stopped trusting anyone. I spent all day at a place I buried her. I was afraid that if I left that place, someone would find out that I killed her.
That's a nightmare. I'm glad it was just a dream for you.
I don't know. I wonder if that was just a dream. I think I saw my future. That would have happened if I didn't do anything about the situation. I woke up the next morning shaking in fear. I even felt like I smelled her perfume at home. I wondered when that dream was going to come true. I was so afraid, and that pushed me to talk to Mi-chan.
I remembered Anna coming up to me and telling me that she had a secret to tell me. I honestly thought that she'd gotten a positive on a pregnancy test for a moment. I can talk about it like this now, but it was very serious then.
Mi-chan is a very dependable person. She listened to me and guided me through the solution. Eventually, we decided that I needed to talk with him face to face. Perhaps it wasn't a dream. You're right. I think it was more than that.
Without that dream, it's possible that you never would have spoken to Mion. That could have changed your life dramatically. A dream, huh? Huh? You've had dreams too, Shion? Shion had said something in a small voice. Only Mion picked up on what it was. I don't know what she said, but based on Mion's reaction, it must have been something serious. By the way, Shion usually went to school in Okinomiya. However, she's been coming to the school in Hinamizawa lately. I didn't know why she chose to come this far, but she seemed to be having fun taking care of Satoko. I had no idea what brought Shion and Satoko together. Wait, weren't they on bad terms once? Huh? Is that true? Were they always that close, or not?
Huh? Now I know. It's important to talk to other people.
We'll have fun in a normal way, we'll laugh together in a normal way, and we'll fall in love in a normal way. We won't doubt each other. We'll trust each other.
Friends have greater meaning than I thought. You can talk to them about anything. I finally came to realize that.
You're right. You resolved not only your family issue, but you also realized the importance of friendship.
Yeah! If anyone is troubled by something, I want to help. I really do. I want everyone to think that they can talk to me about their problems. Meep. Nana is saying something very important right now.
Rika-chan is right. We all nodded at her, without joking around. A moment later, we heard someone locking the door. We were all surprised. That person didn't mean to lock the door. She must have locked it by accident, not knowing it was already open. She turned the knob, thinking that it was now unlocked. Huh? Is anybody inside? The lady knocked on the door. I could hear several other people outside the door. Oh, sorry. Let me open it. Ma'am, you just locked it. You can unlock it. Neon replied in a loud voice and walked towards the door. I heard her greeting the ladies from the town council. I mean, I guess it makes sense to ask if anybody's in there, because, like, what if it's a Moida? Hey, will you guys lend a hand? What is it? I immediately saw why Mion called us over. The people from the village committee had brought another donation. It was an old cupboard. Oh. We all helped to carry it inside the room. As I walked through the door, I realized the Hikadashi were starting to cry, taking over from the cicadas. I heard you were going to host the auction, Maibata-kun. Everyone thinks you're the best man for the job. We're all looking forward to seeing your showmanship. Oh, I'll do my best, but please don't expect too much from me. Sure, you say. You're here today so you can come up with an idea of how to sell these items. They have every reason to expect great things from you. I'll make sure I'm at my best then. The other ladies smiled and told me that they were looking forward to it. It hadn't been that long since I moved to this village, but even these people offered me a position of huge responsibility during the festival. So you could say that they've accepted me as a member of this village. I caused so much trouble where I lived before that I couldn't even go outside, but they're accepting me as a member of this village? I was so happy. I felt bad that I still hadn't learned all their names, but I was going to be doing my best to entertain the villagers who were supporting me. What are you going to do now, Mion-chan? Are you staying here? No, we're going home now. Right, Keita? Yep, I got a good idea of what we have here. I should be fine now. I'm not interested in Watanagashi, but I do still want to see his auction. Maybe I'll come to the festival too.
You absolutely must be there, Shion-chan. It will be great fun if we all hang out together.
I disagree. She lives in Okinomiya, so she should go to the festival there.
I think Shi-chan should come. I think Mi-chan will prove entertaining if she does. Since most of us want her to be here, it's decided that she is going to come.
You hear that, sis? You'll be in my shadow on the day of the festival, but let's at least be nice to each other. I hate you, Shion. I hate you, Shion. I hate you, Shion. Whatever Mion says, I know that they're actually close. The more Mion tried to refuse her, the more it was obvious how close they really were. This game is throwing me for a loop. There's more routes in this game than there are in Ice, so there's more to keep in mind than Ice Omnium Files. Is that true? I guess there is. Yeah. Because there was Mizuki's route. Yeah, there was kind of only 4 normal routes and then the 2 true endings. So yeah, this one has more routes.
Alright, let's go. Make sure you get everything. I'm turning off the light now.
I don't know why I keep winking. We made sure that we didn't leave anything inside and left the room. I looked around the shrine grounds while Mio unlocked the door. This big place will be filled with people on the day of Watanagashi. These grounds are going to be the site of the festival. Man, I can't even imagine the crowd. I'm really looking forward to it.
There's going to be a lot of stalls. It'll be packed with people. You'll be surprised, I think. I wish they'd quit being stingy and hold something every season instead of once a year.
That reminds me, there is someone who visits every season.
Huh?
Who are you talking about? Oh, I know who you mean. It's that photographer I met the other day, isn't it? What was his name?
You know Tometake Kichi?
That's right, it was Tometake-san. I met him on my way back home. Rena and Mion told me about him. Despite his burly frame, he's a fairly modest guy. He comes every year to take pictures, right?
That is what he claims, at least. Ah ha ha ha!
Whenever I see him, I feel like Watanagashi is close by. And after Watanagashi is the beginning of summer.
That's true, but the cicadas are already crying because it's gotten hot early this year. I heard on TV that this year is unusual. It's something to do with a thing called global warming.
I love a hot summer. It's not a proper summer if it's cool. Yeah, I agree. I like the different climates of the seasons. Cool summers and warm winters disappoint me. We've got to be as passionate as a hot summer too. How many of us are going to be there at the festival? It's going to be a battle of the 6 evils.
Once again, we'll have a great Watanagashi this year. I agree. I hope we have lots of fun.
Hey, Rena, don't you know? When Rika-chan says something like that, it's not just what she hopes for. It's a prediction. If Rika-chan is telling us that it's going to be great, it really is going to be great. It's our fate. Right, Rika-chan?
Yes, that's our fate.
Rika-chan smiled with a nipa. Her smile assured me that the day of the Watanagashi was going to be a great one for us. The auction won't be starting right away, will it? Nah, it's going to be right before the ritual dance, so we'll have plenty of time to hang out together.
Indeed. It's your first festival. You deserve to have some fun.
After Kate-chan's auction, we get to see Rika-chan's ritual dance? Sounds good to me.
That means I won't get to see Katie the whole time. I have to stand by for the dance.
You're going to be in the show too, Rika-chan? What is that dance all about? Are you going to do something traditional because you're the Shrine Maiden?
There's a dance and a ceremony for paying respects to the cotton inside the futon. You should root for Rika-chan too, Katie-kun. You see? You see? The Rika-chan dances in her Shrine Maiden outfit. It's just so cute!
I've never seen a real Shrine Maiden before. Also, was there a squish noise for some reason before she was like, I'm taking her home? It was like a really weird squish noise. Anyway, I'm sure Rika-chan really will look adorable. I was looking more and more forward to the Watanagashi festival. Rena, Mion, Shion, Satoko, Rika-chan, and I, the 6 of us will definitely have a great time there. How many more days will we have? I've never been this excited about a festival in my life. It's gonna be great, hopefully. Probably not. Hello? Where was this? You're too good at this?
Too good at what?
Satoko's snoring sounded so subtle as I stood by the window.
Satoko?
I could tell that she was sound asleep.
She snores so cutely.
Hanyu laughs and tries to poke Satoko's nose. I looked up at the sky. Nothing was different about the moon, but the moonlight seemed warmer than usual to me.
Rika, you seem to be in a good mood?
Yes, I think I am. I realized it only after Hanyu pointed it out. I really was in a very good mood. Otherwise, I wouldn't be enjoying the view of the sky on a humid night like this. I felt like bringing a toast to the moon. As I rooted around the back of the closet, Hanyu spoke to me, sounding noticeably upset.
Rika, don't you even think about drinking?
I deserve it. Just tonight. Hanyu doesn't like alcohol. If I drink, Hanyu will also taste it, so she always complains when I try to drink. That's why I usually drink only when Hanyu is far away from me. Of course she'll know right away when I do, but it's too late by then.
No, you can't. You're too young to be drinking.
It's my body. I'm going to make my own decisions.
No, I hate alcohol. Can't drink.
I don't want to fight with you tonight. I'll dilute it with orange juice so you can handle the taste. Is that a deal?
That's not the point. I hate being drunk. So you can't drink.
Hanyu jumped around and complained. She was making a lot of noise right where Satoko was sleeping. Stop that. You're going to wake her up.
No, I'm not. Remember, you're the only one who can hear me. Blech.
Oh, just who do you think you are? Hitting tab when you're supposed to isn't something you're good at, but your voice acting is very good. Well, thank you. Also, well, yeah, for the quick time events. I'm bad at quick time events.
But thank you for praising my voice acting. I try my best.
I went to the refrigerator and took out a pack of orange juice and the spicy kimchi I usually use for her punishment.
Ow, ow, ow.
Let me ask you a question. Would you prefer if I ate this spicy kimchi to punish you, or drink a sweet orange juice cocktail while enjoying this beautiful moon instead? Hanyu clenched her lips while jumping up and down, ready to burst into tears. She should be disciplined for being that noisy, but she never has been, since I'm the only one who can hear her. Besides, she's like air, so I can't even give her a spanking. Hanyu loves sweets, but she really hates spicy food.
Rika, would you stop jumping around?
Setsuko woke up suddenly, and I had to hide my glass in a hurry. Setsuko doesn't know about my drinking habit.
What time do you think it is?
She fell asleep again after speaking. See? She was bothered by you jumping around like that. You nighttime nuisance. Just like I'm the only one who can see her, I'm usually the only person who can hear the noise she makes. However, that's not the case all the time. Hanyu does exist in this world. Sometimes people can actually hear and feel her existence. It doesn't happen too often, and most people think that they just heard some random noise. Based on my experience, people who are in a critical condition like Satsuko tend to hear her more often. When I say critical condition, I mean you've reached the L4 stage, as Iri would describe it. At that stage, there's nothing that can be done anymore. They will feel the existence and hear the noise of someone that they can't see. That would really mess with their mind. I'm good at hitting buttons, but not good at the ones I'm supposed to hit. Yeah.
I am a button masher as well.
Hanyu stopped jumping around, up and down and gave up as I started pouring alcohol into my glass. I wasn't drinking because I wanted to be mean to Hanyu. In fact, I always wished that she would enjoy it too. I poured only a little bit of wine inside the glass and diluted it with plenty of orange juice. In fact, this cocktail was pretty much just juice. I also put some crushed ice inside the glass. With that, it looked like a real cocktail they serve out at the bar. See, Hanyu? It's very diluted. I licked the edge of the glass to see how she'd react.
I guess it's not that bad.
Good. I'll be drinking this tonight. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore, alright? Hanyu has been scared of that kimchi punishment for a while. As I put it back inside the refrigerator, she seemed relieved. I took the glass and headed back to the window. There was no breeze, but it seemed a little bit cooler. Hey Hanyu, do you feel that something is different this time?
Are you talking about Keitsu and Nana?
Shion too. Everyone remembers a little bit about their past. They seem to be using those memories to avoid their fatal mistakes.
I don't think it would be surprising if this was happening individually, but I find it very strange it's happening to everyone all at once.
I know how often board games are as examples. I know I often use board games as examples of fate, but I feel like this is the same lucky chance as rolling all sixes on 3 dice.
I think that's a good way to describe it, as a sense that we're starting closest to your desired future. But I don't think this is the miracle that you've been waiting for.
I knew what she was trying to say. She was telling me not to expect too much. The die is designed to have 6 sides. It's not a miracle if I roll it and get a 6. A true miracle is when I roll it once, but get a 10, just like what happened with Keiichi on my previous life. In other words, a miracle is something that would normally never happen. Keiichi gave a doll to Mion. Rena spoke with her father, and Shion started taking care of Satsuko after remembering her promise to Satoshi. That was all because they had those intentions somewhere in their hearts. It was only a side of their die that was engraved there already. But still, even if you couldn't call 3 dice rolling this well a miracle, it would mean good fortune. I'm sure it was God's way of celebrating you
Finally feeling motivated to change your fate.
switching from Rika to Hanyu. I thought you were one of the gods.
You only treat me like a god when you're trying to tease me.
I was just kidding. Don't get upset. Anyway, that's why I'm in such a good mood today. I lifted the glass up with orange wine and gave it a toast to the moon. It tasted like nothing but orange juice. It was funny to see Hanyu making a happy face as I took a sip. I wonder if I can escape the death of 1983 this time.
Our goal is to escape from this board. Then I don't think we'll ever have such a fortune start again.
No matter how hard I tried to prevent things from happening, there were some things I could never control. It's such a huge letdown when that happens. Even after trying so hard, something renders my efforts infertile. I'd probably been wasting my time for so long because I was trying to escape from that pain. For the first time in my life then, I had been blessed with a favorable solution. Everything seems perfect in this world. There's no reason for me to be depressed. It's like the weather is perfect and the wind is blowing it in the right way. If I failed to put my ship out to sea, there was nothing to pin the blame on. I understood that Hanyu was trying to say with a concerned look on her face. If I didn't escape my death under this fortunate situation, I'd have to accept that my fate wasn't something that could be changed. This was an ideal world where all my friends overcame their problems. I was always in a depressing world, but this time all the pieces of the puzzle matched. If I couldn't change my fate in this world, it was proof that I couldn't change it in any world. That was the ending that I had been afraid of for a long time. The loss of hope and the death of my soul. She'd really hate me if I ate something that was really spicy or sour just because I'm bored. like you're just bored and it's just like, I'm just gonna have, like level 10 spicy curry and just like you hear off in the distance, ow, 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 ow. Of the pair of us, I was probably the only one who would die. Hanyu will most likely remain there even if my spirit disappears. She must be afraid of being alone after I lose myself. That's why she's telling me not to expect too much. I bit down on the ice chip inside my mouth. It was pleasantly cold. Hanyu, I know we've been over this many times, but I want you to think about me again.
Sure. You want to know why you're being murdered in 1983?
Yes. A strong will becomes fate. That means that the reason I get murdered this year is because of someone's strong will.
I think you're right.
Who will benefit from killing Rika Furude?
If that person has a strong will, there must be a clear motive for them doing so.
It might sound odd coming from me, but I think most people like Rika Furude. I don't think any villagers would have the motive to kill me.
People who live in this village are all fond of you.
Thanks to you.
Well.
I'm just showing you my appreciation. Anyway, we now know that the Sonozaki family is not the culprit. I have no idea who else would want to kill me.
You know, this village is supposed to be the safest place in the world for you.
You're right. It's supposed to be. There are plenty of people who would protect me here. It's ironic. For a long time, I've been refusing help from all the people who are trying to keep me safe. No, when I last dip, just because I'm bored, I won't say anything because I did it to myself. like you do the spicy chip challenge, and Hanyu's just screaming in the back, just like.
Rika, I think we should rely on Iri.
People in this village love and cherish me, but no matter what, they never save me when I try to escape the fate of my death. I spoke to several villagers in the past, but they never believed me, or none of them saved me in the end. They probably didn't believe me because I had no idea who was trying to kill me or what their motive was. If I could explain that, people might be more accepting of my story. But there's nothing I can do about that. No one would believe a little girl saying that she's going to be killed without rhyme or reason. All they think of me is as the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, the leader of the Furude family. They do cherish me, but they won't protect me with their lives. On the other hand, Iri and his people are totally different. They realize how special I am, and they would try to make sure that nothing happens to me. If I confessed to them that my life was in danger, I'm sure they would do their best to prevent it. Maybe. They have all the means to protect me from a violent end. However, none of it really worked in the past. It's not that they're unreliable, it's because Takano, the one responsible for protecting me, also gets killed on the same day every time. In other words, asking her for help is completely useless. She's very reliable, but she also isn't. It's ironic that I'm the only one who knows the reason why they can never save me. I wonder if that's the murderer's plan. Tometake and Takano get killed because they're my guardians. Then I get killed after that.
I think Takano's death is definitely related to your own.
If it's the same fate, if the same suspect is killing them for the same motive, I might be able to alter my own outcome by preventing their deaths.
I don't know if you remember, but we've tried that once before.
The deaths of Takano and Tometake mean the loss of my protection. Because the two of them die, the suspect is able to kill me. That's why I've tried to prevent their deaths somehow, but they never believed me. I tried so hard to persuade them, but they didn't listen. I eventually gave up and just thought of their deaths as fated to happen. It's the same hopeless feeling I used to have towards my parents when I was able to go further back in time. When I found out that the death was inevitable, I lost interest in them. After all that time had passed, I forgot how hard I used to try to prevent my parents' deaths. Besides,
I thought you hated Iri and his people.
Yeah, they look at us as nothing but their guinea pigs. I support them so I can help Satoko, but that disgusts me to think that they're only using me as a test subject. I've been resenting Iri for that reason. Still, I should try to get closer to him. After all, he's the only person who understands how important I am. He's the main person I should be talking to, and he has the most potential for protecting me. I can't avoid seeking help from him just because I don't like him. I've asked him for help several times before, but Tometake and Takano got murdered even so, and it ruins everything. After their deaths, Iri panics and becomes useless. That's why I gave up on seeking help from him. But in this world, I've been blessed with a positive situation. I will never have as lucky a start as this again. This is the best chance I'll ever get, so I should give it my best shot. I really don't like him at all. But he's not a bad person. I should respect him more. He's serious about helping Satoko, and he's not as much of a mad scientist as I'm inclined to think. Takano's a strange person too, but she's also someone who can give me support. But she thinks I'm only her guinea pig. That's why I don't really want her help. Tometake is more reliable than Takano, but the biggest problem is that he only visits this village a few times a year. On top of that, he always dies before I get killed, so he can never help me. However, they really are the people I should be talking to. If I can change the fate of their deaths, they should be able to save me from my own. It's possible that the only reason I lived until 1982 was because of their effort. I'm going to approach them once more and do what I can to try and save them. Oh, don't worry. I expect they'll be murdered anyways, so I'm not getting my hopes up. So I'll be fine, even if this hope's betrayed.
Oh, you're such a cruel girl.
I chuckled at her comment. If they can escape their fated deaths, then I'm sure they'll greatly influence my own destiny as well. And this time I'm going to try talking to them with the assumption they'll still be killed. In short, I'll talk to them about how I'll be protected from my coming danger after they die. If they issue some orders, then maybe the guard around me will be strengthened after they do. The protection they provide is probably the highest standard of security I could hope for, yet I lose the moment Tometake and Takano die. So I never have their protection after Watanagashi, and therefore I get killed too. In other words, that's it. Whoever possesses the strong will to kill me actually just wants me dead. Yet so long as these two are alive, they're tight security all around Hinamizawa. That prevents the killer from getting to me. So, to kill me, They must first kill Tomitaka and Takano, the heart of that security. Then my protection falls away, leaving me exposed. So why does the event change each time the restarts? Just from like RNG, I think, basically. Like there's a few things that are consistent, but then there's a few things that are just randomized, so that changes a few things. I'm assuming anyway. They haven't really explained it too much, but other than just like, you know, some things are fate, some things are not, some things change. So it's basically, you know, you roll a die, you get like a 2, and so it's like, oh, well, Satoko's uncle's back. You get like a 4, it's like, oh, well, Shion's going crazy. Something like that. The more I reason it out, the more I realize their fates are connected to mine. Thinking from that point of view, my destiny becomes inescapable the moment I abandon them to die.
You should know that you have to do what you have to do first then.
Yes. I have to think about saving their lives before thinking about mine. It's kind of ironic. I gave up on them because I was more determined to save my own life. But I finally came to the conclusion that I have to help them first, before helping myself. But there's something I still don't understand. Someone with convictions this strong is trying to kill me for some equally strong motive. Yet, no matter how often I debate it, I can't think of anyone who'd benefit from my death. Not only that, but there should only be people who'd want to protect me, especially since they would do anything to protect me in the present environment. They even eliminated my mother. To be perfectly honest, I don't even care about her anymore. I never got along with her, and she's the one who took my father's death the wrong way, making a huge deal out of it like she did. She got what she deserved. I'm a valuable guinea pig for them, and I can be a bomb, too. No one benefits from making me explode. There's only disaster awaiting them if that happens. Lots of people will be lost, and nobody would gain anything from that. According to Takano, my death would be like the eruption of a volcano in the middle of the village. I'm not interested in what happens after my death, but they're really concerned about it. They're watching me every day to ensure that I don't accidentally hit my head on the corner of the block of tofu and die. It's fair to say that they are here in order to prevent the eruption from happening. I'd be suspicious of them if they were going to benefit in some way from my death. But as everyone knows, that can't possibly be the case. My death would create nothing but a disaster. They're benefiting from my being alive right now. Perhaps it's not about gain, but about a grudge. Maybe someone has a strong grudge against my family and kills me not knowing that I'm like a bomb to this village. That's why I was suspicious of the 3 families, especially the Sonozaki family. However, after observing them in numerous worlds, I feel that's not the case. I felt that way in several lives, but it always had something to do with the incident that Keiichi and the doll. It's clear that there's nothing going on between the Sonozaki family and mine.
In that case, it must be some religious fanatic.
If it's not that prophet or a grudge, it might be someone who's secretly a deranged cultist. We've already had a series of murders 4 years in a row under the name of Oyashida-sama's curse. Timing-wise, it would be somewhat interesting if I, the reincarnation of Oyashida-sama, were killed on the 5th year. I couldn't stand to be murdered for such a whimsical reason, but such a motive actually seemed fitting. Ironically, I would have to suspect Takano, if that's the case. She's well known for being an eccentric researcher of local histories. She's only interested in the village's history. She already knows who I am. Ooh, Peach, welcome back, but also, ooh, that's a bad roll. You have failed in what you tried to do, it seems. She's doing the research based on the notion that I'm important, so she should have no reason to kill me. She would desire to keep me close to her as a research sample. It's hard to believe that she would kill her favorite toy. She might be willing to kill someone who would try to harm her little toy, though. I will never find out, no matter how hard I think. I just know that someone is definitely going to kill me. I don't care about anything else, as long as I can escape that fate. No, I take that back. How would you know if someone got reincarnated? That's a good question. Probably, I guess it depends. I want to escape my deadly fate, but I also want all of my friends to be happy. And I want the rest of my life to be happy too. I don't want to hide myself in the forest forever just to get away from my murderer. In fact, I've tried that once before, but I still met with the same ending. Living in the forest was a horrible experience. I think I was able to survive until July that time. That might be the longest I ever survived. I smiled bitterly and finished up the rest of the orange wine in the glass. I'd have to talk to Edie again. I don't like him, but his people are my only hope. It's getting late. I should go to sleep now.
I think so too. Good night.
I lay down and closed my eyes, but I couldn't fall asleep right away. Suddenly, I remembered Rena's words out of nowhere. It was no good when I was thinking about it on my own. I wasn't thinking about it on my own. I was talking it out with Hanyu. Now I know. It's important to talk to other people. Friends have greater meaning than I thought. You can talk to them about anything. I finally realized that. After I asked Takano for help, should I also talk to Keiichi? I've told him before in my previous lives, but he never believed me then. It was just something about this timeline. Bang, 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 bang. The two of us. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Please don't die. Rika Furude always thought that there were 4 members in her family. She could clearly see all of us, her father, her mother, and me. She had no idea that I was invisible to anyone else but her. My appearance is a little different from human beings. I may otherwise look like a person, but I can't hide my horns, so it's obvious that I'm not human. I'd hoped that because Rika has seen me since she was a baby, she wouldn't be bothered by my ugly horns at all.
Your horns are cute, Hanyu.
And that hope came true. Just as chicks believe when whatever they see first is their parent, Rika accepted me as part of her family as a matter of course. Even though I have these horns, Rika and I have been close ever since the day she accepted me as her family member. I became closer to her than her parents. I couldn't even remember the last time I was able to communicate with someone. We spent all day together. But her family, especially her mother, denied my existence. Since her mother so strongly denied me, Rika and her mother became distant. Rika didn't learn certain things that many children learn from their mothers. That's why I taught her instead. It's kind of ironic how that made her mother resent Rika even more. Rika used to fight with her mother a lot about how she talked. I guess she picked up some bad habits from me. Besides the fact that she didn't get along with her mother, Rika was a pretty normal girl. She was just like Satoko. She loved running around in the woods and doing mischievous things. However, in June 1983, Rika's life was taken. All we want is a happy life for Rika. My power only allows us to search for the path leading to that. It's awful to repeat the same tragedy over and over again. Although it's devastating, we can still find happiness within this endless world. Rika Furude's destiny is a tragic dead end, but I'm secretly enjoying the fact that I get to spend more time with her than what normal people can enjoy. It's not just Rika. They may not see or hear me, but being with Satoko, Mion, Rena, and Keiichi is also very fun. I can never be one of them, but I can still be by their side. She's doing her best. She's doing her heckin' best.
Okay, so it is just about time to go over to our BRB screen.
Hopefully the timer will work. I don't think it will. I think my timer is just broken. But that's okay, that happens. I'll just have to it'll probably be fixed the next time I stream. More than likely. Because that's just what my OBS does. That's just what it does. But we will take a quick break. Maybe let me set up like a temporary timer just in case it doesn't show up. Let's see. 10-minute timer. So that way we have a good sense of how long it's gonna take. Okay. Let me see. Just doing some background stuff. No, not window capture. Maybe window capture? Yeah. I'm just getting this all set up before we switch over to there. No timer, feel it in your gut. Well, I don't know. We'll do a little timer. Just a little timer as a treat. I don't mind. Okay, it is in It is in an okay spot.
But yes, we will be back in 10 minutes. Go ahead and get a snack, go stretch, use the bathroom that hopefully doesn't have a wasp in it, and we will be back in 10 minutes.
Beware the cows. Not all milk is enriched.
I need a plunger to get past the sewermen. And twice in 3, they were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? and like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they, like, played a similar scene before that. They, like, played 2 similar scenes when they were, like, in Master Yen Sid's.
You are?
A skeleton. Ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am?
Where do I even start?
Or, Veronica, can we not fight anymore, please? Can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure you're scared, I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. Oh my god. No. Veronica. Please don't leave me alone. You were all I could trust. I can't do this alone. Still, I will if I must. And then I blacked out. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. I see, when it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack. There they go. I am sick of seeing spoilers I want to play.
Hello!
I am afraid. I'm very nervous.
Oh, I need to start.
Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Ooh, Leon! Leon! Lewd! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiichi.
Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain? Virgin Happy Show! Morning, morning. I'm doing my best. taste it with your eyes, too. Where's the waitress with the big, heavy pair of melons? I don't see her today. You need to check the shift roster. If you like girls with big tits, you have to come on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 5 p.m. If you like girls with small tits, you have to come on Fridays after 5 p.m. Why do they have that?
Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder. Oh my god, I saw it.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! If it gets clipped, I'm gonna be the new DOC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven.
Okay. Okay. Time. Yeah. So, what you gonna do, Ukyo? Are you gonna do something about it, Ukyo? You got your hand right there. Okay, I'll go back in my little corner.
Talking about the vines or that beard?
Who's this?
Helmet. So this is where you ran off to. Figures.
What?
It's me, Bobby. It's your Psy King.
But how? Where's your body?
I was lost for a long time, until this one found me. Body's on loan from the mailroom. Hang on, borrowed lips. Wouldn't be right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he's not as cute as you either.
Neither are you right now. Come on, let's at least wash that beard. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I know.
Now I just need some help with those killer bees.
I'm sorry! I didn't mean... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you anxiety! Become the narwhal and ruddy up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Puppy belly's in the way of everything.
How dare you?
Fat
Whoops.
freaking
Watch it.
yup.
Or Veronica, can we not fight anymore? Please, can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure you're scared, I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. Oh my god. No. Veronica. Please don't leave me alone. You were all I could trust. I can't do this alone. Still, I will if I must.
Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain? And then I blacked out. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. I see when it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack. Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Ooh, Neon! Neon! loud! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be—
And we are back. Did every Eggy have a good time?
Also, in my break, I realized that the donations and followers and some things are also broken, so it's not just the timer. It's probably a miracle that the chat box is working. Okay,
But we are back. And so now we can continue.
because yeah, I just noticed that and was just like, that's kind of weird. Still very concerned about how many cups there were in your bathroom. Oh, there's hopefully just the one. I saw it this morning. I didn't see it during the break, so hopefully it left. I don't know though, because that's what we were thinking last night, and so it's just like, I have to reset a few things with host and everything else. Yeah, I'm like I said, it's more than likely gonna come back like the next time I stream, because that's usually what fixes the the chat box is just closing it and reopening it. But very weird. Here I came back from my BRB with a Kinder Egg. Ah! And don't worry, I have an extra one. Thank you.
Thank you for an extra one. Also, welcome back, Queenie.
Hello. I'm surprised to see you here on a day other than Sunday.
I have something I want to ask Takano. Is she here today?
No. She must be on a date with Risa-san. I wish I had a date too.
Why do you call him Lisa? I don't understand.
You should ask him yourself. It was a small mistake I made when we first met. It was funny how he reacted.
I don't get it. That's what nicknames are all about, though.
What did you want to talk to her about? I'll see her at the meeting tonight, so I'll take the message if you want.
Thank you very much, but I'd rather talk to her directly.
I see. Alright. I should get back to my work now, then.
Are you not seeing any patients today?
I've been busy with paperwork for the meeting tonight. I've been preparing it for a while, but I didn't have enough time. I'll get into trouble if it's not finished in time.
Aren't you busy coaching the baseball team too? You have so much energy.
I'm such a busy guy. I've been looking for a cute maid who would take care of the chores and help me with all the other work, but I have no such luck. He laughed and looked at his watch. He seemed to be in a hurry.
Do you have any idea where Takano is right now?
They're probably going around to different places in the village. I know that they always meet at the shrine. She left not too long ago, so she might still be somewhere near there. I looked at the clock on the wall. I must have just missed her. This is no time to be chatting with Edie.
Thank you very much. I'll try the shrine.
Unless I've got good news, because it's summertime, moving to my summertime schedule, there be some overlap with your schedule.
Nice! That's exciting. Yee.
I'm kind of sad because I think with it being summer, I probably won't have my schedule changed much because, you know,
The humans need me at random times. But hopefully, maybe some more Eggies will join the horde. But you know, if not, that's okay. It's good to have fun. But you know, maybe.
You shouldn't bother those lovers, since they only see each other 4 times a year. He smiled mischievously and waved his hand in goodbye. I headed back to the shrine. I was going to park my bike by the stairs that led to the shrine grounds. Setsuko and I are the only people who park our bikes there normally, but I saw more than 10 bikes there today. People must be gathering at the convention room. There are more and more meetings when the Watanagashi festival draws closer. Seeing all the bikes reminded me that summer is nearly here.
Keep doing what you enjoy most and we'll be there to support you. Yay! That's what I try to do. But yeah, I think it'll be fun.
Most of the bikes were old and beat up, however. I saw 2 unfamiliar ones parked there. They were sporty mountain bikes with the same design but different colors. They must belong to Takano and Tomatake. No, in summer I go to my day shift where I get my Fridays off. Ah, I see. I wish I had a consistent day, but also it's just like,
I stream when I can.
I went up the stairs to look for the 2 of them, but I couldn't find either. Was there any place with a great view for taking pictures? I tried looking in places like that, but I still couldn't find them. So I started looking based on what Takano might be interested in. I could only think of one place. How is it, Jiro-san? It's a pretty simple lock. All I need is the right tool. I should be able to open it in a minute. You can do that? You opened the lock to my heart, but that's not the only thing you're good at, huh? He cries he hasn't been able to stream for a whole month.
It's okay. We will be excited when you're able to stream again. You're almost an affiliate, I think, right? Have you gotten the affiliate email yet, or is it still not come? Because if it hasn't, oh, we're gonna bombard you with love, or at least we'll try.
I'm going to curse you. The two of them jumped it. This is Rika.
I'm going to curse you.
No, but it hasn't come yet.
Okay. Hopefully it does the next time you stream.
I don't know. I keep blinking and my tracking is just like, hey, you just want to wink, right? The two of them jumped in surprise as I suddenly appeared in front of them. Hello, Rika-chan. It wasn't nice of you to scare us like that.
You got this. Keep on streaming. You'll get to affiliate in no time. Yeah.
I think it's probably, like, I know I had an issue with the numbers being off on my account as well. I think it's probably, like, either, if I had to guess, like, deleted accounts or bot follows. But I wouldn't imagine you've got so many.
It's not nice to try and open the ritual storehouse's lock either.
She's right, Takano-san. We can't do something like that. Tomitake conceded right away, but Takano was stubborn. It'd be cool if we hit affiliate at the same time. She made up excuses to try to fool me. I think I need to stream while having 5 followers to count, so, oh man.
But yeah, so that means that you should hopefully hit affiliate the next time you stream.
Based on my previous lives, I knew just how much interest she had in the storehouse. It was actually rather impressive how hard she tried to cover that up. The ritual storehouse is full of a remainder of the dark history of Onigafuchi. It contains bloody and vicious tools that Takano is fascinated with. She should have a good idea as to what those things in the inside of the storehouse based on what she has been researching. She was making up some story about cultural treasures and such, but it was obvious that she was just making excuses. Tomitake also seemed impressed, listening to Takano's phony justifications. In the past, I've tried to conceal what was inside of the storehouse from Takano because I don't want her spreading information about the holy and brutal traditions that they used to have in Onigafuchi village. It would be a disgrace. As a member of the Furude family, I can't let that happen. Looking at the history of Onigafuchi in the way Takano does is a painful thing for Hanyu as well. For Hanyu, the ritual storehouse is a special place. I don't know what's so nice about being surrounded by those scary ritual tools, but she feels cozy when she's surrounded by the smell of old times. This storage is like Hanyu's hideout. When I can't see her, she's usually relaxing in here. I don't want Hanyu's happy place to be turned into the bloody, horrifying den of evil Takano believes it to be. 50, not 5, lol. Yeah.
I know what you meant.
That's why I've been keeping Takano away from the ritual storehouse. Come to think of it, why am I so mean to her? Is it because I hate her? I should stop feeling that way. I have to keep in close contact with Takano and Tomitake. I won't give up just because it won't work before. I'm going to try one more time. This world is different from the other ones. I might be able to change their fate, which in turn might change my own. Hanyu, I'm thinking about showing the ritual storehouse to Takano.
Hello.
Hanyu made an irritated face. Takano will lose herself in ecstasy if she sees what's inside there. She'll run around spreading rumors of the bloody history of Onigafuchi. Hanyu wasn't too excited about that prospect. I'm not trying to curry favor with Takano, but I think it might give me a chance to talk to her. Takano holds on to grudges, so if I'm mean to her now, she might not listen to me later.
Hello.
Understand that Hanyu doesn't want her inside this holy place, but she can't do anything more than be irritated about it. I'm the only one who can make the ultimate decision. Besides, she'll forgive me if I promise to eat something sweet later.
Takano, if you will keep a secret, I'll let you in.
Really? Inside the ritual storehouse? You don't mean inside an emergency shelter, right?
I mean it. I'll let you into the ritual storehouse.
You mean this storehouse? Inside of this building?
I'm not trying to trick you or anything. I'll let you inside. Nipa!
Nipa! Look at it! She just made a little emoji merplay. I had never seen such a big smile on her face before. Now this is a miracle. I'm seeing this face for the first time in 100 years. Tometake must be feeling the same way. His image of Takano was slowly falling apart as we spoke, I'm sure. No, maybe he just found a new side of her to love instead.
I was surprised that Takano is actually a funny person.
Communication is important. It's sometimes so hard to tell what people are all about. We remained there and watched Takano spinning into light for a while.
This is a secret, so no one could see us going inside.
You're right. I'll try and calm her down.
I'll go get the keys now.
By the time I came back with the key, Takano was totally calm again. She was obviously trying to hide how gleeful she was, though. I thought she was a mature lady, but she might still be a kid at heart. I think they called that something like gatmoe. I picked that term up at some point from Keiichi, but I'm still not sure how it's used. Of course, Keiichi would have taught her the word.
Well then, Takano and Tometake, before we go inside, you must promise me something. Otherwise, you can't go in.
Of course. You're willing to break the rules to open the forbidden storehouse for us. We'll keep our promises. Takano-san, you have to take this seriously. I am taking it seriously.
My image of Takano is falling to pieces right now.
Same here. Her market is crashing all over the world. Adena said it before. It's not a good idea to think about problems all on their own. I always hated the crazy part of Takano, and I didn't want to be close to her. But I never thought she could act this way. She was acting almost like Adena does when in her cute mode. When had I known that she was as a funny person as this, I wouldn't have felt resentment towards her. I realize how important communicating can be.
First of all, you have to promise you won't tell anybody that you went inside the storehouse. Do not tell anyone.
Of course I won't. I'll promise. Takano put her hands to her chest. She also forced Tometake to do the same. It was funny to watch Tometake trying to keep up with Takano too.
Also, you can't damage anything inside the storehouse.
Of course not. Is it okay if I take pictures?
Yeah, you can, but I'll charge 100 yen per picture.
What? How much money do you have on you right now, Chido-san?
If you pay me 10,000 yen, you can take all the pictures you want.
That's a good deal. I'll take it. Chido-san! He paid me the money for real. Honey seemed excited knowing that the money could be used for buying desserts. I am bad. I had to take a dumpster out to the loading bay. Oh. Wait, are you at work right now, Rocket? Are you at work right now and you had to do something?
Takano is such a nice person.
You're so greedy. I finally got the approval from Oyashido-sama, the master of the storehouse. We'd have no more problems now. Bribery at its finest, right? Just like, give me $100 and you can take all the pictures you want. The ritual storehouse is behind the building with the convention room. Sometimes people came out for a cigarette break. I can't let anyone see us entering. Right, $1 per picture. Actually, a little bit less than that. You're good.
Alright, you're good. No one's around.
Tometake checked out the scene and gave me the signal to go ahead. I nodded at him and unlocked the door. Okay, maybe it was Tometake and not me. I don't know. Yes, I've only seen your streams while I'm at work. Oh no! The struggles, oh no. Well, hopefully you were able to actually take the dumpster out to the loading bay. I pushed open the heavy door just far enough for us to sneak inside.
It looks suspicious if you wait outside like that.
What? I can come inside too? He seemed surprised that I was asking him to come inside with us. Tometake, of course, wasn't particularly interested in what was inside the storehouse. I expected his surprised reaction. Jiro-san, Rika-chan is telling you to come inside. Come on now. All right. Tomitake squeezed inside as Takano urged him. I turned the light on and closed the door. Then I put the chain on from inside. You're locking us in?
Just so that a bad kitty cat won't sneak inside, you know.
Are you talking about me?
Takano, a cat is supposed to go all meow meow. Nipa.
What do you mean?
If you don't act like a cat, I'm not going to let you see what's inside here. Give me $100 and act like a cat. I bought cat ears and a collar with a bell for you too. If you don't put them on and get on all fours and down, then I won't open the next door.
My Rika-chan. The Shrine Storehouse has 2 doors so that people can't see inside when the first door is opened. At the moment, we were inside the entry chamber. The real storehouse is the room beyond. More bribing, right? What? That's a bad joke, Rika-chan. You wouldn't really...
Huh? What the hell?
Oh, or what the hell? I'll do it if I have to. You're testing me to see how devoted I am to my research, aren't you, Rika-chan? Fine. If that's what you want, then I'll wear cat ears, bloomers, and a tail and crawl on all fours before an empty milk bowl. Beg, please let me drink... Please let me drink your milk, master.
She definitely would have joined our club if she was around our age.
I agree. Hey, remember how they said shredded stocks fell like snow on Wall Market during the Great Crash? Takano's value right now reminds me of that. Bring it on, Rika-chan. Are you sure I only have to wear ears and the collar? Takano-san, this door isn't even locked. See? Push it, it opens. Really? My dear, how shameful of me. Tomitake has no sense of humor. He just turned off a lot of viewers who were looking forward to seeing Takano in a cat outfit. Just like, Tomitake, how dare you? You ruined this for us. You ruined the clips.
Anyway, he's right. You just have to push it. Nipa.
Yeah, that dumpster is out. I'll just have more for the rest of the week because school is getting out for summer. Oh, yeah. Once we went through the door... Oh, right, because you're a janitor, right? I think I'm remembering that, right, Rocket? Once we went through the door, we found ourselves outside the storage area. Well, good thing nobody like Date is here. This would totally get out of hand fast, right? He'd be foaming at the mouth like, put the cat ears on! There were no windows in there, so it was completely dark, even during the day. There were several light bulbs hanging from the ceiling, but they were dim, and their light only exaggerated the darkness inside. Oyashiro-sama's statue and the altar dominated the center of the room. They were surrounded by tons of ancient torture implements. They were all over the floor, walls, and ceiling. It looked like a torture room rather than just storage for tools intended for one. This is amazing. Ow. Tomitake was rendered speechless. Ah yes, Date and his crippling addiction, yeah. They were nothing like those fake torture implements that they might have seen in a wax museum or someplace like that. The tools in this room are the genuine articles. I never liked to think about it, but I'm sure some of them were used. These authentic tools always had an impact on the people who see them. But Tomitake was the only one who was shocked, since he was the only person in the room.
It's okay, Bleach.
Takano's eyes were sparkling. She was taking pictures while meowing like a cat. She was really into the idea. Tomitake just ruined it for everybody. This place isn't special to me. Of course, I know I'm supposed to treat it like a holy place, but I'm so used to seeing all these things after coming here countless times while I was little. To me, it's nothing but a storehouse with lots of old stuff inside. As for Hanyu, she says it's the only place the air from times past lingers in this present day, so she actually finds it comforting. I get it in a good mood when I come here, because Hanyu gets in a good mood. This is a relaxing place for her. As I watched Tomatake's reaction, I noticed how totally off my values were from normal people's.
Nah, I don't have big hack and throw as a thing anymore. I have it as the redeem now because of, bad eggs. But now the big throw is bigger.
Takano's reaction seemed more natural to me, in a sense. Hanyu seemed to be bothered by Tomatake's reaction, too. Maybe it was a bad idea to let him come inside after all. Not like I would kick him out at this point. Hanyu and I sat on a cushion in front of the altar, and I watched Takano dance with childish glee while Tomatake made touching efforts to keep up.
Because one every now and again is not too bad, but like 100 or 200 items at once, it's just like, yeah.
Save it, yeah. I think she already wanted to do that. She was just into it because she was told to do it, right? Just like, yeah. I wonder why they made so many torture implements. The whole purpose of torture is to make people confess something, right? Why was it necessary for them to have so many?
Jiro-san, do you know that there are 2 ways to threaten people with torture implements? The first is to inflict pain on the victim. The other is to threaten the victim by just showing him the tools. In that sense, having a countless number of them can give tremendous fear to the victim.
I've heard that torture requires skill. I suppose it's hard to really hurt people without killing them. Tomitake acted like he's having a conversation with Takano, but his voice was obviously unsteady.
Some Western torture implements were so vicious that if they really used it on the victim, they would have killed him instantly. To be precise, there are 2 types of torture implements. First, there are simple tools that are simply used to make the victim confess. The other type is for entertaining those who are watching the torture. I'm frustrated that some people can't tell the difference between those 2.
Let me ask you, what were they trying to gain from the victims by using these tools?
Tomitake asked me that. He must have thought that Takano would say something far more scary if he asked her. He's forgetting that I'm just a little innocent girl. I think they were forcing their victims to obey the rules of Onigafuchi Village. That's what I believe. Am I right?
Yes, you are. Most of these tools were never built for actual use. They were simply displayed in front of the villagers to intimidate them. That's why there are records saying that they actually tried to use them. Some of them were the wrong size or simply malfunctioned.
So they really did use some of them, then. That's not a pleasant story.
Some people were just too obedient, despite the threat of Yoyashiro-sama's curse.
Hey, Rika-chan, are you sure that these tools are mainly used to intimidate people in the village? I've heard that they're used for cooking and dissecting during the real Watanagashi.
Hanyu was making a frustrated face. She didn't want to remember the dark history of Onigafuchi Village. People performed countless torture ceremonies in front of her, claiming that they were doing it in her name, the name of Oyashiro-sama. She asked them not to do that, but no one was able to hear or see her.
No comment. Nipa?
She always talks to me about it, too. Long ago, the villagers of Onigafuchi would receive a divine message, go down to the foot of the mountain, kidnap people, and eat them, right? I wonder why they did that. Was it a display of force or something?
I believe it was a type of ceremony to make them all realize that they were higher on the food chain. The greatest outspoken reasons Onigafuchi forbade intermingling with outsiders were that the village was a holy land, and they were transcendents, greater than humans. Mingling with tainted humans will bring corruption. That's what they were taught. So they probably needed to reaffirm their idea that they were above humans at regular intervals.
In Japan, there was a tradition of displaying severed heads on pikes. While such a warning is inhumane, it's an extremely good deterrent.
Yeah, Hanyu being Oyashiro-sama is like a weird thing, because it's sort of, but also not. Because Yashiro-sama is kind of like what the village put in their mind of what Hanyu is, but Hanyu is not Oyashiro-sama. It's like a weird relationship. Not really, you can scare people. Like in Punisher, he said the blowtorch would feel cold at first and touch an ice pop to the dude instead, but I'd feel both ends of scaring the truth. Yeah. Make more sense when I kept saying that it was someone watching her. Yeah! Especially in the first chapter as well, where it's like Keiichi felt an extra step. I think basically it's like, anytime any of the characters were like, yeah, there's an extra step when I walk, that's Hanyu just keeping an eye on them, making sure that they're going to be safe, but that ends up, like, freaking them out, and it's just like, oh no, there's, like, someone following me, telling me to do these things, and Hanyu's just like, no, please, stop, like, please, stop it! The victim was brutally tortured in public, and then they were eaten alive. What would you think if you saw something like that? Anyone would simply think that they would want to be in that same situation. There's also a history of crucifixion in this country. They hung the victim and stabbed him with spears in front of an audience. You know, people don't really die from being stabbed once or twice. They might have a chance to die if they were stabbed in the stomach or chest, but it's not instant like a guillotine. They bleed from their wounds, their guts were pulled out, and they eventually died by drowning in their own blood. In that sense, a guillotine is such a merciful tool. Did you know? The guillotine was invented for the nobility. It was invented because they were able to die instantly, which wasn't the case with shooting or hanging. The nobles got special treatment all the way up to death. There's an old black and white movie that I know of. It's a love story set during the French Revolution, but the final guillotine scene is the best part. The nobles are lined up and bound in chains, and they get publicly executed on the guillotine one by one. Snap. Next. Snap. Next. Snap. Human lives are being taken away like they're on a conveyor belt. There's no last words or prayers or anything. Snap. Next. Snap. It's not even that entertaining because it's over in a flash. No one holds any sentiment for their deaths. The audience enjoys how the nobles' heads are sliced off like vegetables. It's like a show to them. I think it's more respectful to kill someone slowly and brutally. That way people will pay a little bit more attention to them, right? Well, Yashiro-sama here was the one who made this brutal torture possible. Takano raises her hand in to honor the statue of Yashiro-sama. Yashiro-sama is just an idol created by human beings. That idol was worshipped with fear and made divine. Yes, people laid the bricks of his church with rules and doctrines, strengthening it with a mortar of curses and malediction. I hope I pronounced that right. As they stacked and stacked those bricks up high, its height reached up to the heaven, and their god was placed above it all. Gods are born because people desire them. So when people seek out to rule others with fear, they become the collection of blood, torture, and pure terror. And here they call that god Yashiro-sama. In other words, that proves that the stairs to godhood are built not by gods, but human hands, and shows the way for us humans to attain further heights. And her passionate lecture was interrupted by a loud noise. Nope, if you remove the thing you get stabbed with, you'll bleed. But if you leave it, it helps to stop the bleeding. Yeah, it slows it down at least. That's why if you get stabbed with a knife, you have to keep it in there even though it really hurts. But that way you're not bleeding out. Until you get to the hospital, of course, and then they can take it out safely, hopefully. Anyway, I don't know. As I looked back, Hanyu was jumping up and down with her eyes full of tears. Thud, thud, thud. She was stomping the floor as hard as she could, making loud noises instead of screaming out with her unheard voice. However, it all amounted to the same thing. Hanyu cannot be heard by people.
That's not right. It's not right. It's not like that.
Hanyu.
I hate seeing people getting tortured and killed. I want people to be happy together. Of course, not everything is perfect, but I never asked people to do such horrible things.
Hanyu. You are who you are. Oyashiro-sama has nothing to do with you.
That's not right. That's not right. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. I hate Takano. I hate her. She always says horrible things about me. She's a bully.
Was it a bad idea for me to bring Takano in here? I knew that Takano would get overstimulated and say something like this. Fortunately, Hanyu's rejection indirectly reached Takano, and she stopped lecturing. Somehow, Tometake had heard the noise that Hanyu made. He pressed his finger in front of his lips and told Takano to be quiet. What is it? Well, I just heard a sound like a child was jumping around. There might be a child somewhere near this building. Really? I didn't hear anything. I'm sure I heard it. Takano-san, you're in here in secret. I think you should look around without making any noise. Takano seemed disappointed, but Tometake was right. She had no choice but to be quiet.
Tometake, there's no children around this place.
Are you sure? You didn't hear it either? I'm sure I heard a noise. I guess the noise of Hanyu and the chirping of Higurashi. Yes.
The gwa 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 or quack 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 and the ow 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 ow. I heard it too, but it wasn't coming from outside the building. It was jumping right up behind me. I guess you heard it from far away, but it was very loud to me.
I was standing in front of the altar. The statue of Yashiro-sama was right behind me. Tometake seemed freaked out after hearing what I just told him. Although he was trying to fake a smile, his face was turning pale. However, Takano didn't seem scared at all.
Takano? You can't say things that would upset Oyashiro-sama in front of him. Oyashiro-sama is very angry now. Can't you hear his voice?
It's fortunate that she can't, to be honest. Even if she heard it, it would be nothing but tears. My job as a shrine maiden to begin with is to tell humans of what Oyashiro-sama is feeling. I'm responsible for speaking on Hanyu's behalf. Takano must have realized that I was very serious about what I just said. She apologized to me right away. I'm sorry. I took it too far. I'm sorry, Oyashiro-sama. You are a god as long as people worship you. Even though I may not worship you, you still are holy. I'm sorry for disrespecting you.
Oyashiro-sama loves sweet food. You'll get cursed unless you offer something sweet through me.
Tometake couldn't help but smile. Takano also smiled. She bowed to me, promising to bring over some cream puffs soon. Takano finally stopped saying bad things about Oyashiro-sama. She also promised to bring me something sweet. Hanyu was still upset, but she was probably satisfied for the moment. But I didn't know what she meant by the 3 fingers she was showing to me. Was she telling me to ask Takano for that too? Being her shrine maiden was not an easy thing.
Oyashiro-sama is saying that he wants at least 3 cream puffs. I just want to make it clear that it's not me asking for that.
They took it as a joke I made to reduce the tension. Tometake and Takano cracked up, holding their stomachs. Hanyu was looking at them with surprise, not knowing why they were laughing. My face, meanwhile, was turning red with embarrassment. Fine. I'll get 3 delicious cream puffs for Oyashiro-sama. Should I get some for you and Satoko-chan too?
No, I don't need any. But there is something that I want to tell you.
What is it? Since you let me inside the storehouse today, I'm willing to do anything for you now.
Then, I want you to believe what I'm about to tell you. Please don't ask why or make fun of me. Please believe me and change fate to save me.
Both of them are surprised to see such a serious look on my face. I was sure they'd be surprised. After all, I was about to explain to them that they were going to die in 2 days. I'm sure they'd want to deny that, but I knew a fair bit about their deaths. If I could explain to them that in detail, they wouldn't be able to laugh it off. I've talked to them about it several times in previous lives, but they never took it seriously. I only had this slight possibility that they might believe me. Hopefully, the possibility is as small as a miracle. It could be engraved on the side of a die. My friends overcame their fates, and they all rolled a 6. Should I call that a miracle? Please, God, let me roll another 6 again. Please let them believe that death is upon them.
And now we're never gonna know.
It's all fun and games until you make the ghost's laughter at your joke, right? Edie turned the light on as soon as he finished his presentation. There were about 8 men wearing lab coats inside the meeting room. The man sitting at the far end was the only person without one. Upon seeing Edie finish his speech, he clapped his hands together several times. Pachi, 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 pachi. Having noticed his applause, the other men in the room soon followed suit. What are you wearing, sir? Excellent. Very, very excellent. I'm quite satisfied with your progress. Your hard work has paid off, Dr. Edie. No, I would say it's because of my incredible staff. I really do owe them my gratitude. We really are close to finding a perfect cure. There are a few more sticking points left, but they can all be resolved with time and financing. We're counting on your support on that front. With sufficient funding and labor, I estimate we'll be done within 3 years. By 1986, we should be able to establish a complete treatment for it. From here on out, our challenges are establishing a treatment package that other unspecialized medical facilities can easily administer, and developing an easier, cheaper test for it. With regards to testing, Dr. Iri is currently researching ways to detect potential patients through blood samples. Once that process is established, the test can be administered alongside regular physical exams, and we believe that will drive costs down significantly. That's wonderful to hear. The current tests are pretty involved and expensive after all. Sorry, I'm truly grateful to hear you're considering the costs, too. Healthy citizens are supposed to be our nation's assets, so it really is shameful to bring up the budget, but from our position, we'd like to shave every yen we can off the costs. Of course, we understand. If we established a treatment that would be impossible due to the cost, it'd be just a pie in the sky. It's our job to develop a practical treatment, not a theoretical one. Tomitake started clapping again, and everyone followed him. You're truly a respectable man, as well as a talented doctor. I'm honored to have met you. No, I can't sincerely accept your applause until every person has been treated, and this so-called curse of Yashido-sama has been exterminated. We hope for your continued cooperation until that time. Likewise, I'll do everything I can to make sure you receive almost every yen in the budget you've outlined. Please keep up the good work. Tomitake and Iri shook hands, and then, the meeting room was filled with applause yet again. That's it for tonight's meeting. Tomorrow's the main event we're all waiting for, the budget hearing. Let's all push hard. Takano was being sarcastic, of course. The staff members in the lab coats were smiling bitterly. Well, I'll give my greatest efforts for the budget you all need to. To be honest, I want to be on your side myself, but I'm the one who has to explain things to the brass, and the one they come down to on directly. You have my deepest apologies, but regretfully, I'll be rigorously examining the budget. Please continue lending me your cooperation. That's your job, so we can't blame you. We'll see you tomorrow. In any case, that's it for today. Once Iri declared the meeting over, his white-coated staff gathered up their documents and left after glancing at the clock. No, when it comes to medical science, you have to decentralize it so progress goes faster. I would assume that's true. It was almost midnight. The staff who were off tomorrow might be alright. That's it. But those scheduled to work needed to sleep soon, or it would hinder them the next day.
Oh, 2 hydrates! Oh my gosh. Okay. Take some big sippies.
Another one. Okay, a stretch. A big stretchy. Okay. Oh my gosh. I can only stretch so much. Okay, this is gonna be a huge stretchy, while the word butts is gonna be on screen. Oh gosh. Okay, I don't want to stretch too much that I hurt my neck. I've been hurting my neck a lot this past week, and okay.
And then one more sippy for good measure.
Right, hydrate or dehydrate? Okay. Pardon my tiny burps. Takano gathered up the butts from the ashtray, as well as the empty office cans. Or coffee cans? The cans of office. My, some people didn't drink their coffee. We managed to get a coffee budget for meetings approved, but I wonder if they'll cut that budget if people don't drink it. Don't be so mean. I'm not doing this because I enjoy it, you know. Oh, Takano-san. I'll take that leftover coffee. I'll take that one too. That way the budget won't go to waste. The two of them seemed more relaxed with the other staff members gone. Tomitake and Iri loosened their collars in a sign of relief. How are Rika-chan and Satoko-chan? Are they doing fine? I heard last week that Satoko-chan's test results weren't that good recently. No, but it actually wasn't that big of a deal. She was a bit out of sorts because of the heat wave. Her new results came out very stable.
Dr. Iri is very passionate about Satoko-chan.
That's not true. As a physician, I treat all of my patients equally to the best of my ability. It's not because I want to dress her up in a maid outfit and keep her in my house. But if she feels grateful and decides to become my maid, that would be wonderful. Though that's proving quite difficult. It would be wonderful if there was a way to completely cure Satoko-chan, but I guess that's what's difficult. Once a patient reaches the L5 state, like Satoko-chan has, it's easy for them to re-experience hallucinations, similar to a patient suffering from flashbacks. Those technically aren't caused by the disease, but by the normal defense mechanisms cultivated in the brain. Like the idiom, "a scalded dog fears cold water," suggests. The brain naturally uses past experiences proactively for our survival.
In simpler terms, emotional trauma. Worse yet, we suspect she may have suffered damage directly to her frontal lobe, so she needs more delicate counseling and long-term medication than the usual trauma patient.
You should watch how heavy the dumbbells you lift as a show with a lot of fan service. Oh, but has really good fitness and diet tips. That's true. The one anime that's like "Onegaimashou, mecha mecha dai." I haven't watched it yet, but like the opening is fun.
You might be able to treat her illness, but you can't treat her mental health.
Is that what you're saying?
There are plenty of people functioning in society with emotional trauma. Even if she's just one more to the mix, that's still a miraculous recovery considering the state she used to be in.
Think about diabetic patients. There's no cure, but many of them live happily by managing their condition.
She still needs 3 shots a day?
No, she's recovered quite a bit, so she's down to twice a day now. I think that puts a lot less strain on her, too.
She was so afraid in the beginning, but Rika-chan talked her into it.
Into getting the shots, you mean?
Satoko-chan was told that she's receiving financial support from us by supporting our research. So she thinks she's getting 2 shots a day not because she's sick, but as a test subject for your research?
Soil test! Hello, Sinbad!
There I go! Yep, I'm off the screen now. There we go. You've been hoarding those points, haven't you, Sinbad? How you doing, by the way?
Jiro-san, it would be a horrible thing for us to explain to her what kind of illness she's suffering from. Didn't I tell you this before?
Well, I remember. Sorry for being insensitive.
If you happen to see Satoko-chan somewhere, please be kind to her. Alright, I will. By the way, Rika-chan is such a strong girl. Her background is similar to Satoko-chan's, yet she's leading such a steady life. We have Rika-chan and her deceased parents to thank for all this. Without their understanding and support, we would have never discovered even a hint at a cure so soon. She's even endured our inhumane experiments very well. We wouldn't have the results we do today without her support after overcoming her parents' death. I'd like to repay the debt we owe her somehow.
I agree. Tokyo also recognizes that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan have rendered us a distinguished service. They'll be compensated for their work someday.
Hey, you guys don't even want to pay for our coffee filters.
Again, don't be mean. You keep bringing that story up.
But even though all we can do is compensate them with money, I wish there was a way to pay them back for our hearts.
Takano muttered like she's talking to herself, but it almost sounded like she was talking to them. I'm sure there are many ways for us to show our appreciation. There are many ways we can pay them back.
Dr. Coach, I guess you're already doing that for them all the time. I suppose I should be nice to those girls too.
Indeed. Plus, Rika-chan is very nice to you today.
I nearly forgot. I have to take that film to get developed first thing in the morning. It was such a wonderful experience.
History, culture, the smell of it, everything about it was wonderful. Iri wondered what she could have experienced during that day. Tomitake could only smile and act like he didn't know anything. By the way, Takano-san, what do you think of Rika-chan? Yeah, what do you think of what Rika-chan told us near the end of the day? What are your thoughts? I want to believe that it's only paranoia. She did say that there's no absolute proof either. What's going on? From what you've said, it sounds like Rika-chan is showing some bad symptoms. Her test results from last week, I thought they came out pretty good, but did you see anything different, Dr. Edie? No, they were as stable as always. If Setsuko-chan's results are a wave during high tide, Rika-chan's are the quiet surface of a lake. Just like their personalities. What's the possibility of a sudden outbreak? What are you talking about? Don't tell me Rika-chan is showing symptoms of the disease progressing. Rika-chan asked us something today. She wanted our protection because she feels like someone is going to murder her. She also told us not to tell anyone, so you know. No way. Who would try to kill her? That's impossible. Rika-chan is a beloved mascot here in the village, and I don't think she has any enemies. I think it was just her imagination, too. Why does she think that someone is trying to kill her? If she's experiencing paranoia, she may be in the early L5 stage. She said she saw it in her dreams. She wants us to reinforce security around her because she feels threatened. For a young girl like that, it's not uncommon to get scared after having a nightmare. But we need to determine if it was really a dream or if she's showing early symptoms of the disease. Okay, let's give her an urgent checkup tomorrow. I really hope nothing is wrong. She's the most valuable person in this village. I hope she's okay, but what should we do if she is?
Jiro-san, if that's what she wants in return for what she showed us today, it's not even a big deal.
If she's worried about her safety and wants to rely on us, I think we should support her. That's what paying her back with our hearts is all about. You're right. Even if she was just dreaming, we'll lose her trust if we don't support her. This is our chance. We found a way to show her our appreciation. Yeah, I agree. Besides, she has a right to seek that support from us.
Yes, we have to make sure to protect her at all times.
That's true. Though that's your job, not mine. So please, give her your best. Understood. Takano-san, please do what you can to help her feel safe. It's probably not so serious that we need to bring in the bloodhounds from Tokyo.
True, you can't ask them to come over just because Rika-Furude had a nightmare. Alright. I'll order at least 4 members of the Mountain Dogs to watch her for 24 hours a day.
That's impressive.
Why does it bug out like that? Nobody redeemed the big hack and throwing system.
That's impressive. That's tighter security than when I went to Tokyo.
She deserves special treatment. I'll make sure she gets the best security in the country. No one would dare plot an assassination on her. I'll get the best bodyguards out there. Not even a super spy could lay a finger on her. Nya nya. Onigafuchi banzai!
Edie's just like, Takano-san. Takano-san, did something good happen? He's just like, Takano, why are you meowing? What? Are you... Do you want to be a cat maid?
Well, I mean...
Oh wow, we're still in the middle of the chapter. Okay. After looking through the items that had been donated for the auction, we had realized that there was nothing kids would be interested in. Keiichi insisted that the show wouldn't be a success unless there was something that kids would beg their parents to buy. When did Super Nintendo come out? I don't know. Maybe a Famicom. I don't know when that came out either. An Atari system? He's probably right. What would have existed in terms of video games in 1983? I feel like there would have had to be something, right? When did Pong exist? For that reason, we went to the toy store again today. We were trying to get the owner to donate something that would interest all the kids attending the festival. Ping pong? like the little two lines on the side of the screen, did that exist? That had to have existed before 83, right? I see. I did get to sell off my old stock. I mean, you know, different games the other day because of you guys. I want to support you if I can. My grandma wants the auction to be something that both kids and adults can enjoy. That's what she's hoping for. You understand? Can't you help us, Uncle Yoshiro? Well, if that's what your grandmother wants... Okay, I'll do my best. I don't know what she would say to me on New Year's if I refused. Wow, I guess Mion's grandma is pretty scary.
We have never met, but I have heard of how terrifying she could be. According to Shion-san, she enjoys ripping people's nails off. That's just Shitan trying to scare you. That's never happened at all. Ever. That's not based on true events at all. Nope, not at all. I know Miten's grandmother very well. She's a very nice lady, as long as you're polite to her.
I'm impressed that she can refer to that monster as a nice lady.
She's scary when you're not polite. Also, she's scary when you don't show proper respect. This is Rika. Nipa! So, are you saying that she wouldn't be nice to me?
Kei-chan, we have a deal. You said we can take some stuff. Satsuko's just like, what?
Nobody answered my question. Hello?
His voice was a painful one.
How come the people in this village always listen to Mion?
It's the power of the Sonozaki family. Mion is like their princess. No one would dare contradict her.
You're also the princess of the Furude family, aren't you?
Thank you. The members of the Sonozaki branch families who owns businesses usually get their funding from Mion's family. They can never go against the will of the main branch. The Sonozaki family made a fortune on the black market after the war, and they've invested those funds as capital into businesses run by their families and villagers. So I don't think the throne is a bug, I think it's bad, but... Oh no, wait, are you... Oh no, it's okay. Well, I think... I don't think that's the case. Because it happened, during Needy Streamer Overload, and if I remember right, you weren't watching? Unless it was Crimson doing the thingies to make it glitch. I don't know. I just confirmed it with this last time. Oh, okay. I guess that explains it. Maybe it was Crimson. That or who else do I have modded? I don't know if Moki was there. I don't know. I was just checking out the request reward. I have no idea what the throw glitch was. Yeah, I don't know. Because I know it happened in Needy Streamer Overload, but I don't know who would have done it. I don't know. So when I click it to check you did it, it redeemed it again. Oh, I see. Okay. So basically Sinbad bought one with points and then got another for free. Also, don't mind the sound of fruit gummies. Don't worry about it. They charge almost no interest and required no co-signers or collateral. So long as one gives a proper explanation, they'll provide a notable sum. The money has to be paid back, of course, but it's lent between families and community. They're willing to make some adjustments if one goes begging. For that reason, everyone is borrowing money from the family. And that, more than anything, is why they can never refuse a request from Mion. Alright, try and find something that might be interesting to kids. I need something big in size. It's not that exciting to sell a deck of cards at an auction, you know? Big things will attract more attention. So we need to look for something big and expensive. These past 3 I have done it, it's been me, I'm sorry. It's okay, now we know.
Leave it up to me. I'm very good at finding things like that.
Who has this fireball emote? Oh, the person that you recommended to me. I see.
Let's try to be considerate of the owner too, everyone.
Whoa, look, Rena. This stuffed animal's so cute.
What? It's adorable! Oh my, I'm taking them all with me! Oh my god!
You know, you guys, please don't take too much, okay? The shop owner smiled bitterly at us.
What do you think this is, Katie? It says swing on it. Is it like a playground kind of swing? Oh, it's so heavy.
It must be a build-it-yourself swing. You can build it inside your house or outside in the yard. It's not as big as the swings you see on playgrounds, but it's big enough for little kids to play on. It's fun in the beginning, but they'll eventually get bored with it, and they'll be used to hang the laundry on instead.
That sounds like it's coming from experience. Did you have one of these, Katie?
In my last house. I got it for Christmas when I was little. It looks really impressive, doesn't it? That's a good choice, Elena. Here, Keita, stick this paper on it. People from the council will pick it up later. Mion handed Keiichi a piece of paper that said Town Council on it. She's carrying around a whole stack of them. She's really thorough when it comes to things like that.
Katie-san, how about this one? It's a small pool that you can put in your yard.
Oh, that's a good choice too. What do you think, Mion? Well, in Hinamizawa, you can always go to the river if you want to play in the water. I don't know about that one.
But this goldfish pattern is adorable. I think this pool is a good one. I think so as well. Doesn't it just look so perfect for setting of all kinds of traps?
No way. I'm the one who's going to end up trapped in there. We're not taking this one.
How about this one? It's an elephant slide. Neat. I think this one is nice too. I want to take it home with me.
If I pushed Sadako off the top, she would roll down like a ball. Ah, wouldn't that be so much fun?
Don't you think so, Hanyu? Ow. Stop being so mean to Sadako.
Why not?
That one's nice too.
Alright, let me stick this paper on it. We enjoyed the privilege of picking donations for a while. I started to feel bad seeing the owner's troubled expression. I patted him on the head to try to comfort him.
Rub, pat. Nita.
Wow, this is mahjong.
What is that, Keiichi?
What is it, Keiichi? Keiichi found something in the tabletop game section. I walked towards him to see what it was. There I saw a green mat on the table with the mahjong tiles all lined up on it. They were arranged in a square shape as if someone was playing there until just a few minutes ago. Oh. Huh? What's this, Uncle Yashiro? Were you playing mahjong at work? No, that's not it. I had expected to see board games and card games in the toy store, but not mahjong. I guess it isn't weird for a toy store to sell this, though.
Wow, it's been a long time. I think I've forgotten most of the rules.
Whoa, it's incredible for a girl like you to know mahjong. Oh, let me guess. You guys played this at the club, right?
It must have been the end of last year. Of course, I was very good at it too. There are lots of traps lying in my discard pile.
Mion. Listen here, you had 4 young girls together and you played mahjong at school. Hey, Kei-chan, you can't underestimate this game. Hinamizawa gets a lot of snow in the winter. The whole village enjoys mahjong in those months. We hole up inside a warm room and enjoy some tangerines and mahjong. We turn on the end of the year music program on the TV. That's what winter is like here. That's probably how the Sonozaki family spends its winter. And that doesn't mean the whole village does that. I forgot that Hinamizawa gets a load of snow in the winter. I see. I guess Mahjong would be the standard games for adults to play on around the Kontatsu. Kei-chan, Mahjong is a serious game. It's a necessity in every man's social life. When they sit around the square jungle, they become Seiryu of the east, Bakyo of the west, Suzaku of the south, and Genbu in the north. Abandoning their hierarchy and squabbles, they fight on equal terms. It's the same spirit as the ancient Olympic Games. See? Isn't it amazing? I'm less concerned with that, and more afraid of what kind of punishment you'll set when you bring it out at the club again.
Do you know how to play, Keiichigo?
My dad loves it. He always forces me to play when he doesn't have enough people to play with. I don't know if I'm good, but I know the rules. I don't know how to calculate anything, though. Anyway, why is there a mahjong table here? Everyone looked at the owner. Well, I was talking with a customer this afternoon, and he said he could show me how to do the Tsubame Gaishi. What? Did you say the Tsubame Gaishi? That's the greatest scam in the history of mahjong! It's the ultimate technique developed in ancient China. Its power was so great that the emperor of that time banned its use. I didn't know that there were people who could use it in this era. Oh, I got this information from the history of ancient mahjong.
Tsubame Gaishi? Isn't that a technique of Musashi Miyamoto's? How does that involve mahjong?
It's a bold technique where you switch your hand with a wall and a flash.
It's a bold technique where you switch your hand with the wall of the flash. Nipa! Nika, why do you sound different? Oh, don't worry about it, Nipa! Nipa!
Hey, Neon, why would you teach something like that bad to an innocent girl like this?
Whoa! I want to see it. Can anybody do it? Can you, Rika-chan? I only know about it. I can't do it myself. Satoko, weren't you practicing it a while ago?
Wait a minute, Satoko, don't practice something like that at your age. But she's a trap master. It sounds like something she would do. Pardon me?
Oh! The best time to set up a trap is when the opponent is sure of his victory.
So, did you ever get to master it? You were practicing, right?
Well, I could never use it in a real game. Even in practice, I only succeeded once or twice. Wow! I want to see it! Do it for us! Yep. I want to see it too. Very well, you all. Don't laugh if I can't pull it off, alright?
Satoko sat in front of the table and started piling up the tiles.
Do you really think Satoko can do it?
No, I don't know. It'll be amazing if she can do it, and cute if she can't. I don't care if she makes it or not, because I enjoy seeing her act shy like this.
Well, first of all, you start by planting the tiles you want into the wall ahead of time. I see. Then you later swap them for your hand. But how? Sleight of hand?
Well, you instantly swap all the tiles from your hand with the planted tiles. This is a scene I'd love to show you all by running a video through Nscripter, but hey, unfortunately I can't time that to the text of the sound novel.
I have no idea who me could be talking to. Ipa!
You say, looking at the camera. Are you ready? Everyone gulped and looked closely at the table. Satoko moved her hands like a swan on a lake. She had 13 tiles in front of her. Then she silently flipped them all face down. Then she lifted them up by holding both ends and silently placed them against the back edge of the wall, keeping them hidden. This is it, Satoko.
I don't know if I can do it, but I'll try.
We all went quiet. Satoko reached out towards the Yamahai. Then she grabbed the whole thing with her small little hands. Let me explain how hard it is to pick up the wall. For those unfamiliar with mahjong, your hand is usually made of 13 tiles. If you push them into either side hard enough with both hands, you can lift them up into the air. You might drop and scatter them if you're not experienced, but it's still not that difficult. However, it's not that easy for the wall. The Yamahai usually consists of 17 tiles, and plus there are 2 rows on top of each other. This is the important part. It's not as simple as lifting up 2 rows of 17 tiles on top of each other. You must lift up the 17 tiles from the top row, only the 4 tiles on the edges, the bottom row. By setting them on the 13 tiles from your hand placed between the wall, you can bury your hand in the wall, and lower 13 tiles that remain from moving the wall become your new hand. This is the ultimate technique, the Sumabageishi. It's a technique that lets you switch all 13 tiles in a split second.
You can do it, Satoko.
I could see Satoko trying to concentrate. She was supposed to be doing this more naturally since it's a technique for cheating. But since for the moment it was just performance, I suppose it's fine. Someone audibly swallowed, and at that exact moment she made her move.
There!
Crash! She had put too much strength into it. Her tiles fell apart.
Oh no! I can't do it. It's not that easy, you know.
I see. But I think I understood the gist of it from Mion's explanation. Let me try it.
I'm going to try too. I guess I have to master this one now, or else it'll be troublesome later on. I'm trying it too then.
Man, this entire chapter has made me feel so damn nervous waiting for the one thing to go south, right? I mean, it's probably, the thing going south is probably gonna either happen like at the end of this stream or in next stream. I don't know. All of us except Mion took a seat and started piling up the tiles. At a glance, you look like small children who are just playing with the tiles. Apparently that was Rika saying that. And they took... Maybe it's just set up for the next chapter? Maybe. I wouldn't believe that, but we'll see. Well, they're actually practicing the Tsubame Gaeshi. I'm proud of how my club members are growing up to be decent kids. Oh, maybe the first one wasn't... It probably wasn't Rika, it was probably the store owner. That makes more sense. My hands and Satoko's hands are about the same size. If she can do it, I know I can too. Of course, I can't really use this trick during a real game. We were just playing around, but I was having a good time. I've never done this before in my 100 years of life.
I think my hands are slowing down. I'm so frustrated. It's so hard to lift up the first 13 tiles. Oh.
Listen, you have to use your pinky fingers. There we go. It's going to explode if you push too strongly. But you have to use enough strength to lift it up. It's difficult, isn't it? It's very difficult to lift up the first 13 tiles to begin with. Not everyone can get past this stage. Satoko was doing well for the first time, but she lost her concentration and is dropping her tiles now. I took Keiichi's advice and supported the tiles with my pinky fingers and lifted it up.
Oh, I did it! Yep. I lifted up the first 13 tiles.
Good for you! Rika-chan has a lead on us. We need to do better.
You're good at this. Can you do the next step?
It's not that easy, but I really want to get it right before anyone else. That's what we're racing towards right now. I'm going to do it. Is Rika-chan going to be the first one?
You're done if you pull off the next move. But that one is so difficult. Go, Rika. This is the hard part.
I had to lift up the whole top row and only 4 tiles from the bottom row. I probably didn't need to use too much force. I can do this. Crash!
Oh, too bad.
With the number of tiles increased to 17, it got more difficult, didn't it?
I'm going to do this before everyone else. It'll probably be a punishment for those who can't make it.
What? Is that true, Mion? I wonder what I should do. There was only 4 sets, so Mion wasn't even in the game. Did that mean she would set up the punishment with no risk to herself?
That's not fair. You're not even playing, Mika. If you have time to complain, you could practice harder. This is getting interesting.
I thought we all came all the way to Okinamiya to get donations for the auction. Why were we doing this now? Although that's why I love hanging out with these people. If it wasn't for them, I would have lost my soul a long time ago. I would have become a worthless piece of flesh. I've heard that rabbits can die from loneliness, but humans are no different. Humans can also die from boredom. Anya, I really do think this world is special. I know all these events could happen individually, but now they're all happening at the same time. This is like a miracle.
Your fate really was too unfortunate up to this point. You deserve this kind of happiness every once in a while.
You're right. If I have such a miserable and deadly fate, I do deserve some happiness that evens out the sadness. I felt like the luck that I had been getting in this life was something that I had been saving up for 100 years. The people I love are all healthy and happy. I also asked Takano to reinforce my security. I don't know if she really will, but she promised me. She never did that in my previous lives. I think her reaction to my request was the best one so far. In fact, she was skipping on her way back home. She must have been in a good mood. I was so sorry for breaking the family rules, but I think it was worth it. I told them that their lives were also in danger, but I doubt they really believed that. They didn't seem too frightened by it. I'd have to give them a final warning on the night of Watanagashi. If I tried warning them too often, they'd never believe me.
Does that mean that there's nothing for me to do in this world right now?
Or for me?
I don't know. Until the moment of truth is here, it's impossible to tell.
I'm blessed with miraculously good fortune in this world. I gave it my best effort using all my previous experience. But did I do enough? I wish I could have my fortune told. I just wanted something to tell me that I did everything right. Please tell me what my fortune is. And as soon as I made the wish, God granted it to me. Oh, what's going on in here? Suddenly I heard a low voice. Keiichi and Rena dropped their tiles as soon as they heard it. Hey, Oishi-san! What are you doing in a toy store during working hours? Hello there. Don't worry, I'm off duty today.
You mean bad luck today?
What are you all doing here? Eh? It looked like Oishi was ordering something from the owner. I wondered what this old guy wanted from a toy store of all places. Mion was wondering the same, and she asked him instead of me. My mahjong mat is warped because I kept it rolled up in storage for a long time. The green cloth is peeling off the underside of my kotatsu board too, so I couldn't use that one either. You play mahjong at home? That's a nice way to spend your day off. Perhaps you got in trouble at the mahjong bar and they banned you from going in there or something. No way, no way. I'm a gentleman in any public establishment. I'd never cause any trouble like that. Anyway, you kids like mahjong. I figured that young people didn't even know about the game. Please don't underestimate my club. We'll play anything that has a winner and a loser. We never turn our backs to a battle. We play mahjong, slot machines, horse racing, bike racing, boat racing, calligraphy, flower arrangement, and croquet.
I think she'll make us fight in the middle of lava pit someday.
It's okay, Rika-chan. Even if you die on that battlefield, you'll come back out of nowhere 2 or 3 chapters later.
I have no idea what Keiichi and Rika-chan are talking about.
What are you guys doing? Are you piling up the tiles?
No, not that. We're practicing the Tsubame Gaishi.
You're practicing the Subai Bageshi? Oh dear.
He's the one who showed me how to do the Tsubame Gaishi earlier today.
What did you say? It's not like I can use it in a real game, but it's one of the tricks I can do. Oishi-san, will you please show it to us? I really want to master that technique. If I don't, I'm going to get in real trouble this winter. Sure, let me show it to you. You must be the boy from the Maibara mansion. Oh, sorry. Yes, I am. I'm Keiichi Maibara. I moved here recently. Nice to meet you. Hey, you've never met him before? This is Oishi-san from the police department. He's on the festival committee as head of the security team, so you'll see him at the meeting too. I've heard about you. They say you're always full of energy. I've been looking forward to meeting you because everyone is saying that you're going to be a great auction host. You'll have such a big responsibility at the festival. I'm surprised you accepted the offer. You have a lot of courage. Right? Oishi is just a bad sign in, like, almost everything. If it's not the Watanagashi festival, it is Oishi. But I'll do my best since I took the job, so I hope things go well. I'm Keiichi Maebara. It'll be a pleasure working with you. You're also a very polite young man. I'm impressed. I'm Oishi from the Okinomiya PD. You can call me Kura-chan if you want. You can sit in my seat, Oishi. Oh, thank you. Let me show you the trick then. He rapidly gathered up the tiles. I could tell that he'd been doing this for a long time. I heard that the judo fighters can tell their opponent's rank just by looking at how he ties his belt. It's just like that. Thank you for complimenting me already. Alright, are you ready? I'm going to do it now. There you go! Thud. Swoosh. Clack clack. All done. I'm all done now. Whoa, that was fast! We all broke out in cheers. You often hear the audience cheer for a big performance on TV, but it really was more impressive seeing it in person. He did it so quickly, too. He made it look so simple that anyone could do it, but everyone here knows that it's very difficult to do. That's why we were all impressed at how easily he performed the task.
Oh, you're amazing! You're so good!
That was incredible! I'm seriously impressed. Will you teach me in slow motion? Sure, why not? Try and do what I do. It's more difficult in slow motion, but pay attention to how I use my fingers. Oh, he's a bad man, so no one should be impressed or praise him, right? He's the bad sign! He's the... What do they call him? The messenger of Yashido-sama, I think. Or his henchman? I don't remember what they call him. Let's see. Pay attention to how I use my fingers, especially my pinkies. First of all, okay, I got that one. Then what do I do? Then you do it like this. No, don't lift it up. Try and think of it as sliding it forward, but don't push it. Just slightly lift it up like a hovercraft. Slightly lift it up like a hovercraft. There! Damn it. You don't need any strength. You can't make any noise, you know. You have to do it silently like a ninja. Silently like a ninja. Let me try one more time. It was strange. I'd never seen Keiichi and Oishi playing mahjong together. I'm sorry I'm snacking on fruit gummies.
Keiichi-kun and Oishi look like they could become good friends. I guess it's like male bonding or something.
Oishi usually only appears after Takano and Tometake get murdered on the night of Watanagashi. He has only ever appeared on the scene as a detective. He always approached Keiichi as a detective, so he never thought of him as someone he could trust. He only thought of Keiichi as a decoy to expose the culprits among the villagers, or some nonsense like that. So even when you see it, it's hard to believe that Keiichi and Oishi are having a good time together like friends.
I've never seen Keiichi and Oishi getting along with each other.
I know. It's my first time too. How am I supposed to react to this? I thought it was a bad thing when I first saw Oishi today. I couldn't understand this world at all. My heart was pounding and I had a strong feeling that I'd roll a 6 every time I threw the dice. I should roll it again. I think I'll roll a 6 again. I know it. I'll know it before I roll it. I will roll a 6, and I will finally defeat my deadly fate. Welcome to our store. Oh, there you are. Oishi-san, we got it for you. My heart started racing. The voices sounded so familiar. I had heard it before, but that couldn't be right. Hanyu always warned me. Don't expect too much. It couldn't be him. Oh, Akasaka-san! Thank you very much. Did you have any trouble finding the store? I'm sorry, I got lost. Who knows where I would be if that nice postman wouldn't help me. A young man was standing there. He was wearing a casual outfit and holding a plastic bag in his hand. I always thought Akasaka wore a shirt and tie. He also seemed much smaller. He looked at me as I stared at him. Normally, you look away when you make eye contact with a stranger, but we stare at each other without averting our gazes.
Is that you, Akasaka?
And you are... Rika-chan? Huh? You know him? Akasaka-san, you knew Furude-san? That's a big surprise. It's been so long. You grew taller, didn't you?
You seem stronger too.
This is Mamoru Akasaka, aka the man that didn't call his pregnant wife and now she's dead. He's a detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Public Safety Development. He sometimes shows up in Hinamizawa in 1978. He has no relation to Hinamizawa or my deadly curse, but outside of the village, he's the person I trust the most. I've asked for his help in the past several times, but nothing ever came of it. He's from so far away. He forgets about me once he returns to Tokyo. That's why I'd given up on him.
Why are you here in Hinamizawa again?
I left my daughter with my parents.
Wait. What?
And I came here on a trip with my wife.
Your wife? She's not dead?
Yes, you saved her life. You must have no idea. Akasaka-san loves his wife so much. Was it 5 years ago? He was in Okinomiya for a business trip, but he suddenly abandoned his job to return to her side. That's how much he loves her.
Oh, that's so romantic.
You warned me that something bad was going to happen if I didn't go back to Tokyo. That really concerned me, so I went right back to the hospital where Yukie was. Then I heard that a janitor got in an accident on the stairs that led to the rooftop that day. The tiles on the stairs were loose. The janitor fell down the stairs and got seriously injured. I knew that was going to happen because I'd seen him lose his mind after hearing about his wife's death in a life I'd lived a long time ago. Falling down the stairs seems like just the luck of the draw. I didn't think it would happen all the time, but it had happened to him over and over. So I thought there must be some kind of reason behind it. I guessed it was because of the broken tiles on the stairs. If he didn't show up at the hospital that day, his wife would have gone up those stairs. It was her daily routine, but she didn't go because he showed up. Meanwhile, the janitor went up the stairs and got injured. Rika-chan saved Yukie's life. I'm not sure if that's really true, but Akasaka-san has no doubt that you saved his wife's life. He really wanted to meet you again.
Rika's good at predicting things sometimes, though.
That's because she's the reincarnation of Yashida-sama. Oops. Kuma-chan and Sato-san should be here soon. We have to hurry, Akasaka-san. Well, Maebara-san, let's do this again. I'll teach you something more useful next time. Sure. Thank you very much. See you again, Rika-chan.
How long are you staying here, Akasaka?
I'll be here until after Watanagashi. Kind of long for a vacation, isn't it? They told me I'd need to use up my vacation days. I just finished a big job, so my boss told me to take some time off. I'll be there at the festival. I heard that it's going to be a huge event.
That's right. It'll be more than just the drinking party you had last time.
Akasaka-san, let's go. You saved Yukie's life. I'm going to make it up to you one day. When that time comes, I'll lend you my strength.
I will be killed in June of 1983.
It's been 5 years and I'm stronger and more experienced. I'm different now. I'm sure I can help you. I felt like I rolled a 6 without even throwing the die. Akasaka followed Oishi and ran outside into the bright sunlight.
Hanyu, does this also seem like luck to you? It seems like fate is on your side this time.
Remember that day we held a club activity in this toy store? The moment I refused to play the fishing game, this world started changing. My strong will is changing the path of fate. My strong will is going to change my fate. If I have a strong will, I can also change those results. We rode our bikes back home together. I was in a good mood. I almost felt like humming a song. I could feel my deadly fate slowly falling to pieces. I felt like my fate was urging me to move on. Just like the sun and the moon during an eclipse, the wheels of my fortune were perfectly matched for the first time in a long time. This really might have been a miracle. This wasn't like the true miracle of Keiichi remembering the past. It was good fortune within expectations, but when it was arranged this well, it was enough to be considered a miracle. I couldn't remember the last time I felt so good in the June of 1983. My name is Rika Frude. My ominous fate was moving away from me. With each step I took, that deadly fate withdrew further and further. I'd have to stay strong and take advantage of this miracle. I moved forward at high speed. Watanagashi was so close. My luck and effort had brought about a miracle. And so, I will defeat my fate. This time for sure.
Go for it. Yay!
The next moment, something happened. Keiichi had accidentally scratched a motorcycle that was parked by the street. A group of 3 delinquents were trying to intimidate him.
Hello. What should we do?
Just watch. I have the power to get rid of them now.
I think we should call the police. Don't worry, Satoko. Leave it up to me. Rika? Hey, Rika!
I walked towards the delinquents, even as they grabbed Keiichi by his collar. What the hell are these pathetic guys? Are they trying to stand in my way when I'm trying to have a happy future? I should teach them that nothing can stop me now. I know I'm rolling a 6 without even throwing the die. Say something, you punk! Are you listening to me? They continued to grab Keiichi's shirt. Keiichi, Mio, and Rena were staring at them with vicious looks in their eyes. I got in between them. Huh? What the hell do you want? Out!
Get the hell out of here. Don't even think about ruining my fate.
I plucked his nose with my fingers again. He never expected that a little girl like me would attack him. He seemed surprised, but he quickly returned to being angry. Out! When he picks me up by my collar, too.
Rika-chan! Stop it, you jerks! Let it go! Ow! Rika! Do you have a plan?
No, I don't. But I'm trying to prove that this is nothing compared to the power I have now. If I can't deal with this situation, I'll never escape from the deadly fate. I rolled the die, knowing what I was going to get. I knew I'd be rolling a 6. The next moment, 2 men in working overalls came up to the 3 delinquents and tapped them on the shoulders. Let go of her. She's just a little kid, you know? Who the hell are you? They started the fight. Shut up and go away. These working men weren't just random people who were passing by. I knew who they were. Let's have a talk over here. One of the men pushed the 3 delinquents to the side of the street. The other man spoke to me in a calm voice. Are you okay, Rika-san?
Thank you very much. You saved us.
He lended me his hand so I could stand up. Off with you now. We'll take care of the rest. I don't know who you are, but thank you so much.
Are you sure we can go now? Yes. Don't worry about us.
Thank you very much. Oh, I think the don't worry about us was the man's.
I can barely believe that Keiichi-san was so weak.
Let's go, everyone. We got back on our bikes in a hurry and left the scene. They had no idea who saved us, but we're glad that all of us were safe. But I knew who they were. Those must have been the security guards who work for Takano. Takano kept her promise. Those guys are professional bodyguards. They only do what they are ordered to, but they make sure their mission is complete. If Takano told them to protect me, that's the best protection I can get. After we left the scene, a white van with 2 men in it followed us. Nightingale reporting. R is moving to a safe zone. We will continue escorting her. This is Aaron. Roger that. Everything was working in my favor for the first time ever. The pedals seemed so light that day. I felt like I could fly in the sky if I wanted to. If that's not a sign that that bad things are gonna happen right after this section, I don't know what is. If that's not a death flag, I don't know what else is gonna be. Before the flight. Oh, hi. I didn't expect her to be in here. Here's your plane ticket. Don't be late. You'll get the rest of the money when you get there. Thanks a lot. Here, Mamiya. Okay, Mamiya. Thank you. I've always wanted to go to Sapporo. You sure Hojo isn't suspicious of you? Don't worry. He's stupid. He's got a big... He's got a big and a big attitude, but that's all he's got going for him. Is that so? The next moment, they heard several cars coming towards them. The man looked out from the window and saw 3 black cars screeching to a halt by the apartment building. Several intimidating men emerged from those cars. Some of them even looked up towards the window. He quickly hid himself behind the curtain. Shit, they're here. Run! Are you serious? But why? Come on, Mamiya. They're going to kill you. They heard the men running up the stairs. They sounded angry. Okay. Just the Secret Service. The Secret Service is just like, okay, we need to just get anybody that would cause any pain. Okay, so this route, this hoe got killed. We're gonna get her for that. Oh.
Seems all nice and
Cool, and just nothing bad is gonna happen because nobody jinxed anything. I'm gonna have some fruit gummies. Oh my god. Oh, why? Okay, so club activities is going on. Oh! Okay. Keiichi's enjoying himself and then getting beat up. And Rena's being like, oh my god! It was a very humid day. Not even a slight breeze was blowing. It had been an unpleasant summer. One that wasn't only hot, but swelteringly so. There were various articles of clothing hung out to dry on the messy apartment windows, but the lack of wind evoked an impression far removed from the coolness. In fact, it only felt more oppressive. What just happened? Club activities. Those were outfits that they wore, in the last chapter, actually, during Angel Mort. There were crooked houses and apartments lining the narrow, twisting road. In addition, there were planters and flower pots whose contents were beginning to rot, as well as bicycles and cars on the side of the road, making it even more cramped, more oppressive, and all the more sweltering. Nobody was in this place at this time that was visiting voluntarily. But in spite of what everyone might expect, a single motorcycle came rolling in. The motorcycle stopped in front of the 2-story apartment. Ow. That caught me off guard. One that could hardly be called neat, even in flattery. A man, fairly old and wrinkled, stepped off. When a nearby housewife hanging out the laundry noticed him, she called out,
Well, hello there. It's quite hot today again, isn't it?
Oh, you got that right. I feel like I'm gonna boil out here. Just throwing some love. Okay. Suddenly, I got goosebumps all over my body.
oh, yeah, I will hydrate.
If I can grab my water bottle. Lots of hydration today. Suddenly, I got goosebumps all over my body. I felt like something bad was about to happen for no reason. Everybody gets this feeling in a different way. Some people get a twitch in their eyelids or some kind of movement in their ears. In my case, I get goosebumps. Satoko was supposed to be cooking dinner tonight. We didn't have much inside the refrigerator, so I asked her to go grocery shopping. I was just watching TV and relaxing while I waited for her. She was usually back by the time my cartoon was over, after which she'd start cooking dinner. But my cartoon was over, and the news had started, and Satoko wasn't home yet. Satoko sometimes waited until they had a sale at the store. In that case, she'd usually come home late. That must be what was happening. It was too early for me to start worrying about her. But I can't explain this feeling. I can't explain it, but I feel extremely worried. Once I started feeling like that, I couldn't just sit in the room and wait for her.
Hanyu? Hanyu? Where are you?
I thought she might be where Satoko might be, or might know where Satoko might be, but she's never around when I need her. Honey was not with me 24 hours a day. She sometimes falls asleep and sometimes goes out for walks. Though in her case, it's not a walk, but more like a stalk. She follows people around when she finds someone interesting, and she enjoys observing them. Anyway, I had no choice. I'd have to find Satoko on my own. I had a good idea of which stores Satoko goes to. I should check those first. We're in Hinamizawa. If I ask people, they tell me where she went. Hello there, Rika-chama. It's a blessing to see you here.
Ipa! Did Satoko come here today by any chance?
I haven't seen Satoko-chan here. I've been out here all day, so I would have seen her if she was here. I didn't even have time to say thanks. I ran to the next door. People were greeting me and waving at me. I'd usually smile and greet them back, but I had no time for that at the moment. Satoko, Satoko, Satoko. I need Satoko in my life. I was able to survive for so long because of her support. Without her, this world would be so empty and boring. Satoko is nonchalant and optimistic, unlike me. I've learned so many things from her over the past 100 years, but I still need to learn more from her.
Satoko! Satoko!
People stared at me as I ran by them, screaming out her name. I didn't care what they thought, though. Satoko, Satoko, Satoko! Why are they looking at me like that? I'm looking for Satoko. Somebody tell me where she is! My heart was convulsing inside my body like a fish out of water. What little stamina I have. I hate my body for being so young. You know, the store on the corner always has a sale in the evening. She might be there. I went to a few different places, but I still couldn't find her anywhere. The people I talked to gave me advice on where to go, but I couldn't find her in any of the places they suggested. I continued to run, looking for her. I continued to run even when I bumped into people. I don't know, I had so many customers I can't remember. There are only a few places in Hinamizawa where you can go grocery shopping. It shouldn't be that difficult to find her, so why couldn't I? Wah! I tripped on something in the street and fell flat on the ground. Ouch! I injured my hand on a small rock embedded in the ground. I didn't feel much pain, even though I said ouch. It just felt hot, as if I touched a frying pan. Suddenly, someone handed me a pretty handkerchief.
Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Rena, did you see Satoko anywhere?
Rena was carrying a grocery bag. I'd heard that Satoko bumps into Rena often when she goes grocery shopping. They tend to choose the same stores.
Satoko-chan? No, I didn't see her today. Was she out grocery shopping? Yes. You didn't see her? No, I didn't. But there's no way she would have missed the big sale on the market today. I was there, but I didn't see her.
Another hydrate time? My brain wasn't getting enough oxygen. It took me a while to understand what Rena was talking about. I just like how this typo looks. I understood. I understood that Rena didn't see Satoko. But that wasn't the point. They had a huge sale in the market today? There's no way that Satoko would miss that sale. But she still didn't see her there.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Yeah, understood. What was that supposed to mean?
What happened? Did you see her leave her wallet at home or something? Well,
I couldn't find the right words to explain. Should I tell her I feared that something bad happened to Satoko and that's why I was looking for her? No, I couldn't do that. I couldn't think too deeply about why she hadn't returned home.
What's wrong? Can't I help out? Talk to me.
I knew she was just trying to help me. I even thought I needed someone to help me just a few moments before. But now that she was here, I had no idea what I was supposed to say. No, that's not it. The truth is, I know. Somehow I know. I wouldn't have known if I was someone else. But I have to know this. Rika Furude has to know what's going on. I know it. I remember it. I knew this was coming. I've experienced a world before where Satoko suddenly disappeared, but the possibility for that happening is as low as Akasaka showing up in Hinamizawa. It only happened randomly in our lives. This is not the first time. It happened before, too. I should see it for myself. I needed to see if I'd gotten stuck inside the devastating world again.
Will you talk to me? I'm sorry. Goodbye. Hey, Mikata.
I started running. I couldn't pretend like I didn't know where she was. Please don't tell me that I was blessed only up to this point, that I'm about to fall into my unfortunate fate from here on. I thought that this world was different. I thought I could move on to a happy life. I thought I would be able to defeat my deadly fate in this life. But this was just horrible. It was horrible that this was happening to this world. I was standing in front of the place that I hate the most in Hinamizawa. Yes, it's Satoko's real home, the Hojo residence. I'd been living with her since last fall, so this house was empty. In the beginning, she used to come back here to pick up her clothing and other necessities. But once she moved out most of her stuff to my house, Satoko stayed away from this place. This was a sad place for Satoko, because all she could remember was it was a horrible time she spent with her uncle and aunt, and the memory of her missing brother Satoshi. That's why she never wanted to come back here. But that wasn't the reason I hate this house. It's because I know what happens whenever this house becomes an issue in my life. Oh God, please, please bless me with just one more fortune. I closed my eyes and prayed, then I slowly opened them. The window was open on the second floor. I saw a faded curtain swinging inside. As soon as I saw that, my knees realized what was going on, even before my mind processed it. In the next moment, I lost strength in my legs and collapsed on the ground. I saw an unfamiliar motorcycle parked by the house. I also saw laundry in a futon hanging outside. I was certain that someone was living here. It was proof that someone was living inside this house. It's never good when there's someone living inside this house. This was very, very bad. I knew exactly why. I knew why, but I felt like I wanted to act like I didn't know.
Satoko.
Satoko went outside to take the futon in and noticed me.
Rika.
Satoko looked down and forced herself to smile. I felt so sad. It wasn't just her expression. I could tell that her left cheek was red and swollen.
Satoko, don't stay here. Let's go home.
I took her hand, but she still looked down without squeezing back.
Rika, I think I'm going to go back to this house. Why is that? My uncle came back, and he told me we should live together in this house. I know that's not what you want. You don't want to live with your mean uncle. But I have no choice. If I go back to your house, he'll come and get me. I don't want to cause any trouble for you.
She gave up with a sad smile. She looked exactly how she looked 1 year ago, in 1982. Her uncle only slapped her face, and she's back to being the Satoko from 1982. The cheerful Satoko that I knew until yesterday could no longer be found. I took care of Satoko and tried to heal her wounded heart for over a year. Ow! Always the scumbag uncle returning, right? She finally got her smile back, but her uncle took it away, just with one slap of her face. A broken soul can recover over time, but her damaged heart can never be fixed completely. I just took the broken pieces and put them back together. The cracks in her heart will always be there. That's why she wouldn't come with me, no matter how hard I tried to pull her hand. She couldn't get over the fear. She knew just how scary her uncle could be.
Satoko!
Satoko! What the hell are you doing? You better... Okay, I can't do that voice. You better not go anywhere. I heard a disgusting voice from inside the house. Satoko stared at the ground. Her shoulders were shaking. I want to punch you in the face. Who the hell is this? He came out and stood right behind her.
It's nothing. I just bumped into my friend.
I don't care. Go inside and clean the bathtub. I want you to take a bath, you idiot. Satoko scampered back inside the house like a terrified small animal. I feel devastated as I watch her go. Were you asking her out to play? I'm sorry, but she's busy taking care of chores. I'm her uncle. I've been out for a while on a business trip. I'm finally back in the village, you know.
Liar. He only showed back up because his lover went missing. In another world, I once let my hatred out on him, but then he inflicted that anger on equal turn onto Satoko. So I couldn't allow the dark flame burning within my chest to reflect in my eyes. Since I couldn't make myself smile, I couldn't insult him. All I could do was give him a short bow and run away from the scene.
You're intimidated by my scary face, huh?
I heard his hideous laughter from behind me. I cried as I ran away. I couldn't stop crying. I thought this was a perfect world up until today. Why was God doing this to me? It was too cruel. But I couldn't give up yet. I couldn't do anything, but I still had hope for this world. I didn't think the luck I had until yesterday was just a random thing. I went back to my house in a hurry. I needed to make a phone call. I didn't know the number because it was my first time calling the place. I looked inside the phone book.
Where's Keiichi and his bat when you need him, right?
And found it easily. I made a call to that number. I think calling child services, I think?
Oh, hello. Didn't expect to get a call from you, Furude-san. What can I do for you? Or maybe, no, it's Keiichi's house. I already knew that. Nope, Oishi, okay. Oishi could never save Satoko, based on what I've seen in my previous lives. For him, Satoko is only a good way to get at the Sonozaki family. Her uncle is probably his prey at that regard, too. Even if I talked to him about her situation, we would do nothing to save her. The only thing he'd tell me would be to call the Child Consultation Center.
I want to talk to Akasaka. Is he there?
Akasaka-san? He went to the hot springs in Wakura with his wife.
Wakura?
That's not anywhere near here. I thought he was staying here until Watanagashi. I heard he's going to stay in a hotel owned by the relative of his. I wish I could go too. What? You want to know where Wakura is? It's in the Ishikawa Prefecture on the Noto Peninsula.
No way. He told me that he was staying here until Watanagashi. I thought he meant he was staying in Hinamizawa, but did he actually mean this area of the country in general?
Can you get a hold of him somehow?
That was a meaningless question. There's no way I could get him to come here while he's enjoying his trip with his wife. Even if I can talk to him on the phone, he'll probably only tell me to call the Child Consultation Center or something.
I don't know where he's staying. Heard it's a very famous luxury hotel, so I can make a pretty good guess. But I'm sure they won't give me the room number, since they're strict about customer privacy these days.
Okay then. Did Akasaka tell you that he's coming to the Watanagashi festival?
Yes, he did. He's coming back here after the hot springs. They stayed here for only one night and then left for the Noto Peninsula. I'm sure they'll be back before the day of the festival. He said he'd be back with a souvenir for you.
How terrible. I thought it was too good to be true. I knew it was kind of strange for him to stay in a boring place like this. My luck seemed to be turning. This might not be a surprise, though. Just like I can roll 6 3 times in a row, I can roll a 1 3 times in a row, too. Happy things and unhappy things can happen with equal probability.
Hello? If you want to leave a message, I'll take it for you.
I looked at the calendar on the wall. I didn't know when he was coming back, but I was certain it wouldn't be for at least 1 more week. I thought back to the past to try and remember what happened. That guy will break Satoko apart in 1 week. I couldn't wait that long. I had to give up on seeking help from Akasaka. Well, that's okay. I still have 1 more option. 1 more person I could rely on.
No, that's alright. Thank you for your help. Yipa!
I hung up the phone after thanking him. I couldn't make a phone call to the next person. I'd have to talk to him in person. I put my shoes on and headed to the Iri clinic. The Iri hours were over for the day. Or the clinic hours. There usually was no one here after that. However, since Tometake was here, they should still be inside the building for a meeting. They had to be there. The front door of the clinic was locked, as I expected. I went around to the back door and rang the bell. The whole clinic is nervous when Tometake is around. They usually ignore visitors, but I'm special. What's wrong? I heard you had an emergency. You need me too? That doesn't sound good. Iri and Takano showed up soon after I was taken into the visitor's room.
If Rika Furude has an emergency, then it's a priority for these two people. I'm the most important person in this village. Could it be someone is trying to get you? You are protected at all times by the elite security of the mountain dogs. They've been watching you since the day we made that promise. I had no doubt about that. They saved me right away when we had that confrontation with those 3 delinquents the other day.
That's not it. I have a favor to ask. I want you to save Satoko from danger.
What happened to Satoko-chan? Iri doesn't have that much power alone, even if he really wants to save her. But Takano controls the mountain dogs, so she does have that power. In my previous lives, I was never able to get help from the mountain dogs because I wasn't on good terms with Takano. But this world is different. I have a better relationship with her in this life, and she even kept the promise she made. I trust her ability completely now. Tepe Hojo is back? That's horrible. It was mainly Satoko's aunt who was abusing her last year, but Iri knows that her uncle was violent with her too. I told them that Satoko had gone back to the same condition that she was the previous year.
I don't know what will happen. I need you to help me save Satoko.
Iri seemed to want to do something for her, but he didn't know exactly what to do. What shall we do? Shall we call the police and let them know? I don't know about that. At this point, all he did was come back and take her in as legal guardian, right? It's not that she's been seriously injured by him. It's not the case, right?
No, that hasn't happened yet. But it's only a matter of time. Something bad is going to happen if we don't do anything.
I hate to say that it's only a matter of time. I knew how she was going to get abused and how she was going to end up. I've seen it in the past. I really wanted to tell them about it, but I couldn't do that. As it hasn't happened yet in this world, they'd just think I was imagining it. I think you should call the Child Consultation Center first. I remember, Satoko-chan made a false report to the Child Consultation Center once. I wonder if they would take her seriously. The answer is no. My friend contacted the Child Consultation Center several times in the past, but Satoko always refuses their help. She claims that she isn't being abused. The Satoko from 1983 might have asked for their help, but currently she was the Satoko from 1982. For her, living with her uncle reminds her of the time when Satoshi was around. She feels like Satoshi will come back if she can live strongly, without always relying on her brother. Even if the Child Consultation Center were to take the case seriously, it's just too late. I try to remember. In the most recent world I experienced, it only took a few days after Satoko was kidnapped by her uncle. It only took a few days for him to tear her heart apart. We had no time to waste. We needed to take action quickly. I can't really do anything unless she seeks help. I think Dr. Iri can call the police, but that's about it. I'm very sorry.
That's not it. I want you to help her, Takano. Iri and Takano looked shocked,
and both went quiet. I didn't see the ending quotation marks there for a second. They didn't expect me to seek help from Takano. You mean you want us to take a much bolder action?
I'm here to ask for that. I wouldn't be here this late otherwise.
I understand, but...
Iri, if you truly cherish Satoko, then please, just listen to me for this once. Please save Satoko. In less than a few days, she'll end up in a horrible shape. It's already guaranteed. If you try and wait to see how things go, it'll be no different than watching her die. Have you forgotten how Satoko was last year, Iri? She's already reverted to that state, right this very second. In a few more days, it'll be too late to do anything.
All I could do was stare at him. Believing that Iri could see the future, only I knew. The tragic end awaiting Satoko reflected in my eyes. Iri remained silent for too long a time to call brief. Someone was trying to think of some excuses to avoid the issue wouldn't go silent for long. He was recalling Satoko's terrible state last year, and seriously considering if my plea was as urgent as it was made out to be. I know that he really cares about her. That's why I need his help.
What shall we do?
Iri nodded and looked up. I guess he finally came to a conclusion. I just hope it's a positive one. Takano-san, please do what Rika-chan wants you to do.
Iri?
I remember how hopeless I felt when I couldn't do anything to save Satoko-chan last year. I want to take this chance and save her this time. But Doctor... Takano didn't think that Iri would make that decision. She seemed shocked to hear his response. I would like to ask you, as the director of this clinic, please help Satoko-chan. Dr. Iri, what do you mean when you say to help her? Please calm down. Satoko-chan is very important to us. She has greatly contributed to our research for a long time. Protecting her is considered one of your work orders. Iri continued, though Takano tried to persuade him. Kyosuke Iri is asking you, as your boss. Please save Satoko-chan. I stared into Takano's eyes together with him. I thought you and Satoko were friends. Please help her as your friend. Help her? Huh? That's a hypocritical way of saying it. You're not telling me to kidnap her and lock her up somewhere safe. You want me to help her so she could have a normal, happy life. In other words, you want her uncle dead, right? You have the right to make the ultimate decision of how you're going to save her. But if you don't want to, I don't mind making that decision. Dr. Iri. No. Section Chief. If we carry out your order, both you and I will be responsible for it. Are you sure you're ready for that? I looked at his face. Unlike me, Iri has many things to lose. I knew that Takano's words would shake him emotionally. However, Iri was determined. Yes, that's fine. Even if I'm called forward to defend my actions, that's better than betraying my own heart. An impressive show for someone who doesn't know what a hearing is like. If you do it quietly, they may not find out about it in Tokyo. Everyone would be happy that way. I'll risk and no reward. If you want, I'll show you more treasure in the shrine.
If you want, I'll show you more treasure in the shrine. I'll never restrict you from seeing those things. So please help me.
The risk of taking her is larger than the reward I'm offering. But that's about the only thing I can offer her. I don't care about the traditions of the Furude Shrine as long as I can save my friend from her suffering. Fine. I don't want to be the bad guy here. She forced a smile and accepted the favor I asked for her for. Thank you, Takano-san. I want you to make a decision on how to save her. I will have a meeting with Okinogi later to plan out the mission.
Not later, it has to be now.
She promised to save Satoko, but she still wasn't motivated for it. It'd be too late if she didn't do something right now. I tried to make Takano understand that this was an urgent matter. That's right. Rika-chan and I wanted to see some kind of result right now. I'm sorry for asking you this time, but can you please contact them now? You guys are so passionate about her. Okay, it might take a few minutes. Thank you very much.
No problem.
It's an order from my boss. I'll do whatever I can. Just don't forget that promise you made, Rika-chan.
I promise. I'll even serve you some rice cakes and tea when you come to the shrine.
Takano smiled slightly and left the room. Once we finally heard her footsteps fade away, the tension in the room dissolved. Iri offered me something to drink, but I refused. He must have thought everything was taken care of, but I couldn't relax until Satoko was physically returned to me.
Iri, does she have enough medication with her? Her uncle will keep her locked inside the house, so she won't be able to come here for a while.
Fortunately, I gave her a stock of medicine and needles last week. She should be fine for a while. However, her mental state can't be controlled by the medication. If she gets too stressed, that can really cause some damage.
That will happen within a few days.
Takano hadn't come back yet. I thought it would be bad news if she came back too early, but I started feeling nervous after she had taken so long. Edie insisted that I go home because it was getting very late. I couldn't go home and relax, however, until I heard from her that everything was taken care of. I had to wait for her to come back. I needed to deal with this tension until then. Over an hour later, Takano finally returned. I'm sorry it took so long. How did it go? She was looking for the right words. I got a very bad feeling from her reaction alone. Unfortunately, it won't go as easy as we hoped anymore. Why is that? There was a murder case in Okinomiya not too long ago. The police suspect Tepe Hojo of involvement in the crime, and they have him marked. A murder case? What do you mean? Some woman named Mamiya laid her hands on the Sonozaki family's earnings and was murdered to set an example. Apparently, the police have taken an interest in the relationship between the Hojos and the Sonozakis. Turns out that woman was Tepe Hojo's lover. Watanagashi is getting closer, too. The police want to prevent the 5th case of Oyashiro-sama this year, so they've marked Tepe Hojo as the candidate for this year's victim and started casting their lines. What do you mean by lines? They suspect that they can reel in the true culprit behind Oyashiro-sama's curse if they keep their eyes on Tepe Hojo. So, you mean... Rika-chan, I'm very sorry, but the mountain dogs can't do anything to him until the police stop spying on him. No. I thought the mountain dogs could perform any mission, no matter how difficult. That's only when we plan it out carefully with extensive preparation. Usually we take a long time to observe the target, and we look for the right opportunity. It can take between 6 months and 1 year for a mission like this. Remember, we are a secret organization. We must remain out of the spotlight. If our secret is revealed, everything is over. It's too risky for us to target someone like him. Then when is the right opportunity coming? It'll be after Watanagashi at the earliest. After the festival, the police will stop watching him. But that would be too late. She's saying that it'd be after Watanagashi. I didn't even know if that was a day after or a year after. She also said it usually takes at least 6 months to prepare this kind of mission. That's too long! I thought this world was different, but that hope was slipping through my fingers.
So how can we save Satoko-chan?
I think it's best to follow the rules. We should report this to the police or child consultation center. We can even talk to the school.
I did that so many times, but it never worked!
Sounds like we need a distraction from the police to make it happen, right? Just, someone else needs to, Edie and Takano were surprised out. They had never expected me to raise my voice. In fact, I didn't think myself that I would react this way. But I couldn't help my emotions, or couldn't keep my emotions in check after Takano suggested all these meaningless solutions.
Cooperated with you guys all this time. I've never asked for anything, and I just gave you my support. But now you can't save Satoko? With all that power you have, why are you so afraid of saving her? The police and public services are useless. You guys only take advantage of us and never actually help. Fine. I get it now. I know now that this world is nothing but a dead end. I'm not interested in you guys anymore. I don't care about this world anymore.
That's right. I can never escape my fate. It's the same old fate that I keep on repeating. You just burn to death in the mountains. You just take some sleeping pills and commit suicide. I'll die just like I always do, too. I'll lose my life without knowing how I'm killed. This life is nothing but a dead end. I was born to be killed in this world. Die, everyone, die! There's no meaning to this world anymore. Ah! Oh gosh, attempting to do Tepe's voice just destroyed my throat. Just with the one line. I couldn't put words to my emotions anymore, and I started to cry. I was so lucky up until yesterday. I had so much hope in my heart, but it had all been for nothing. It felt like everything was falling apart. I've lived for more than 100 years. I've lived longer than a normal human lifetime. I thought I was blessed with good fortune for the first time in my life. This would never happen to me again. I thought a miracle had occurred, but everything was shattered. I cried and cursed this world. I needed to give up on my life as soon as possible. Satoko would be waiting for me with a smile on my next one. I wanted to go see her, but what would happen to the Satoko in this world? What would happen if I abandoned her? I didn't know. I didn't care. Satoko. I'm a witch who has lived for 100 years, but I still couldn't rid myself of the human emotions in my heart. I didn't get anything to eat because Satoko was supposed to be making dinner tonight, but I didn't have an appetite anyway, so I figured I should just go to bed. I still had to make lunch for the next day, though. Satoko might come to school tomorrow. I rinsed the rice, hoping that I wouldn't have to waste the lunch that I was making for the two of us. I had to stop thinking like that. I already knew that it was a waste to make her lunch. I already knew that Satoko wasn't coming to school ever again. I felt so miserable while rinsing the rice. My eyes started dropping into it as I thought about her. Or tears? Not eyes. Eyes wouldn't make sense. Why was this happening in this world? I thought everything changed when Keiichi gave that doll to Mion. In that world, Mion pretended to be her sister for a week and got closer to Keiichi. But that wasn't happening this time. I thought he would be having a good time until the festival. Huh? That's odd. Wasn't that club activity 2 weeks before Watanagashi? I had realized something. The club activity was exactly the same, but it happened 1 week earlier than in the world I knew of. It was 1 week earlier than in my previous life. I get it now. I thought I was familiar with this world, but it was actually a different one where events were mixed up. That means that even though Keiichi gave the doll to Mion, that wouldn't solve anything. Is this track a little bit loud? I might turn it down a smidge. I thought I was getting lucky. I was confident that everything was going to be okay. I stopped making an effort. I knew that there was a possibility that Satoko's uncle was coming back, but I let her go do the grocery shopping. I would have been more careful and kept her home if I knew that he was coming back to get her. Volume is fine now. Okay. I should be careful in my next life. Well, now the track got quieter. There wouldn't be a next life. That was so fortunate. I didn't get lucky that often. Even if I locked Satoko inside the closet, it would be over if Rena's father messed up something or if Keiichi lost his mind. I have to clear up everything that's not within my reach, and I also have to make the best effort I can. Without that, I can't overcome the fate of 1983. In this life, I may be able to overcome my deadly fate with Takano's help. But Satoko will not be there in my future. That defeats the whole purpose. My goal is to survive this year while laughing with my best friends. I don't want to sacrifice Satoko in order to survive. I don't want to live in a world without her. I was blessed with all these fortunes, but I still couldn't defeat my destiny. I ruined everything because I stopped working so hard. I will never again have a lucky life like this. I lost my first and only chance. I cried and scratched at the floor. I didn't know if I should curse my fate or curse myself for not putting forth enough effort. Before I realized it, Hanyu was standing in front of me. I didn't know how long she had been there. She just stared down at me with a look of pity on her face. Hanyu, I know what you're trying to say. You want to tell me that you told me not to get my hopes up? There's no way I wouldn't get my hopes up. With it being the first time I was blessed with so many fortunate circumstances, I believed that everything would go well, but you were always telling me not to expect too much. She probably felt something strange at the toy store that day. She realized that the date was 1 week off, and this was not the same old world that I knew. She had realized early on that I still shouldn't be too excited about this life.
I've been with you for a long time, so let me tell you this first, before you ask me. I couldn't predict what fate held for us today either. The only advice I could give you is this. Fate in this world is as fickle as the weather, nothing more than a trifle unworthy of joy and sorrow.
There are 6 sides of a die. That's the reality of it, and it doesn't mean that the 6 is the best number either. I should just take any number I roll. I shouldn't be disappointed if I roll a 1 a few times in a row. It's pathetic how I thought rolling a 6 was the best result you could obtain. I still have many things to learn, even though I've been living for more than 100 years.
I told you several times, but this world is not a miracle. If you wait patiently, you will come across real miracles someday.
How many decades am I supposed to wait patiently? How many centuries do I have to wait? We don't have much power left anymore. I don't think we can go back to a time before June of 1983. The amount of time we can rewind keeps decreasing. You're telling me just to repeat that short amount of time for years? I almost lost my mind when I was repeating a few years over and over again, but you're still telling me to repeat 1 or 2 weeks for years until the miracle happens? That's impossible! I was betting on this world. I bet all of my coins on this one world, and I lost. I lost all of my coins to this fate. I have no more coins left in my heart. These coins are known as hope. I have no coins left to hope for my dreams to come true.
Hello, Rika.
I lay on the floor as if I collapsed. The floor should have been cold, but it didn't feel anything. I lost all my hope. I always thought people could survive as long as they had some bread and water. But that's not right. Some people can't live without hope. People can survive because they believed that something good will happen to them eventually, as long as they keep on living. But that's just for normal people who don't know what awaits them in their future. There's no such hope for a witch like me. I don't care about anything anymore. I don't care about this life, and I don't care about the next. I just want to disappear and turn to ash.
Oh, Mika, please don't say that. Mika.
Honey's voice gradually fades away. I slowly lost my senses as I lay down on the kitchen floor and let myself sink into the darkness. She has had enough. This route has broke her. She is done. I dragged my body to school, hoping that Satoko might be there. But just as I expected, there was no one sitting in her seat. I felt all the more devastated just seeing it empty. I had nothing left to bet on. All I could do was get hurt and suffered devastation. Blood flowed from my broken heart, and I found its way through my eyes in the form of tears. Is something wrong, Furude-san? Is Hojo-san absent today? The whole class was wondering why I came in late today and why Satoko wasn't with me. But even if I felt sympathy from everyone's eyes on me, I didn't feel any promise from them. No one here was able to save Satoko. No one. No one could save her. Why should I have to keep smiling at all those useless people? This world is finished anyway. If I leave matters alone, then a few days after the Watanagashi festival, my movie reel will be cut as I'm murdered like usual, and I'll return to the beginnings of this month again. And so I'll continue to live forever in June 1983. Trapped here. Even death won't set me free from that prison. Furude-san, please talk to me if something happened. Where is Hojo-san? Is she sick?
Shut up.
The whole class gasped. No one expected Rika Furude to talk like that. I myself made such blunt statements a few times in several past worlds, but it was always the first time anyone in that world heard anything like that. That must have been pretty easy, very easy for them, and I envied it. Furude-san. Chie was standing there, dumbfounded. I stood up from my seat. If Satoko wasn't around, I didn't want to be locked up inside this humid place.
I'm going home.
I'm not coming here anymore. Goodbye. I felt like saying something like that. However, I retained the small hope that Satoko might go to school the next day, so I kept it to myself. However, Chie wouldn't let me go. She grabbed me by the arm and dragged me to the teacher's office instead. Chie told me to take a seat on the couch by the principal's office. She had no right to tell me what to do. I could just escape through the open window. As I didn't have that kind of energy, however, I sat on the couch as she told me to. I realized that then that I didn't even have the energy to be rebellious. Maybe Satoko felt the same. She lost the energy to rebel, and so she was simply obeying her uncle. Furude-san, please tell me what's going on. I'm sure I can help you. Chie spoke to me, but I already knew that her words were empty. All she could do was call the child consultation center. She wouldn't go to the Hojo residence and pull Satoko out of there. So there was no point in even discussing the topic with her. If I told her, she wouldn't keep it to herself, and shortly everyone would know about what was happening with Satoko. That would only result in chaos. If they called the child consultation center, the staff from there will go and visit Satoko. Her uncle will deny the abuse, and Satoko will also deny it because of the guilt she feels over Satoshi leaving. Shortly after, they'll find out about the false report Satoko made before, and they'll decide to not proceed any further. Her uncle will allow Satoko to go to school for a few days, but his abuse will get worse because he'll think she's the one who called the child consultation center. He'll do horrible things to her, just like her aunt did last year. Calling the child consultation center will not help Satoko. It will instead put her in an even worse situation. It's better not to notify them at all. But if we don't report it, then how else is this world supposed to improve? No, nothing is going to change. There's nothing that can be done once this unfortunate fate overtakes Satoko. You say Hojo-san's uncle is back. Is that true? I had somehow answered all of Chie's questions without noticing. I knew that nothing would change, whether I spoke to her or not, so I just told her everything, because I had no energy to rebel. I understand what's going on now. This is horrible.
So, now that you know what's going on, what can you do?
Chie answered right away, without faltering, already used to my spiteful tone. I will visit her house today. I need to see Satoko-chan and talk to her first. Then, if there's a problem...
You're going to call the Child Consultation Center, right? They have it on record showing that she made false reports in the past. They'll never do anything unless there's proof of abuse. They're just like the police, who don't start investigations until after someone's dead. They won't do anything unless Satoko is killed. When that happens, this is what both the school and the Child Consultation Center will say. We never saw this coming. She was such a bright girl. You people are idiots.
I believe that the people from the center will do something about it. I'll make sure to tell them that she needs help.
You've done the same in previous lives, too.
I wasn't denying her passion, but I couldn't say that there was meaning to it. The problem wasn't with Chie. The problem was with them. No matter how hard Chie tried to seek help from child services, it meant nothing as long as they held biased notions about Satoko.
It doesn't matter if they find proof of abuse or not.
I suddenly heard a voice from the hallway. Oh, it was probably... Shion's. It was Shion's voice. Chie sounded, "Who's there?" And I heard Mion gasping, "Crap." They must have been listening to our conversation. They were having a quiet discussion outside the door, but Shion accidentally raised her voice. She gets so violent sometimes. 4 people entered into the room for the hallway. Mion, Shion, Keiichi, and Rena. I told you to stay in class. Go back to the classroom. We can't. Not in this situation. What are you going to do if something happens to Satoko? Do you want to be responsible for that? There's no time to waste. You have to do something right now. My sister's saying that things will get worse unless there's some kind of proof of abuse, but it'll be too late once there is. Do you want to see Satoko dead, Mion? That's not what I was trying to say. Like I told you, Satoko once made a false report to the abuse hotline, and they have that record at the Child Consultation Center. Without proof, they won't investigate her case any further. Just think about what that means. It'll only make her uncle more furious. Satoko's situation will get even worse. I think anyone would be broken like Rika in this hopeless time loop. Yeah. I think, like, more than likely there were probably a few years where she was just like, I just don't feel like doing anything. And Hanyu was like, no, you have to do something. And she was like, okay, I'm probably not getting anywhere without doing nothing. I have to kind of intervene somewhere. But yeah, it would be terrible. I think anybody would just, like, lose their mind. What the hell? They're supposed to help her before something happens, right? Are they really not going to do anything unless she's seriously injured?
Calm down, you two. I feel the same as Shi-chan and Keiichi-kun.
I need to cough real quick.
My throat is dry. I will do a free redeem for myself of hydrating.
See, oh, another hydrate. Okay, thank you. It's a lot of hydrates. Ah. I am drowning. I'll take one more for good measure. I know I did say my throat was dry. Okay.
I don't want to wait until something bad happens.
Whoops.
But we need to think about what we can do.
What can we do? Talk to the Child Consultation Center, right? If we have the guarantee they'd help her, it'll be fine. But, Mion, you're saying it's highly likely they'll put her case on hold, right? Right, my thirst has been quenched. My I'm trying to make sure that I don't say this weird, but my throat is sufficiently hydrated. We'll go with that. Yeah, Unfortunately, that's what I think they'll do, just like last year. On top of that, she was in an even worse situation then. They put her case on hold even though Satoko was already in horrible shape. But this time, it's only been a day since her uncle took her away. Plus, her uncle has legal custody of her. We don't need to be so roundabout! All we have to do is ambush that bastard and kill him!
Shi-chan, you can't do that. Satoshi-kun wouldn't want that.
Then how should we save Satoko? Satoshi-kun entrusted me and he trusted me to look after Satoko. If anything happens to Satoko, I could never face him again. Having our hands tied until after Satoko's been thoroughly abused isn't an option. When a crime is taking place right before your eyes, is reporting it the first thing you do? No, it isn't. You stop it. We have to stop this ourselves. Calm down, Shion. You're the head of the Sonozaki family, aren't you? Use your power to save Satoko. You can do it, can't you? You have enough power to save her. I know. The Hex policy to stay completely out of the Hojo affairs because of her grudge against the damn war conflict, right? No matter what happens to Satoko, the Sonozaki main branch intends to ignore it, don't they? If neither the Child Consultation Center nor the Sonozaki family can save her, I have to do it on my own. I'm going to do it. I'm going to kill that pig. I'm going to do it right now. I'm not going to take more than 1,500 seconds for me to get to her house and stab him to death. What can you do in 1,500 seconds? You can't do anything, can you? I'm going to do it. I'm going to help her. Let me go! I'm going to kill him right now! Wah! Shion-san, settle down. Stop saying that or you're going to get into big trouble. They were desperately discussing how to save her. I just sat on the couch and stared at them vaguely. I had seen the same discussion many times in many different situations. I was tired of listening to it. The only difference was that everything was happening a few days earlier than usual.
Mika?
It's okay. I'm not going to expect anything good anymore. I don't have any hope left in my heart. Hanyu made a sad expression. I couldn't tell if she was sad about our fate or if she was taking pity on me. Just as she promised, Chie went to Satoko's house after school. It had only been a day since Satoko's uncle took her away. She wouldn't be able to tell if he'd hurt her already or not. If the Sonozakis cared about Satoko, they'd use the mafia to distract the cops to stop watching Teppei so the mountain dog. Right? Well, like, the thing is, with the mountain dogs, they are a secret thing, so I don't even know if the Sonozaki family really knows of them. They might, but I don't know. But yeah, that would... It's just because of the granny. If the studies hadn't made such a big... or the students hadn't made such a big fuss about it, Chie would have waited a couple of days before going to her house. She already knew, however, about what happened to Satoko the previous year. She also knew that her uncle was abusing her just like her aunt, and that he had neglected to act as her guardian for the whole year. Considering those factors, it might not have been too soon for her to visit the Hojo residence. Satoko hadn't shown up in school that day. No one called the school to explain her absence. That alone was proof that her uncle wasn't taking responsibility as her guardian. Chie was going to her house to see what was going on with her own eyes. She parked the car in the street and checked the map she brought from the school. It said Hojo residence on the sign in front of the house. Chie was certain that this had been the place. The windows on the second floor was open, and she could see a curtain hanging there. From that window, she could hear the laughing voices of several old men. No one had answered the phone when she called right before leaving the school. She could also hear the clicking noise of mahjong tiles along with the voices. She had never played mahjong before, but had a pretty good idea that it was from the way... or that was it from the way the men were talking. If they were playing mahjong, they must have been 3 other men inside the house. Her students had told her that Satoko's uncle was a very violent man. Chie was a teacher, true, but she was also just a young lady. She felt hesitant to ring the doorbell after hearing their disgusting laughter. But courage drove her forward. She made her decision and rang the doorbell. She heard the doorbell ring inside the house, but the laughing voices continued to echo from the second floor. It seemed as though they didn't hear the bell. She rang the bell again. This time the laughter stopped for a moment. Someone must have heard the sound, but soon after they started laughing again. It didn't sound like anyone was coming to get the door. She thought someone heard the bell, but perhaps not. Chie was sure that they were home, of course. She couldn't leave just because no one was answering the door. She knocked and yelled loudly this time. "Hello! Are you home, Hojo-san?" Finally, the laughter stopped, and a man with a scary look on his face opened the door. "Who the are you?" "Shut up and get the hell out of here." Chie felt intimidated by him, but her heart was filled with a teacher's pride and responsibility. "Hello, are you Hojo-san? I am..." Before she could introduce herself, Teppei screamed at her. "Just shut up! I don't need no newspaper, no milk, no insurance. I'm busy right now. I'm working." The people in the room laughed when he told her he was working. Chie wouldn't give up. She continued to speak. "I'm the teacher at Hinamizawa Branch School. My name is Chie. Is Satoko Hojo here?" "Huh? What the hell? What do you want with Satoko?" "I came here because she didn't come to school today. I wasn't able to get a hold of her, so I'm wondering what happened." "Huh? School?" "Yes, is she home? I need to talk with her." "She's sick. That's right, she has a cold. Satoko is resting because she has a fever. I need to give her some handouts. May I please see her?" "Idiot. Weren't you listening to what I just said? Satoko is sick. She's sleeping right now. I can't let you see her." "I see. Do you think she can come to school tomorrow?" "Who knows? I won't know until then, idiot." I see. All right. Please tell her I came by. Thank you." Chie bowed, but by the time she lifted her head up, Teppei was no longer there. When Chie returned to the school, several students emerged from the classroom. They were Keiichi, Rena, Mion, and Shion. Rika was also still inside the classroom, but she wouldn't come outside.
Chie-sensei, how did it go?
"You weren't to Satoko's house, right? You were all waiting for me?" "Chie-sensei, how was Satoko doing? Was she okay?" "Well, I didn't get to see her." "What the hell were you doing? You're a teacher, right? You came back just because he didn't let you see her?" "Stop it, Shion. That's about what we expected. I'm sure Satoko has a bruise on her face by now. That's why he didn't want you to see her. You should have just ran into the house. I can't even trust you anymore." "I'm sorry."
Stop it, Chi-chan. She did the best she could.
Now we know for sure. Satoko's uncle definitely has her locked inside the house. We knew that from the start. Rika-chama has been telling you that all day. We wasted half a day just to find out that it's true. How the hell do you think you can help Satoko? Calm down. Let's make a plan. We care about her just as much as you do. We're not going to abandon her. Let's come up with a way to save Satoko. I already gave you my opinion, didn't I? It's the best solution we have. I can handle it all by myself. I only need your help to hide his body.
Stop it, Chi-chan. Stop saying such violent things. Murder is a serious crime. It's the worst thing you can even think about.
Then give me a different idea. If my idea is wrong, then give me a different one, even if it's a little bit better. Come on! Come on! See? You can't even say anything. I can save Satoko in 1,500 seconds. I'll just drag his body to the Onigafuchi swamp and dump him in there. I don't even need your help, sis. What's wrong? Why don't you come up with another idea for saving her?
That's not the point. If you try to figure it out by yourself, that's all you can think of. Let me tell you something. 1,500 seconds? That's taking way too long. I would save her within 1,000 seconds. If I were you, then I'd just leave here silently and do what I want to do. Do you know why I'm not doing that? It's because someone had told me once that even if it's the only option you have, murder is still something that you should never do. If that's not the right thing to do, and it's never the best thing to do either, you should just think it's the best solution because you're not thinking properly.
Hello, nobody. So, in this route, it was going good until Satoko's uncle showed up. And so everything's bad. And Rika is just like, I just want to be out of this timeline. It brought my hopes up, and now it's just doomed. It's a doomed timeline. Can't do anything about this. Yeah, like he always does. A long time ago, I don't know who told me this, but someone taught it to me. Yeah, nothing felt right. It was too good to be true. If there is something that troubles you, you can't think about it all on your own. You can't think of your own solution. You can't think that your own solution is the best way to conclude things.
We should all think about it together. If we all brainstorm, I'm sure we'll come up with a better solution.
It's not about whether my idea is wrong or right. Just think about it. Every minute we waste puts Satoko in more danger. Do you hate the Hojo family that much? No one is supposed to help Satoshi-kun and Satoko, no matter how much they're struggling? I'm going to help her. Get out of my way. I'm leaving right now. I'm going to stab that loser and save Satoko.
No, Shi-chan. Shi-chan.
You guys should curse yourselves. Curse your powerlessness. Fine, brainstorm for another ideal. You'll never come up with one. Just go ahead and neglect her. You've never really cared about Satoko. You only think of her as someone you could play with. But I'm different. She's more than just a friend for me. She's like my family. I care about her more than you guys do. I'm going to go kill him now. Goodbye! Wait a minute. What is it? Are you trying to stop me? Shion, you're not understanding even half of what Nana is trying to tell you. What? I totally understand what she's saying. We can save her right away with just a little courage needed to murder him, but she's spouting hypocritical garbage to hide that fact. Shion, do you think Satoko would appreciate it if you saved her by committing murder? I'm not trying to seek her appreciation. I don't care what happens to me. Her happiness is all that matters. That's not right. You're talking tough, but I know you're scared. In fact, you asked Mion to help you hide the body. In other words, you want to have a normal life after killing her uncle. You want us all to be happy and it has been a while since we've done a scan. That is quite the interesting face I've got going on. Okay. Back to here. In other words, you want to have a normal life after killing our uncle. You want us to all be happy just like a few days ago. You want us to be back where we were. But if you murder him, we'll never be like that again. Do you think you can really commit a perfect crime? You'll be arrested for sure. I'm prepared to face that. If I could end Satoko's suffering by doing time behind bars, I'll gladly pay that price. No, it's absolutely not true. You would curse yourself, and I'd bet on that. You would curse yourself and regret it, wondering how you drew the short straw and became a murderer. Then you'd finally realize that what you really wanted. It wasn't killing her uncle. It was returning us all to our happy lives. Your wish will never come true if you commit murder. Satoko will always curse herself. She'll blame herself, thinking she's the reason Shion became a murderer. In fact, who's going to force Satoko to eat her squash if you get locked up? Who's going to talk about setting up mean traps with Satoko? You're supposed to do these things. Shion Sonozaki, you have to be by her side at all times. Don't kid yourself. What are you trying to do is not for Satoko. It's just a huge mistake. Just don't commit a perfect crime like Keiichi did, right? If that's what you're saying, do you have any idea how to save her? You don't, do you? You're such a hypocrite. I said move. I'm killing him. I'm going to kill him now. Keiichi blocked her way by standing in front of the door. Shion gave him a hateful glare, but he just sent her back a confident smile. I can't let you go, Shion. The world we all long for doesn't exist without you. I'm not going to let you go. Is that so? That means you're siding with Teppei Hojo. You're just as guilty as he is. I'm gonna bust your head open and kill you first. Hey, don't be stupid, Shion. Quit it already. Shion-san, what are you going to do with that chair? Stop it. Put that chair down. He doesn't understand that I'm serious. I have to show him how determined I am. You better get the hell out of my way now. Shion, I admit that right now I have no better idea, but that's just for the moment. I'm sure that we will come to a better idea eventually. I guarantee it. I promise that you're going to save Satoko. So please, okay? Trust your friends. If you're afraid of committing murder for Satoko's sake, you're not my friend anymore. I'm not going to tell you this again. Get the hell out of my way. Calm down and think about what you're saying. We will save Satoko somehow. Just trust us. Don't try and look for a shortcut. Trust your friends. Trust me. I, Keiichi Maebara, am going to save Satoko for sure. You can bet on it. Shut up. I can't trust you. What do you think you can do for her?
Shion, gotta go eat dinner. Good luck with stream. Okay, hope you have a good dinner. If you come back,
There might be another streamer. I don't know. Shion threw the chair at Keiichi. It hit him hard, and the chair fell to the floor with a loud noise. But Keiichi was unfazed even after being struck. He just stood in front of the exit without even covering his face. Wait, he wasn't unfazed. A trail of blood was pouring from his forehead where the corner of the chair hurt him. That was nothing. You thought I would move out of the way? I'm not going to move from here, even if you kill me. If I let you go, we might never see you again. Satoko will think about you every day, and her heart will be filled with sadness. If that happens, there won't be anything we can do to make her happy. It's going to be a very sad life for her. I don't want Satoko to live in a sad world like that. The future that we want is a wild and virtuous one, just like what we had until a few days ago. Of course, I won't let Satoko's uncle threaten her any longer. I haven't decided how I'm going to do it yet, but I will know soon. I promise. So please, just trust me. Shion wasn't yet convinced, but even so, she walked to the window and took her seat. Somebody rested a hand on Keiichi's shoulder. It was the principal. He'd been standing there and listening to him for a while. Principal. Well done, Chie-sensei. I've heard what's going on. I'm sorry for being so powerless. I know it's only been a day, but I think this is an emergency. We should report this to the proper authorities. But, sir, she has called the Child Consultation Center before. They're not going to let her help her anyway. It's just a waste of time. Shion raised her voice. The principal looked at Shion and started talking. Shion Sonozaki-kun. There's one word that I really don't like. Do you know what that is? It's what you just said. The anyway. That came out of your mouth. That is the cruelest word, which means admitting defeat before you even fight. By the time you've uttered that word, you've already lost your battle.
I agree with him. I think we should try various options. Calling the Child Consultation Center should be the first on the list. If that doesn't work, we can try our second and third options. We don't give up before we can try. That's just as bad as not helping her at all.
Principal, if you're reporting this, then you'll make sure to convince them that Satoko needs saving, right? Of course. Hojo-kun is my precious student. I'll do my best so that they can save her. They will try and take action as quickly as possible, so if we call now, they should get to her house later tonight. I hope they will help her. But what if they put her case on hold?
If that happens, we should come up with our next plan. As long as we don't give up, we can help her somehow.
Whatever you guys say. Satoko is getting hurt as we speak. Who's the one abandoning her here? Is Doc still creepy? A little bit. You know, still wanting to dress Satoko in a maid outfit. Shion, I just promised you. We are going to save Satoko. Not by committing murder, but by saving her in a way that will make her happy. You just watch us. I, Keiichi Maibara, am promising you this. Shion stared out the window without looking at Keiichi's face. I'll try and find out what the consultation center decides tonight. I'll call everyone when I do. I hope they'll take her into custody.
Can't be optimistic about this. I think there's a huge chance that they'll put their case on hold. What are we gonna do if that happens?
If that happens, well... Damn it. Chie-sensei, let's go to the teacher's office. We need to make this call.
Yes, we need to make sure that they really understand.
He left the classroom. Keiichi, Rena, and Mion got together and discussed their other options. Shion was looking down and crying. Rika was just vaguely looking at them, as if staring at a boring TV drama. Nothing will change. The Child Consultation Center will put her case on hold. I've seen it so many times in previous lives. I almost hope that they will take her into custody just this once, but I have no more coins left to gamble on a hope like that. In a previous life, Keiichi killed Satoko's uncle, but Shion was not there when that happened. When she was, I suppose she's the one who takes on that role. Their pathetic hopes will be crushed by tomorrow morning. The social worker will be at her house tonight, but Satoko will deny that she's being abused. Her uncle will assume that she's the one who called the service, and she'll abuse her even more, or he'll abuse her even more. She will come to school tomorrow because he doesn't want the child consultation center to be suspicious of him. We will feel more and more hopeless when we see the dead look in Satoko's eyes. I've been living for more than 100 years, but I've never defeated this fate. The fate of her uncle's return. I was blessed with so much luck, and I thought I could defeat it this time. But in the end, it will all come down to the same thing. It was a waste of energy to put in any effort. It was worthless. All worthless. The more I thought about this inescapable fate, the more I pitied these people for talking endlessly about how they were going to save Satoko.
Oh, hello, Owly Plays. How you doing? A hydrate. Oh, okay. I will do another hydrate. Okay. I think we'll go for this tip and then we'll find somebody to raid. But yeah, how you doing, Owly? Welcome. Thank you for following.
Because yeah, this tip's like in the middle, so it shouldn't be too long. Wait, whose voice is this? This is from Rika's perspective. Tepe returned to Hinamizawa to escape some trouble.
Welcome back, Rocket.
We've had to stay here for the rest of the summer, perhaps the whole year, and see what happened. For him, the house in Hinamizawa was like a rather dull hiding place. Why you attack? His lover Rina had suddenly disappeared. Rumors had told him that she was involved with some dangerous deal. Some sources even told him that she had already been caught and killed. Everyone he knew was aware that Rina was living with him. Everyone also assumed that he knew everything about what Rina did. They were convinced that he got money by tricking her into doing something, and as a result, some dangerous men came after him. That made it difficult for him to stay in Okinomiya. More than anything, it pissed him off to find out that Rina was cooking up something behind his back with some other guys. Hinamizawa was about the only place he could go. He couldn't go back to the house where he used to live with his wife, as it has been abandoned since he moved into Satoko's house. Besides, he didn't even have the key to his old place. But if we went to Satoko's house, he should still be there, and she should clean and cook for him too. Tepe didn't know how to cook or clean, and he certainly wasn't thinking of learning. Rina had often been rebellious towards Tepe. He had often said that he wanted to be with someone more loyal like a pet. For Tepe, Satoko was exactly what he wanted, disgusting. As Satoko was still a little child, she couldn't satisfy him sexually. I sure hope not! But he could still at least make her wash his back in the bath. Ugh. Satoko's dead mother used to be a pretty woman. Satoko might grow up to become a pretty lady herself in 4 or 5 years. Tepe headed back to Hinamizawa with those indecent thoughts in his head. The house was locked, so he assumed that she was at the market for grocery shopping. He found her at the store and dragged her back home. However, the house was full of dust. She'd been living at her friend's house for the past year, and the house had been abandoned. Tepe exploded in anger. He told her that it was her responsibility to keep the house in order. He beat her and kicked her down to the floor. Eventually, Satoko's expression returned to what he remembered from what he remembered? 1982. Oh, from, like, Tepe's memory of how Satoko looked. Yeah, that makes sense. Satoko started obeying him immediately and cleaned up the house. A new place to hide with a new girl. His new life was starting out pretty good. Tepe called his buddies to show off his new beginning and started playing mahjong with them. He bragged about his new pet and made her serve them food and drinks. He told her to walk on all fours like a real pet. Disgusted. She refused, but whoops, that's not the right button. But she obeyed immediately when he tried to hit her. Everyone was laughing, and they were all jealous of him. Tepe felt really good about himself. However, someone arrived to interrupt this perfect life. I'm a teacher from the Hinamizawa branch school. My name is Chie. Is Satoko Hojo here? He'd thought someone was at his door to sell insurance or something. But it was a school teacher. Huh? What the hell? What do you want with Satoko? I came here because she didn't come to school today, and I wasn't able to get a hold of her, so I'm wondering what happened. Huh? School? Yes. Is she home? I need to talk with her. She's sick. That's right, she has a cold. Satoko is arresting me because she has a fever. I need to give her some handouts. May I please see her? Idiot! Weren't you listening to what I just said? Satoko is sick. She's leaving. She's sleeping right now. I can't let you see her. This is going to cause him troubles, Teppei realized. Satoko was just a pet for him, and he had no intention of sending her to school. But her teacher had shown up at his house just because she missed one day. This wasn't good. Teppei hates schools, and he really hates teachers. I see. Do you think she can come to school tomorrow? Who knows? I won't know until tomorrow, you idiot. I see. All right. Please tell her that I came by. Thank you. He was able to get rid of the teacher, but it would create more problems if he didn't send Satoko to school tomorrow. Teppei didn't need even more trouble on his plate. That meant he couldn't beat up Satoko like he wanted to. Violence was the only way he knew how to communicate. With that out of the picture, it was very difficult for him. He wanted to beat up Satoko, but that would leave evidence on her body. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to send her to school. And if she didn't go to school, that teacher would show up on his doorstep again. Shit. On top of all that, the Child Consultation Center paid a visit to his house that night. The teacher must have filed as a report. Teppei thought. Next time I'll beat her in the face so hard that she'll need plastic surgery. Since Satoko was afraid of him, she pretended she really was sick when the social worker visited. It was so easy for Teppei to control her. He considered Satoko to be a convenient pet. But at the same time, he'd need to be careful of the consultation center. Hell. This isn't gonna work at all. Yeah. It's not gonna work for you, Teppei. You deserved more than the deaths that you got in the other routes.
Okay, so let's go over here into this little screen, and then let's find somebody to raid. Let's see, who is...
It's about that time, yeah. And also you guys kept redeeming hydrates, and now I need to go and face the wasp that's possibly still in the bathroom again. Oh gosh, I always look so like mischievously evil. No, not another one! Okay, I'll hydrate real quick. Okay. And let me put in the little raid message. I'm being attacked. Okay. Let's put cream puff raid. Cause they mentioned it. And we'll do the heart. I feel like the heart is a good thing. So there's... Okay, I'll hydrate again.
Yeah, thank you everybody for coming. So, there we go, starting the raid. And then, here is the raid message.
Oh gosh, I have a thing in the way of the chat. Help. I can't see. Okay, there we go. Was that me anyway? Wait, what?
Yes, have fun, everybody. Okay, and so... Thank you all for joining me. We will be continuing this on Wednesday around noon PST again. And hopefully we'll be able to get through a good chunk. I feel like we're almost halfway, but
we might be a third of the way. I can't really tell.
But I will hopefully see everybody again later this week. And then we'll also have another stream for it on Friday, because I doubt we're going to be finished
before then.
But yeah.
Oh gosh, for some reason my arm hurts a whole lot. I don't know why.
Maybe I was sitting in a weird position. But yeah, let me play a little tune.
And hopefully OBS will actually be behaving on Monday. Or not Monday, today's Monday. Wednesday. And hopefully the wasp has left my bathroom.
But yeah, I will see everybody later. Please enjoy the rest of your day. I don't know what the word right now, but bye. Bye. Bye-bye.